All right, we're just about to go on the air. We got 2 people on. We're just in the waiting room here for a minute. Hop in that chat and say hi. Hey everybody, live from Barrio Sutiaba. We are here in Nicaragua. It is Thursday night. We have 7 people on. We're just getting started. 8 people, even more. This is awesome. Welcome to Thursday night. Who is on? Maritza's on. Hola a todos. Hola indeed. It has been a good week. We're on a wider camera this week with less blurry background, all because Patricia prefers that. And everyone say hi. We're up to 8 people. Say hi to Thomas Miller. That is my dad, who just jumped on and said hi. We did not. I know we had a request to get a mailing list together, and I'm going to do that. It's going to be super cool. But I have not managed to get that together yet this week. So it's not a thing yet, but I'm going to do it. And I need to have a central place for everybody to put their email. I haven't had a ton of people say they want their email, but a fair number, and I need a spot to collect it. I don't quite have that together yet, but definitely find some way to get that to me, and we will get a mailing list together, hopefully this week, before I head off to my dad's house, in fact. Maybe we'll do a live show from Dad's. No, probably not. That would be a lot of work. As always on a Thursday night, I am racing to get onto the show. Janet is here just for a minute before she has to go teach. Thanks for jumping in, Janet. And David is here. Hello from Miami Beach. How's it going? We got new people this week, like in the first few minutes. All right, before we have a topic, last week I did get a complaint that I was not drinking a Tonya on the show. So we are ready for Tonya this week. We are not sponsored, but this is a hint that we would love to be. If Cerveceria Nacional wants to reach out, we'd love to be sponsored. Everybody get that sound of the beer opening up. It has been a busy week. Just me and the Poodles is here. I don't know who you are, but you with the Poodles. Patricia wanted a wider angle on today's video, and here it is. And I have to step away for 2 seconds because, of course, the dog came in and wanted to steal my dinner. I gave him the leftover plate, and then he wants to leave because that's how he is. So 2 seconds. We are here. How has everyone's week been? What have you guys all been up to? What do we got going on? How's the show been? Get in the chat. It's good to have everybody here. Oh, that is a nice touch. You know, I don't really get a beer that often. And it's like, I'm just going to have that's actually delicious. Very nice. That was a good idea, whoever gave me that idea last week. So what's everybody been up to? What is the comings and goings of the community this week? I've been filming a lot, trying to get ready because we're going to be traveling. So I want to have several episodes ahead of time, all queued up and everything, so that we have some flexibility there. Doing okay with that, but so I'll tell the story right now. Valentina, who does the thumbnails and is on the show from time to time, is relocating from Mexico to Buenos Aires, Argentina, and taking her dogs. So it's a major undertaking, flying her dogs all the way to South America, and that is just a huge challenge. So she had to go from her home in Merida to her parents' home in Cancun, and staged there, and then was ready to fly out of Cancun this morning, did all the stuff she was supposed to do, followed all the procedures, called all the things, had all the dogs, had all the paperwork, and when they got to actually board the plane, found out that the plane's oxygen had failed, and on the cargo area or whatever, and the dogs could not be put on the plane. So they had to wait for another plane, and so instead of flying to Buenos Aires, they are flying to Bogota, and she's going to be staying in Bogota. So that's her adventure going on. So we've not had her around to help out this week, as she's been in the midst of the throes of relocation, if you will. So that's been crazy for her, but hopefully she's in Bogota now. I don't know how long it takes, but she's been in flight supposedly for about 2 hours. She should be touching down in Bogota, I would think, in another about 4 hours from Mexico to Bogota, and then, if all goes well, moving on to Argentina tomorrow. We need a whole video on Valentina's journey with her dogs. Seriously, we really do. Like, it'd be great if she did that. That'd be really cool, because it's mostly just hectic, just running around getting paperwork done and stuff, and not the most exciting. But she does have a really sweet camera, very similar to my Sony. It's almost identical, just hers is black and has a flip up screen, and mine is white and has a flip out screen. But otherwise, we have like the exact same camera, which is like cool. And she could totally do that. Janet is going to see Cadejo tomorrow night. Oh, you're going to see them tomorrow night. I'm going to see them Saturday night. I do not have time to go out tomorrow night because I'm seeing them Saturday. Larry says, after 5 to 6 Tonias, will you break out into song and dance? That's the question. Is after 5 or 6, will I stop the song and dance? I do have like 5 in the fridge because they were ready for something, and then no one ever came. Ooh, a lot of people just joined. Nice. It's me, Patricia. Yes, I know it's you. I was being silly with I don't know who just me and the poodles are. I was just signed in with this profile when I saw you were live. You know, Patricia, you could have 2 different computers and sign in with both, and get more people on the live stream that way. Oh, Patricia's here. So while we're talking about that, last week we talked about how little money gets made on the live stream. And actually last week's live stream completely destroyed like any previous live stream. All the previous ones, it was like $1.21. There was one that was like 61 cents. There was like $1.20, and then there was like $1.80. And we're like, can we hit like $2? We're like, we can do it. Like, this is gonna be a big one. And then last week's live stream was epic in that regard. And I'll tell you real quickly here. I'm gonna go check out the content. See what I haven't seen the status in days. Basically, all the real stuff happens right at the beginning, so it's not like you're gonna get. You're not going to get like huge numbers later on, but it did keep going a little bit. Let's see if I can find the analytics. Overall, so these are interesting numbers once it brings them up. We had a total of, oh, this is not right. These numbers have gone way down. So one of the problems with Google is that they'll give you these numbers and then over time they change. And you're like, how did this go up and down like this? But 230 hours of watch time, and it made over $3. So it's like, I mean, these are still tiny numbers, but it made $3, not $1.85. Like that's that's a big leap forward in that. So yeah. Now, unfortunately, we didn't enable monetization on this particular on this stream. I'm not sure why. Oh, I can pop out the chat? What happens when I do that? I have a bigger chat window. Well, that's cool. That's like way more useful. Now I can put it where, so I'm like looking at the camera when I read it. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, cool. Consider it. I'm gonna try to figure out how to turn on, because I have no idea. It doesn't give me obvious controls for that. I mean, it'll turn on later, of course, but no idea. No idea. There's a lot of things that are difficult to control on live streams, especially once they're live. Like, you can't modify anything. We're kind of stuck, and it resets things that you didn't really want reset. Like, I've noticed certain things I have to go through and alter every time, and it's like, why? Why does it make me do that? Why doesn't it? I don't know. Ooh, ooh. Oh, there we go. There we go. It says it's on. That's weird. Oh, now it's on. Who knows? It just kept itself off for a while. All right. Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? It's Patricia in the house. Cool. William says, hey, Scott, last question and answer. I mentioned taking over our family business. Taking over your family business in Managua, and spoke about looking for a nice small town to possibly live just outside Managua. I had mentioned Tecuantepe. Absolutely. Any other locations come to mind? I talked to some people about it during the week, just because we casually discussed the live streams. No, we actually do. And everyone is very much of the Tecuantepe area is kind of what people think makes sense in that zone. I'm actually going to bring up a map here if we give it a minute. We don't have a lot of people asking questions, so it gives me time to, because I actually have to go to Google Maps, generate a map, put it up on the screen, and so forth. So it's not as fast as if I'd had it ready. But there's Tecuantepe and Esquipulas. That's what I want to show. Okay, cool. So hopefully this will be decent as a screenshot. Doing my best. There we go. By the way, while we're doing this, Teacher Andrew, who's been commented on the show quite a bit, for those who read the comments, actually did send in video questions for me to answer. So I'm hoping that episode is going to be up tomorrow, and that you'll be able to see those. But that's really cool that we have our first video questions to answer, which is very neat. It's cool getting to see people in that way and have them involved. So I'm excited to do those. I'm hoping a lot of people decide to do that over time, because I just think it'll add a lot to the show. Let's see. There we go. We can pop it in spot 5. Boom. Saved. Switcher. Now I just need to queue up the map. Nice. All right. So looking at the screen here, you've got Tecuantepe is kind of towards the bottom middle. So I don't know how well you guys can see it. Actually, let me know in the chat how well you can see this. But that is that is the Tecuantepe area. So that main road that's going diagonally is the Messiah Road, and that is coming southeast out of the city. It's the main highway that cuts through Managua. So this on the southeast especially is a super popular area that is less heavily populated because you're a little bit farther away. So a lot of people who commute into the city are kind of like, yeah. If you have a car, it's nothing. But if you don't, if you're on a bus, it's like, oh, that's a little bit far. And it's got a lot of the big shopping on it, the Price Mart, the Walmart, those kinds of places that expats tend to shop at. And then there's kind of this sudden surge of people at Tecuantepe So a lot of people go out there. There's a lot of bars, a lot of music, a lot of shopping in the Tecuantepe area, like where it comes past the Messiah Road. And then Tecuantepe itself is kind of a small community. But then to the north of that, if you look where that Route 20 goes north and you just keep going north, there's a little area there called Esquipulas. And that area, someone from the channel lives there and loves it. And I've driven through that area a bit, and I think Esquipulas is really neat. It is very different than what you see other places in Nicaragua. It feels like its own little set-apart world. It's like the roads feel like they're driving through little canyons. Everything's very tall on either side. There's very few turnoffs. I don't know if it's like weird terrain with like little creeks running through or something. I'm not sure what makes it so weird, but it's a neat little semi-hidden community there. But when you pop out onto the main road, you're right on the Messiah Road with all the big shopping and stuff there. So it's a really neat area that I like a lot. Everything around there is pretty decent. You will notice that there's a bit of green. If you go southeast on the Messiah Road, everything to the north of it is pretty just green between Las Conchas and Nindiri, with just a little bit there. And by the way, you'll see Veracruz on the map in kind of the north central. That's also very nice. That whole stretch. Veracruz, Esquipulas, everything on this screen is really nice. And then, so the reason that there's a big green area there is because that is a drop-off physically. Like the terrain drops off because you're actually on the edge of a volcano here. So you're on elevation because of the volcano. And then Nindiri is a small village down there that is the northwestern suburb of Messiah, and it's a beautiful town too. It's more of a traditional Nicaraguan village, but it's a really nice one with a lot going on. So those are some areas that I think that whole section around the Messiah Road all offers opportunity that could be really nice, and just kind of zipping from community to community there in this area, because this is only, I don't know, a 10-minute drive maybe on that space on the map. At most, you could go around that area and all of it is safe, all of it is cute, all of it is upscale to at least some degree. Some of it's very upscale, some of it's just a little bit. And all of it is decently, easily able to access the city. And of course, all of it can get pretty close to Wood Paintball, Nicaragua, which is right there as well. So that's I would look really hard there. Mark asks, "Hey Sky, have you tried something for the toilet like a Tushy bidet?" So we don't have those at the stores here, to the best of my knowledge. We're planning on putting in a number of bidets. I've been saying that for a while. I'm not sure why that's stalled. But we're going to do so when I lived in Sicily, obviously, bidets everywhere. The Italians would never have a bathroom without a bidet, like ever. But when you want to be cheap and you don't have a lot of space, what they use is it's basically a garden hose with a garden hose sprayer on the end, and actually those work really, really well. So that's what we plan on putting in. They're cheap, they're effective, you can take them with you. It doesn't require any big plumbing. When we build a house, I'm sure we're going to build like regular French bidets. Italians are awful. No offense to everyone from Italy. I'm Italian as a nationality, and but we have the worst bidets. France has the best bidets. Italian bidets at least exist, but you want French ones. But we'll probably put in French or Japanese ones just because we'll have space, and nice to do that. Just Me in the Poodle says, "I saw a Facebook post today with a guy asking about him moving to Nicaragua and opening a Cajun seafood restaurant on the beach. Everyone was like, buena suerte, gringo, lol." Yeah, that's exactly what you would expect. So first of all, Cajun, actual name, is an existing restaurant chain in Nicaragua, and they do, I'm not going to say amazing, but they do very well-known, well-presented, adequate Cajun cuisine, for whatever that's worth. I mean, I've lived in Texas for many years, so no one's going to do authentic Louisiana cuisine down here, but they do a passing example of it in a way that Nicaraguans are used to, that Nicaraguans like. It's a nice restaurant chain. Every time I've been there, we really like it. My kids ask to go there. It's a place that we go because it's really nice. So you have a competition for existing Cajun food. So you're not presenting something new. That would make it really tough. And as always, just going to the beach and opening up a restaurant. If you have not lived here, the idea that you would propose a business before having lived here is so nutty. Like, it's just, I can't fathom what makes people think, well, I've never been there, but I bet what they want is Cajun food on the beach. Don't get a separate bidet. Get a fancy Japanese bidet built into the toilet seat. Yeah, I know. Those are cool, but they're also really fancy. I just want the cheap stuff. Sorry about that, but I managed to get off. Yes, Nindiri does have a dinosaur park, and it's fantastic. I love the Nindiri Dinosaur Park. They have a big children's park, too, that people don't talk about as much. It's right behind the dinosaur park. Kevin is here from Nebraska. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, if anyone's going to be in Nindiri, and notice I don't say if you have kids. If you're going to be in Nindiri, you got to stop by the dinosaur park. Get some street food. They sell it right outside the park. Walk around the park, eat in the park, hang out with the dinosaurs. If you're lucky, you'll be there when the fountains are on, because it's got like waterfalls and caves, and it's so well done. Like, I can't get over how nice the Nindiri Dinosaur Park is. And if any of you have not seen the Nindiri Dinosaur Park, I do have an episode on it. But I also have a Nicaragua 360 episode that takes you through the dinosaur park from the entrance next to the children's park all the way through. So you can look in every direction. Like, you can really see the dinosaur park on Nicaragua 360. So that's pretty cool. It's one of the ones I like, because it really shows some stuff off. While I'm thinking of that, my dad, who's on here, does have in his hands my new 360 camera. So, no, I said it wrong. My new VR camera for the 360 channel. So that does 180, only everything in front of you, but in full 3D. So you put on a headset, you can look around, and it's all like right there. Not like the 360 where you can look all the way around, but it's 2D just in every direction, which is pretty cool already. And honestly, I like 360 way more than VR, which is why I did that first. But there is something really cool about doing VR stuff as well. And my plan is to use a gimbal and do real slow tours of places with full VR. And I think it'll be cool. And I know a couple of people are thinking about getting headsets or already have headsets. So Mark says, thanks for answering. You have talked about that you can't order from Amazon in Nicaragua. My understanding is that you can, and there is a shipping company that will ship to Nicaragua. Well, yeah. So, I mean, you can order to America from Amazon, right? But you can order from anywhere, but it's only going to ship to the United States. There are shipping companies in the United States that will take things wherever they come from and ship them to Nicaragua. Those are two separate things, but if you want to buy on Amazon and have it shipped separately to Nicaragua, absolutely you can do that, and we do that. Indian River, what's up? I got the Candao Ego, which is like, so VR cams had their run. There was a couple years where I was like, this is the coolest thing, and you got to get VR. And then really quickly it became, okay, no one has headsets. No one knows how to make VR footage. It's super cumbersome to use. And if you do this instead of a regular channel, you will get nobody. Right? So it died off really quickly. Not very many people wanted to do it, but it's a really neat technology. And Candao is one of the ones. They make like $20,000 360 VR 12K systems, like crazy things. I am not getting. But they just released last year, I think, the Ego, and it's like the cheapest VR ever. It's tiny, it's very basic, it doesn't do anything super special, it's only 1080p, but it seems like it's really easy to use, and I've never done real VR. And it comes with a cool little Viewmaster thing, so I'm kind of like, yeah, I gotta have that, because I loved Viewmaster as a kid. So it's meant for doing snapshots and video that's very basic, but it's also really cheap. And there was a huge Valentine's Day sale on it. So I got it for a huge amount of money off. And I had an opportunity that I was heading to my dad's right at the same time. So I sent it to my dad's. It's waiting for me. And I'm going to give it a try. And if it works out, this is where my dad finds out my plans. If this works out and it makes nice footage and people enjoy it and it gets some traction, then my plan is to have my dad help me get a custom manufactured 3D printed holster thing for my GoPros, and then I can do dual GoPros at much higher quality and do really serious VR that way. The only thing with the GoPros is it's a ton of work, and it's actually more money, even though I already own the GoPros. That's how cumbersome it is. Yes, Janet, it is private. Sorry. Because you have to get extra lenses, you have to do all this tiny stuff. Like, it's a huge thing, and I need to know that it's going to work and that people will like it before I start experimenting with how I can make it better, right? So that's why I'm starting with the Candout Ego. It is super cheap. I was able to get a complete kit with the camera, the viewer, the cards, a tripod, a charging thing, all the accoutrements for like $320, which is ridiculously cheap. So it's really just because it's cute and fun, but I'm excited. I've never done VR stuff that I've gotten to generate, so I think it'll be really cool. Did I hear about the big cell phone outage in the USA today? I thought you'd be all over that. AT&T went down nationwide, and the TikTok conspiracy theories are amazing. Oh, you know what? I saw memes about it because my company deals with people who were down, but I don't pay close attention. I didn't realize that that's what that was, but I did know it was. I knew AT&T had something happen today. Wow, nationwide AT&T outage. Are people actually using AT&T cell phones? Is that still a thing? Well, apparently not today, but wow. For those who don't know, if you're a traveler, and this is who should be sponsoring me. So here's who my sponsors should be. By the way, we have a new sponsor, but they're not. We haven't got all the paperwork done yet, so I'm not announcing them. But we do have a sponsor, but it's only an affiliate sponsor, so I only get paid if you guys sign up for them. I'm not going to tell you who they are yet, but next week maybe. But we just talked this afternoon, and they're like, yeah, we want to do this, and they really do apply. But T-Mobile should be sponsoring me from the U.S. Tigo from Nicaragua. Tonya definitely should be sponsoring, because it's Tonya. And some airlines should definitely be sponsoring me. But T-Mobile I mentioned because if you're in the U.S. and you plan on traveling, or you want to be an expat, or you want to do anything that involves leaving the U.S., get T-Mobile. Trust me, it will save you so much heartache that everything just works when you travel. I still use a Tigo card when I'm here in Nicaragua because I'm here all the time, but if I'm just going to a place temporarily, I just use my T-Mobile and it just works. And has for more than a decade. Everywhere I go, just works. Doing anything, just works. Get a new phone, just works. Everything just works. Do not get a business account with T-Mobile. No matter what they try to talk you into, do not let them move you to a business account. Everything breaks. But as long as you're just on T-Mobile, it is fantastic. It is the cheapest of the main carriers. It is the cheapest and best supported. And their international built-in plans are just amazing. So every time I'm in a new country, I don't have to worry about anything. When Valentina, who's on her way to Argentina, and I went to Guatemala 2 years ago, we just showed up. My phone just worked. She spent the entire trip trying to figure out how to get a Claro card because no one could sell her one. And I just had working phones the whole time. Didn't have to do anything. So easy. Are the taxes worth shipping items? This is Enthio. We like to buy specialty items like supplements and essential oils, body care products that won't be found in Nicaragua. Sure. And wait, Enthio, are you the famous meme engineer, the Hungarian engineer that's in all the memes? That's what I think that's who you are. Are the taxes worth shipping items? I mean, it depends on the item and what you want. If you're shipping just an absolute ton of stuff all the time, you're probably going to be like, oh, this is expensive. But if it's like small items and it's just a very small percentage of your stuff and you just really care about that specialty item, then it's no big deal. There's something that I need. I can't remember what it was. I just said, well, I'll just ship it down. Because if it's like a one-time shipment of a small thing, life in Nicaragua is so cheap. Day to day. Your rent is so cheap, your food is so cheap, your electric is so cheap, your internet is so cheap. All those things, they add up to this everyday savings that's just enormous. And then we have these little isolated things like, oh, I need a specialty lens for my camera. Ugh, it's such a pain. Yeah, it's such a pain for that one isolated thing. And then, so in my case, right, I just did this. I do nighttime photography of Cadejo and bands like that, and I need a 50 millimeter really fast f1.4 lens for my Nikons, and for my. Oh no, it takes longer to grab than I thought for my DSLRs, right? So I want to take my DSLRs. I want to do nighttime photography of bands, and this lens isn't fast enough. I want this 50 millimeter f1.4 for this. This is actually a D3000. It would not be fast enough for nighttime photography. I use the 3500, but. You can't You can't get that stuff here, or it's really, really hard. So in my case, I'm just shipping it and sending it to my dad, and then I'll pick it up when I'm up there, and he's just waiting for that to arrive. But if I needed to get it here, then I would just have my supplier, MPB, send it to Miami, and my dropship address in Miami would just forward it on to me here, and no big deal. So that's, it could double the cost. Right, but it's a one-off item. What I do every 2-3 months, I have to spend double on a single item. That's really small in the grand scheme of things. And yes, if you isolate that item, it's like, oh, I spent all this money getting this one little thing. But when you don't isolate that item and say, oh, I have to spend this extra on this because all these other things are so cheap, when 99% of your life is dirt cheap and one little 1% is really expensive, then suddenly you're like, okay, no, I can spend this and I can still feel good about spending way too much money on this one thing. And you'll plan a little bit and be like, okay, a friend is coming down, or I'm gonna be in the States, or whatever, and you do a little bit of organization with that, and there you go. I'm thinking about vlogging my journey. I have never lived outside of the U.S., let alone run a business. Should make for content. Any advice? Yes. So one is just do it, right? Like decide why you're doing it. Are you doing it because this makes you happy, which is why I'm doing this channel? I did this channel to be able to communicate to my dad, right? I started traveling. My dad, who's on the live stream, would be far away, and it would be tough to like relay to everyone in my family what was going on day to day. And of course, you wouldn't get day to day. You start doing that, and it's like, well, here's what happened this week, and you get summaries, and you miss things, and you're got a delay, and just whatever. So I got into this habit of like, oh, I can just take a camera and quickly record things. I used to blog before that, and then upload it, and it would only take me a few minutes, and it was like I was talking to my dad. But if anyone else, any of my friends back home or my aunt wanted to see it or whatever, they could all watch it. So it was very simple as a way to communicate what was going on in my life. And then over time it grew, but I was doing it because it was something I enjoyed. I enjoy journaling, and I enjoy I enjoy a lot of things, right, which I think comes across, but I enjoy the art of journaling and sharing my life journey. And so if that's the thing, if you're just, going to enjoy getting to do that and documenting what you're doing, by all means, just pick up a camera and start doing it. If you're going to go out and buy a camera, the thing that I would recommend is a GoPro. They are super reliable, very easy to use, and there are some competitors that are absolutely fantastic too, like Insta360 and DJI. Overall, I think at this point, GoPro 12, if you get the protection plan with all the extra stuff, you pay $50 a year for their protection plan. Trust me, it's worth it. And if you do all that, the 12 is just $299, which puts it cheaper than anyone else. And you have this really rugged, easy to use thing. Yes, you need a media kit for it. Yeah, you're going to want some specialty tripod things for it, all of which I'm going to be documenting what I recommend for new YouTubers on Everyday Vlogger, which is my new YouTube channel. Just has 2 videos on it now, another one hopefully this weekend. But I'm going to be talking about the technology and the practice of vlogging, so it's absolutely perfect for William to kind of get my take on, for a new vlogger. So the reason that I like the GoPro, and I won't go into it too much here, but its workflow is so much easier than the Insta360, which is arguably a better camera, but the GoPro makes the cost lower. You are more confident in the protection of it. It's got more it's just better known, and its workflow and its automatic backups and stuff are so amazing that it will, especially if you're just doing something simple, it's just your vlog, it'll be fantastic. The other big thing about it is you don't need to know anything, right? You put in some very basic settings, set it to 4K, set it to 30p, set it to standard colors, put it on high bit rate. A few things you can just write down real fast and go, okay, set these things, set it and forget it. You can do everything that way. Without having to do anything else. You don't need to add anything. You don't need. Tons of my shows are shot on the GoPro's own microphone, which I'm going to grab here. This is the media kit. Hopefully you can see it. It's got a microphone. This is a foam cover to knock the wind out. But you just put the GoPro into this little thing, and it's got a microphone. It's got you can charge it through here. You can get another external mic on this, but 99% of the time you don't need one, and you can put in an HDMI into this so you can use it for live streaming and stuff. So I could replace the camera I'm using with that, but it's not as good. It definitely is not the same. But that'd be my recommendation. And then for editing software, if you're trying to be as easy as possible, Shotcut. If you want to take it seriously but don't want to spend a lot of money, DaVinci Resolve. Which is available for free, but it's way more complicated. But the nice thing is unlimited power, right? It's the genie of things. Huge power, lots of work. Shotcut, not a ton of power, but really easy to use and free. Both are free. I use Final Cut Pro. That costs $300. I think it's well worth it, but I did it before DaVinci Resolve had all the features. So for me, it makes sense. Indian River Joel. GoPro is supposed to release a 360 camera this year. Yeah, I've heard that before. They've had other releases. Now, they probably will, because this is always what happens when I give up on someone. But they've been talking about releasing a 360 camera for so long. They lost their place in the market. So I don't know how much it makes sense for them to do that. I don't know if they're going to seriously actually do it. We were expecting it years ago, and everyone just waited and waited and waited. And it's been... I waited years for them to release a 360 camera and then went to the Insta360 X3 and have now had that for how long? And now it's someday GoPro is going to release a 360. They already did one of their press releases where they said, we're bringing out all these different cameras, and then completely didn't. And we're still waiting for them to come out. And then they did the exact same press release again. It would be cool if they brought out some interesting cameras, but at this point, I wonder if they're really going to do it. Are the kids old enough to apply to be Tonya girls yet? That could be your way into a sponsorship. I'll let them know. Yeah. Nurse Booker, estoy aquí. Hola, Nurse Booker. Chris says hi. There was the best way to contact me. Social media is okay, but email is definitely the best. The info@relocateNicaragua.com. That's in all the things. If you go to the web page for this, presumably you're on that, but maybe you're on TV or a phone. But if you go to my YouTube page, it's definitely on there, and it's in every show description. So normally you can find that. Homes for Rent in Nicaragua. Hola. I use Canva for YouTube video creation. Interesting. I knew that was an option. I've never seen anyone actually do it outside of like a YouTuber being like, let's see if we could do this. I honestly don't know anything about it. And I'm a Canva user, right? But I don't use Canva for that ever. And I can't imagine what that workflow is like. But I should play with it because I pay for Canva professionally. Let me rephrase that. I have a professional subscription to Canva that I don't pay for. My company provides me the professional Canva subscription along with my team, and it's a very nice tool. I like Canva a lot for other things, and it's what we use to make typically the majority of our thumbnails and like when we pop up the hedgehogs or the geese or all those like AI, all of that's coming from Canva. Anytime that Valentina's not around and I'm doing thumbnails, that's all Canva. So I use it quite a bit, and we have it for multi-users. So interesting. It's such a weird product for that. I just don't know. But Final Cut has been really fantastic. One of the things that for me, and this is smart, right? Final Cut allows you to use motion VFX tools, and while my Final Cut is only $300, my motion VFX is more like $4,000, and it's locked to Final Cut. So I'm not moving. Am I able to get a loan from a car dealership without permanent residency? Want a good Hilux, but don't want to pay $30,000 cash up front? Absolutely not. There's no way you will get a loan without being able to buy a car, because you can't buy a car if you're not a resident. So there's no way to get a loan. I don't even know if you'll get a loan as a resident. Maybe. I'm pretty sure you will, but the rates are terrible. You probably don't want one. But definitely as a non-resident, no, because the car wouldn't be yours. So the thing that you can do is form a corporation and have that corporation get a car, but the corporation's going to really struggle to come up with collateral if you just created a corporation to go get a good loan on a vehicle. So I'm going to say there's probably no reasonable way that you can get a car loan Even as a resident, I would imagine it'd be quite hard, but maybe. Homes for rent. The feature set is very limited, but I find I can make videos with it rather quickly. I also use Adobe Premiere. Yeah, I mean that's why I like Shotcut. I feel like when I use Shotcut, I could whip videos off really quickly. And moving to Final Cut definitely slowed me down overall. But then like the quality of stuff is so much better. So things that I really like about Final Cut. Now I like the magnetic timeline, but it took a while. I really like the motion VFX and stuff like that, and the Apple Metal and all those kinds of things that I'm able to use. That doesn't sound right. Anyway, there are other program that they have. Like there's a whole bunch of things that work together. I can go back and forth between that and DaVinci and Shotcut. All of them will use the same files under the hood, so you're non-destructive as you move between them. I really like that it's fast for the M hardware, the Apple Silicon, and it's got some little things like the voice isolation features are fantastic, and they kind of lead with that. So those things I have found for me that the 300, but you know how much I'm editing. Like it's so much that I need really good, fast systems for that, and every little bit makes a big difference. And I'm just about to try out this new thing. I can't remember the name of it, but there's everybody calls it AI. Now that AI is starting to be a thing, everyone calls everything that we've always had AI. So there's a thing that automates some editing, and I got it and I tried it out real quickly, and it's on the free version. And it did a terrible job, but I need to learn how to tweak it and figure it out. And what it's supposed to do is automatically eliminate the dead space, so it shortens up your videos and just gives you a better starting point on what you have. And then if it works, I'll pay for it, no problem. Because you can't use it if you don't. You can just test it. But I don't know. I want to play with it. I'm excited to see that it might speed up my workflow, but we'll see. In digital format, hey, what's up? I like your idea of developing an independent internet community. You know, me too. I like those kinds of things, and we're still looking for a name. We need an awesome name for the community. That is the holdup right at the moment. But yeah, I like the idea, and so many people gave positive feedback on that I think we're definitely going to make that happen. Chris Kahn, hey Scott, loving your blog, thank you. I'm in Canada, hoping to come across in April to see the place and possibly purchase a house in a safe location. Please elaborate, thanks. I think you have to elaborate. You're the one telling the story. All right, so I assume you want to know about what my input is on that. So is this your first time, Chris, coming to Nicaragua? Like you've never been here before at all? Have you been to Central America? Where have you been in the general region? And what part of Canada are you from? Not that that matters, we're just interested. April, just be aware, is the absolute worst month of the year here in Nicaragua. It's the 1 month. We have 11 months of the year that's basically all the same, and 1 month we hate. That is April. So just be aware. And what happens is it's like the hottest month with the least wind. So it's just the wrong combination of things. So and honestly, it's not that bad. I was here last April and we barely noticed. But in theory, in April, things just kind of stop moving and everyone just kind of goes, ugh, for a month. And then in May, everything's back to normal. We're into the rainy season and on you go. All right, nice. Ontario. I grew up in the Buffalo area, so I know Ontario pretty well. So let's start with, you've been to the Dominican Republic. Okay, well, I mean, that's going to be, they're the other Central America, right? So it won't be like dramatically different, but definitely being on mainland will be a little bit different. So what kind of, yes, everyone should have a Tonya. Sorry that you're not all here with Tonyas. Or the new Victoria Triple Dark. It's actually not very many of us like it that much. I like it better than most people. But I am not a Canadian. I grew up in Buffalo, which is in the US, but it's on the border. So Ontario was like minutes away. Can you share more about your US company and what sort of talent you are looking for? Okay, we'll get to that. So safe places to live. So if you don't care about other things, so while I'm talking, Chris Kahn, fill us in on things you like, what makes Nicaragua look interesting to you. That'll make what I'm telling you make more sense. Safe, honestly, Leon, where I am, sorry, bubbles from the beer, is about as safe as you can get. Leon is a large city with lots of resources, but surprisingly safe, even compared to places you would expect to be safer, like the mountain towns. Esteli and Matagalpa are actually more like middle of the road safety for Nicaragua, which is very safe. Nicaragua is just safe in general. You're not. So let's start with that. You generally don't pick places in Nicaragua based on safety because the country is so safe. The most dangerous places in the country include Managua, excluding the Atlantic coast. The Atlantic coast actually has a little bit of danger. That's also not generally considered Nicaragua in the same way that Barcelona is not Spain. Like, it's part of national Spain, but it's not Spanish. And so everyone's coming in April. It's the time that people come. So the safety of all the main part of the country is really good. Managua, being a very large city, like any large city, has pockets of danger and pockets of incredible safety. Granada, because of all the tourists, has a little bit of danger, but very little. And it's mostly like, don't go into tourist areas late at night, alone in the dark. And even then, you're generally safe, but you're certainly upping your risk unnecessarily. And then San Juan del Sur has some amount of danger as well. Again, because lots of tourists, and when you have lots of tourists, you have a certain amount of opportunistic crime that is going to happen. Outside of that, the country is effectively safe, and you can pick small town, big city, rural, urban, beach, mountain, jungle. You could be dangerous from the monkeys. Like, you can go pretty much anywhere, and safety is going to be good. The Jinotepes, the Jinotegas, the Los Robles in Managua, Masaya, Leon, like, there's little tiny pockets that you may be like, oh, this isn't the best town, but in general, you could go almost anywhere and be like, oh, this is just so safe. Like, whatever, okay. And all those other places I considered, they're all so safe too. Okay, cool. So safety shouldn't be a major concern in general, but definitely Leon and smaller towns have a tendency to lean towards a little bit more safety than the average. Leon just really is shockingly safe in general. I consider it noticeably, visibly safer than like Chinandega, the richer city right next to it. It is safer than the big mountain towns. It's safer than Managua. It's safer than Granada. I don't know if it's particularly safer than, say, Rivas or Jinotepe. They're just really, really safe. All those are good places. The other thing, okay, so you did expand. What did you say? Ontario, Leon, probably. Okay, so the other thing is you don't want to buy a house too quickly. So in general, there's a really strong feeling from everybody everywhere, and I had it too. So this is not me being like, I know so much better than everyone else. Everybody, including me, is tempted to want to buy a house quickly. And there's lots of reasons for this. Marketing is a big one. There is so much marketing out of Nicaragua that's like, you got to come and buy a house. You got to do this. This is what you do. And the reality is if you actually come here, one of the most senseless things is buying a house quickly. Buying a house in general is excellent. It is a perfect market for buying a house. I would buy a house here. I have bought a house here. I will buy another house here. So I'm not trying to talk anyone out of buying a house. But what I want to really get across is the general, there are exceptions, but there are very few, that you want to really slow down and be like, okay, I really want to get to know Nicaragua. I really want to get to go know regions. I really want to get to know the cities in those regions. I really want to get to know the neighborhoods in that city. I want to get to know what my life will be like in different places, and then over time get okay, I've really narrowed down, especially if you're coming from, like, have never spent time in Nicaragua, things that hit you are very much like, just the vibe of this city versus the vibe of that city are so different. Like, if you come to Leon, you might be like, oh, but Matagalpa has the culture I like. Or it turns out you're a big soccer fan. You didn't know that about yourself. And now you're not next to the stadium at Real Esteli. And you could have, because you have expat money, bought a house walking distance to the soccer stadium, and now you're in Leon, the baseball town, right? Maybe that's the thing that's going to throw you off. There's just all these little things. And even if you do buy a house in Leon, when I first came here, we went to the beach. And then after a year, we're like, oh, you know what? We love this beach. This is our community. But living on the beach, it didn't do it for us. So now we live in the city. So then we jumped right to downtown. And then after a year downtown, we're like, oh, no, downtown was wrong. And then we moved out into the barrio. And now we're like, this is perfect. I don't want to leave this barrio. After a year and a half, I'm ready to move on somewhere else. I'm like, this is my barrio. So it took a bit for us, 2.5 years after having been in and out for whatever, 6 or 7 years. So we knew the country pretty well, and narrowed down and eventually settled on the barrio that we want. Now we're looking for the right spot in the barrio for permanent, right? But it takes time. You got to learn what you want from a house, what you want from a street, and each street matters so much. It's so different than the U.S. In the U.S., you could pretty easily, I lived in Dallas for a long time, I could pretty easily go and be like, okay, McKinney is the vibe I want. And it's a huge area with 150,000 people. And I could go to any number of developments in McKinney and be on 100 different streets and all be like so minorly different from each other. It doesn't matter. I know that McKinney would make me happy. Okay, cool. But here, you could easily be like, 4th Street sucks. Who would live on that dump? 5th Street's where it's at, man. Right? It's crazy how quickly your neighborhood changes street to street like that. And so spending time to really narrow down what it is you want can be surprisingly important in ways you would never imagine. Especially if you're not going to be on the beach. If you're on the beach, it's like, I got to get what I got to get. But if you're going to be in any kind of city, you really want to know exactly where you're going to be. And it can be like, I have one of my best friends was here for like 12 years, and then discovered, and she got the most beautiful house ever. I was with her when she shopped for the house. It was so gorgeous, and then it had tarantulas in it, and she just moved. She's like, "Whoops." Huge mistake, and moved across town. Like, okay, there you go. Mark says, that's what I was going to April 2nd to May 2nd. Guess I'll wait. What would be a good month? Honestly, any month but April. April is the advantage to April is that there is no tourism. The whole country stops traveling, partially because March is the busiest month. It's Semana Santa. And so everybody parties and spends all of their tourism budget for the year in March. And in April, everyone's like, okay, I'm not going out. I'm not leaving the house. It's super hot and I'm poor. So they all hide at home in April. So it's both culturally the doldrums and climatically the doldrums. And honestly, it's fine. You come in April, you'll barely notice. And if you're not from here, it's all going to be hot anyway. So it being a little bit slower is a little bit nice. I am leaving for March and returning in April. So, yeah, I'm making the same mistake. I'm getting in a little bit earlier, like still in March, but I'll be here for April. Yeah. But the other 11 months, Mark, are all fine. It's just, do you want the rainy side or the dry side? It's six of one, half dozen of the other. Literally. Brad says, is motor paragliding legal? I'm unaware of any restrictions on anything like that whatsoever. I'm also unaware of anyone doing it. I don't know where you would do that, but I don't know why it would be a problem much of anywhere. I'm sure you can't do it in like the wildlife preserves, but like in all the like public beaches and stuff, I imagine that's just fine. I'm sure it's fine on the islands too. That makes no sense. I'm sure it's fine on the lakes. That makes more sense. Theo, if it's hard to get a car loan, would it make sense for me to ship my own truck over? It's worth $10,000. No, you're not allowed to do that. One of the things we say all the time is bringing in a vehicle is madness. There are so many problems, from money to registration. If you brought in your car, it would be required to be re-registered, re-imported every 30 days. They basically make it incredibly painful so that if you absolutely need to keep your car another 30 days, you can do it. And if you don't absolutely need it, you will get in it and drive it back. Also, shipping a car here, we estimate, would be $10,000 to $20,000. So you'd be spending about $30,000 overall to get a car here that's not allowed to be here. And so it would be a nightmare. I've never once met a person or heard of a person who drove a vehicle here and kept it here that wasn't sorry. You always want to buy in country if you want to buy at all. Some people do want to have a vehicle, so I get it. Like, you could easily have a good reason to need a Hilux, but you definitely want to get a Hilux here. Homes for rent. I was constantly told that Managua, you basically can't walk alone at night. Felt so isolated living there. If you're in the wrong neighborhood, that may be true. But I've been told that by so many not Nicaraguans and a few Nicaraguans. And when I'm in Managua, I can walk pretty much anywhere, even at night. But like Los Robles and Villa Fontana, you can absolutely walk 1 o'clock in the morning, completely alone, drunk off your ass. You're safe, no problem. Even like I've had people on the channel say, "Well, yeah, Managua's cool. I would never set foot into San Judas." And I was talking to, I said this on the show the other day. I was talking to, at the time, one of my buddies, now one of my employees, which goes into what we're hiring. So someone we know that was doing this now works for me. He was just sitting there, and I was talking about doing a show in San Judas, and he's like, "Did you just say San Judas?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I grew up in San Judas." I'm like, "Oh, sweet! Like, you want to take me?" He's like, "Yeah, my parents still live there." I'm like, "So is it one of the more dangerous barrios?" He's like, "No, what are you talking about?" And then he's like, "Man, I can walk there 11 o'clock at night alone, no problem." Right? So there's a lot of Nicaraguans have a tendency, first of all, so they're used to a level of safety that Americans are not used to. So imagine Canadians, because Canadians are used to a similar level of safety as Nicaraguans in a very general sense. And so if you're in Canada and you're in a scarier area of, say, Toronto or something, you can imagine Canadians being like, "Don't go outside. It's scary." But at no point is it as scary. I'm sure somewhere is dangerous. But at no point generally is it actually as scary as just normally being out and about in the United States. And so their scale of fear is all off compared to Americans. I mean, you can gauge who's the one that's off. But they're really worried because, and I've been told things like, "Don't go there. It's so dangerous." I'm like, "What do you think is going to happen?" They could grab your camera. And I'm like, "That's what you're warning me about? You've got to be kidding me." Right? Like, that's the danger? Yeah. So, in the US, when people say, "Don't go there," it's because you're going to get shot. And here it's like, yeah, they might pick your pocket. So, no, much of Managua you can walk at night. I mean, foolishly in many areas alone in the dark. But, I mean, I walk some pretty sketchy parts of Managua, and everyone's always like, "It's so scary." And you're like, no, it's just because you're not walking. Just Me in the Pool says, "Sell your vehicle in the U.S., buy a Nicaraguan vehicle in Nicaragua." That is, yeah. And Chris says it too. That is exactly what you have to do. It's the only thing that makes sense. TJ, you're late, but it's cool. Home says, "Are you not concerned about owning a bunch of property there? It could be a major government change at some point that could affect your investment." So very funny. This is the show is already recorded and uploaded that specifically addresses that. It is not going to go live tomorrow, however. I think it's going to go live on Saturday morning, but it's already recorded. And some quick things. So let me ask you, where in the world do you... So just take this statement and imagine I'm not saying it about Nicaragua. Are you not concerned about owning a bunch of property when there could be a major government change at some point that could affect your investment? Well, that would be a great reason to leave the United States, because the chances of a major government change in the United States is much higher at this point than in Nicaragua or in much of Latin America. Certainly not all, right? The U.S. is not at the most extreme of risky major government change, but it's on the high side at this point. And historically, the U.S. is due for it. No Nicaraguan government has ever had a thing where there's something to be concerned of. And this is a general thing. So let's read this carefully. Are you not concerned about owning a bunch of property where there could be a major government change in some way that would affect your investment? What exactly would the fear be? That there's a new government comes into power, and that government doesn't believe in property rights and says, "We are going to burn the economy of our country, and we're going to just start shutting down foreign-owned businesses or seizing them," or something of that nature. That is presumably the fear. There have been a few governments that have done that over the last, 300 years, but they are extremely isolated. They did not happen in this part of the world, and they failed miserably. You can't stop honoring property rights and have a functional government. Those two things absolutely must go together. And so the idea that that there could be a major change of government is reasonable, right? The government that's here has been very much entrenched, not entirely, but reasonably entrenched for the last 40 years. During the 5-year period when they were not in power, so 35 out of the last 40 is the current government or something close to it. The general swing of government is in the direction that is currently is 35 out of the last 40 years. During the 5 years that it wasn't in power, this swing went as dramatically the other way as you could reasonably anticipate. And it was really dramatic, the things that happened in the country during that time. But one thing that never crossed anyone's mind, and you can love or hate either side of the government or be neutral like me and be like, whatever, I'm just here for the good of Nicaragua. And it doesn't matter what side of the spectrum you're on or in the middle. Nobody ever thought anyone was going to start seizing property. Like, totally not a thing, never a thing. The only time that you get property seizure was when like William Walker came in and literally was trying to set up a crazy U.S. communist state in Nicaragua in the 1850s. He tried seizing a bunch of stuff. Anything he couldn't seize, he burned. That was definitely a wild time. And as soon as he started seizing American property here, the U.S. Navy sailed down and put a stop to it. So even extreme things like American-backed warlords coming in with private armies failed to appropriate large amounts of land. The largest amounts of appropriation that we know of happened during the 70-year U.S. occupation in the 20th century, and those were mostly reversed. And they still, even during this really terrible time where the U.S. was using U.S.-backed power to steal property, it was an absolutely tiny percentage of things. It's not like has never been, I don't know any country that has ever had sweeping seizures of property, outside of Israel, of course, where they just come in and take everything away from people. That is unheard of in the civilized stage. No civilized country, no functional country can do that, right? You become a failed state pretty much by definition. And terrorism becomes a hard to define thing when people are literally defending their home. And so, no, that is absolutely not a fear. It's not a fear here. It's not a fear in the U.S., right? The U.S. is the most easy place to seize property and at the most likely, within reason, to have a major change of government. And even in the U.S., it's not a reasonable fear. But if you have that fear at all, then it would, if you're actually reacting to the fear of that, you would 100% leave the United States immediately. And if you were going to invest somewhere, then Nicaragua would be very high on that list because Nicaragua has some of the strongest property protection laws around. But everyone in the region has really good ones too. It's not to say anyone's bad. It's just the degree to which Nicaragua is protective of that is very high. So one of the reasons that I invest here is because I have far less fear of that happening here than in where I used to have property. Are you not concerned? Wealth allows certain risk. Wealth does allow certain risk, but it also puts you at more risk. So that's definitely true. If you are poor in Nicaragua, you don't have the option to do things with more safety, but it's important to understand that, so wealth allows for a certain risk. It also allows for more safety. And so this is an unfortunate truth, but I am wealthy enough, unlike many Americans who do not have the money to invest abroad, I am able to invest in safer markets than the U.S. Many Americans who are poor are stuck, that they have enough to invest, but they're stuck investing in the U.S. They have to be there for whatever reason, and so they're just at more risk. So it goes both ways. Wealth does allow you to be more risky, but it also gives you the power not to be. Great advice, thanks. You're welcome. Juan Carlos, do you think that Villa Casa Leon is a good option for a single person that is looking for something small and affordable? I think it's a fantastic option as long as you don't mind either having a car and having a few minutes drive into town when you want to go out, or taking very boring public transportation, meaning the bus. But as long as one of those two options is good for you, or both, of course, I love Casa Leon. I think it's a great community. It's small, affordable homes, middle class, safe, but not gated. I would like it a little bit better if it was gated, but it's huge. Like, it feels like it's gated. It's got security. It's got amenities. It's got little parks. It's a beautiful little spot. I don't like the road it's on. They really need to just pour a whole bunch of gravel out there. I don't know what's going on with that road. But other than that, it is a great spot. And for those who don't know, Casa Leon starts at $145 a month for a 2-bedroom. So it's really, really amazing. How bad of an idea is it looking at Facebook Marketplace for houses? Generally pretty bad, but Facebook Marketplace is going to be better than other things. Of anything, it's where if a real Nicaraguan was really going to put something online, that is the most likely place they would put it. But I wouldn't. So my gut says it's still not good enough, but it's definitely better than other things. My preference, this is Homes for Rent, my preference would be to be in Nicaragua during the Manitoba winter. Well, yes, Nicaragua is really particularly good when it sucks more elsewhere. T-Bone Mar, do you think San Juan del Sur is the best place for families to live? No, absolutely not. No, that's not true. Probably not. Let's put it that way. Also, today's video is why it's bad for digital nomads, but that's completely different. You have different needs as a family versus being a digital nomad. So this really comes down to what you want as a family. But negatives of San Juan del Sur for families, general, right? Every family's different. But one of the reasons why we totally considered it for our family, so I wouldn't rule it out, but it is more expensive, so that's always a negative for a family on its own. Like, your family will just have fewer financial resources by living there. And when I say more expensive, assume your cost of living will be roughly double overall. Food will be more than double. Housing won't be double, but it'll be much higher. But everything you do will be higher. It is also isolated. It is a small community of 15,000 that is quite a ways outside of a city, as opposed to other, like if you wanted to be in a 15,000, you could be just minutes outside of a big city, say up here somewhere, but not on the beach like that. So it's unique in that it's a big place on the beach. It has some of the highest crime in the country. So notably, if you have children, which I assume is what you mean for a family, I would not be comfortable with my children walking the streets of San Juan del Sur at night, but I am in Leon. So that's a major difference, right? Bigger cities are much safer than San Juan del Sur. San Juan del Sur has crime driven by the tourist industry, and it has lots of very dark alleys. Like, at night, it becomes a little bit worrisome. It is a big drug and party town. It is the epicenter of all drugs in the country. And you have streets full of drunken backpackers all the time with super loud music. So on those things, those tend to be things that families are not happy with. Things that would make it good for a family include, you're going to have, presumably you speak English or you're translating really well. You're going to want English-speaking people around you. And you can be kind of in an enclave where everyone speaks English around you, or you can be near people who speak English all the time. If you're in town, you'll have just tourists and expats everywhere all the time. So that means that if you or your kids, your family speak English, they'll keep having English speakers around all the time. Like, you'll have no effort to find them. You have access to international and English-speaking schools quite easily. Very likely you'll have other families of similar age, whatever age that is, but with kids around that are in presumably a similar position to you, something like that. And so all of that kind of stuff, like, you want to be around other people who are also raising families in Nicaragua that are also from US and Canada or whatever, then yes, those things make San Juan del Sur and its region quite nice. And of course, if you live in one of the enclaves, one of the private gated communities, they're going to be super safe. You can walk around at night because you have guards and stuff. But you're also not walking around San Juan del Sur. You're living in a gated community and you're making that your thing. Some of those are really nice in San Juan del Sur. So obviously gated communities that are like that are always nice, but meaning like they may have beautiful ocean views and have lots of restaurants and stuff inside of them. And you may be able to do quite a bit and be like, this is just kind of a resorty enclave life that we want to have. And that's really reasonable. Like, that could be a thing, but you're going to spend way more money on that, and it's going to be a different lifestyle. So, yeah, San Juan del Sur has some opportunities for a family that could be much nicer than other places in general. And if you are in one of those enclaves, you can still be like, well, okay, we're in an enclave, and that's what we're doing when the kids are just walking around at night on their own. But when the family wants to go out, we're just going to jump in a taxi or take the car or whatever, maybe be within walking distance, head downtown, go to all the restaurants and stuff. There are reasons that San Juan del Sur is popular, and that kind of stuff is big too. So absolutely, it's a consideration, but if you were to say, what do I think are the best places for families, I would not leap to San Juan del Sur at all. Leon is particularly good for that. The beaches, outside of, if you really want to be on a beach, San Juan del Sur is going to have a bit of a leg up because it's a large beach community, and so I have friends, and I have myself had kids out on the beach here in Leon, in Las Piñitas. And the kids, when they're out at Las Piñitas, have a tendency to be pretty isolated. So are you looking for a community where your kids can really go out and meet other people a lot? San Juan del Sur is gonna have a lot going for it with as a beach. If you're my kids, they're very much, they want to stay at home. They do things with the family. They want more family-focused time. Then being away from San Juan del Sur is way better for us. Now, if you're looking at non-beach locations, if you're only looking at San Juan del Sur because you're thinking it's good for families because of the enclaves, then I would say that much more likely the areas we talked about earlier, I don't know if you're on, around Ticuantepe and Esquipulas in southeastern Managua could be way better. You're going to have the same kind of thing. Loads of expats, loads of affluent Nicaraguans, a lot of English speaking, a lot of kids, a lot of opportunity in beautiful gated communities, but they will probably cost less, and you'll have really rapid access to the big cities and to a number of different cities. You'll just be in the middle of a bunch of stuff as opposed to being out in a fishing community that is far out there. But there's there are reasons that San Juan del Sur would be really fantastic too. So you really have to wait. If you want to ask more questions, just I can elaborate on more specifics that you're looking for. And thank you for the coffee. I just saw that. Hard to find car parts too. Yes, if you import a car, you'll probably be sorry with car parts. We specifically, now if you're importing a Hilux, you're probably okay. But just me in the pool, you can motor paraglide while holding a camera, effectively becoming a drone. You can, and that's allowed. And the reason is mostly the fear of drones is that you can flood the sky with them. One person can bring in 1,000 drones and do weird things, but you need a person in a paraglider in order to do it. So if you were to have something that looked like a drone but carried you around holding a camera, you'd be fine. Denise Alvarado, are there all-inclusive resorts in Nicaragua? I'm going to say no. I'm honestly unaware of any. The culture of the all-inclusive resort does not exist here. If there is one, it is very isolated, and I've never heard of it, and I don't know where it would be. There are really nice resorts that might give you the feeling of an all-inclusive, but they're not all-inclusive. They're still piecemeal or Rancho Santana would be a great place to look. It's not all-inclusive, but as long as you're willing to pay for the different things that you want, you could get it'll feel very inclusive and be very fancy and stuff and quite expensive. But I've heard wonderful things from people who've gone there. I have not made it yet. I'm not an all-inclusive resort kind of guy. He says 2 weeks from flying from one inclusive resort in Mexico to another. But I just noticed that Just Me in the Pool said, "Can you motor paraglide while holding a camera?" Yes, absolutely. You can hold a camera while you're flying. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, there are resorts. Resorts are not common here, but they do exist. If you're looking for all-inclusive and you don't want to be in Mexico, which I'm just going to assume is the case, because if you wanted to be in Mexico, everyone knows that Mexico's loaded with them. If you want the all-inclusive experience, but you want the Central American vibe, Panama is your place to be. Panama has amazing all-inclusives, but to the west of the city, which makes it Central America. The city itself is South America, but you will have a very similar vibe to up here. Obviously more expensive, but they do all-inclusives on the Pacific. Very, very nice down in Panama. I used to live in Rio Hato, and there were some right in that area, but they're all over. Not like Mexico all over, but quite a few of them. You have choices in Panama, and absolutely love Panama. What a great country. Homes for rent. Mark, the thing about Nicaragua is that they typically don't have a rule for every little thing like Canada. The government has bigger fish to fry. That is true. Most things here are, don't hurt people. Be generally a good person. It's much more flexible. You're living in Bologna and have problems? That's surprising. Bologna is absolutely safe at night. And I can't say who lives there, but there are definitely people that many of you know that live in Bologna and would tell you that, yeah, they can go out at night, no problem. In digital format, what are the best ways to convert US dollars to Cordoba? The banks in Leon always had money changers in front. Yes. That is the answer. Money changers in front of the banks. So first of all, generally, you don't convert currency here. That would be the exception. If you're doing that one time for a special, like, somehow I ended up with a bunch of US dollars, but I really need Cordoba. Okay. But I have lived here for years, and like one time, it's literally one time I've needed to change money, because whatever you have, just use. There's very little need to go back and forth. The reason that you need to go back and forth is if you're making a remote deposit into someone's bank account, and that bank account is only one thing or the other, and you have the opposite. And so you'll randomly have to convert whatever direction, because you can only access that particular bank account, and it's whatever currency it's in. But in general, you want to rethink anything that's going to have you do a money exchange. But if you do have to do money exchange, the exchangers standing in front of the banks. Do not go into the bank. Don't do anything else. That's the official best way to do it. What about the autobus in Managua? Would you trust it? There are a lot of autobus in Managua. Which one are you referring to specifically? This is for homes for rent. I assume the answer is going to be yes, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Matthias, what do you think of the new Managua International? Oh, you asked this and the other thing, I didn't get to it. Oh, that's because I did a video on it, or I was going to do a video on it. I talk about it. I have an upcoming video on one of the airports that is set for while I'm gone. What do you think? So anyway, what do you think of the new Managua International Airport to start construction in 2 months at Punta Huete? You say west of the capital. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to check your map on that. It should be, north and just slightly east of the capital. But I still have the map up from where earlier. I think it's great. So for us, we're really excited because if you look at a map coming from Leon, it's equidistant as the Managua airport for us, but no traffic. So, and it's a bigger runway. And for those who don't know, Punta Huete is a triangular peninsula directly north of Managua, and it does have a ferry service traditionally down to the capital. It also has a new highway that goes through Tipitapa that you can come to the capital pretty quickly. It falls within the Departamento of Managua, so it's technically part of Managua, and it is traditionally empty. In the area of San Antonio is a pre-existing airport. So when we say there's construction of an airport, we don't mean they're building an airport. The airport's there. The airport's been there since the 80s. It is the largest airport in the country. It can take 747s and other really large planes, notably giant cargo planes and giant bombers. It is a literal fueling station built for nuclear bombers. That is its function. So because it is a giant, just like the matching one in Honduras, right? The U.S. has one that they built for the region for U.S. foreign operations in Honduras, and Russia built one here in Nicaragua to match it. So it's a giant military airport with very little around it up in Punta Huete. Well, it's never been used for that, right? Nicaragua was never involved in anything. So that airport just sits there, and finally Nicaragua was like, you know what? We need another airport with a really big runway. So they are in the process of cleaning up the runway, getting everything like just pristine, and building terminals. So it's terminals they're building, not the airport. And once it's done, which hopefully is going to go quite quickly, they already have the money for it, all the planning's in place, it's underway, then we're going to have much more capacity for the country, which is not a really big deal because Managua can handle a lot more capacity than it has right now. But being able to take larger planes is important. And as a my feeling on it is that the general value of this is that the three big northern cities, that's Esteli, Matagalpa, and Jinotega, they are going to get to Puente Huete much faster and much more easily than going into Managua. And it's going to make that part of the country more connected internationally. And for us in like Leon and Chinandega, it's just another option. Like whatever, we're happy it's happening, but it doesn't really affect us. Managua and South are going to be like, who cares? We're going to use Managua. So it's a capacity thing. It's a protection thing. If something was to happen to one airport, they have a failover, and then way up in the north. All right, what are the best ways? Autobus. What do you think of the new? Okay, so homes for rent. Doesn't that happen in Africa? They are taking farms, etc. So that did happen, right? Like I said, it has happened in the past, but there is a big difference between very isolated stealing of colonist farms versus large-scale sweeping seizure of homes. Now, yes, it has happened in Africa, right? And it caused massive collapse. And as far as I know, every country that even considered that stopped because it was absolute disaster immediately. All in that, and that was the example I was thinking of. Every bit, I think, I want to say it was the Zambia. Every bit of foreign investment ceased instantly. It became a war zone. The economy collapsed. It was epically bad, and it was only a very little bit of seizures. It was not wide-scale seizures. A handful of seizures caused international condemnation, massive news, and complete 100% pullout of all foreign investment. It was destructive to such a degree. It was suicide on a national scale. And so since that happened within recent memory, everybody knows to never let the words be said in such a way that any news outlet could ever repeat something that would sound like land seizure. So, except in the U.S. where they can control the media, because they do seize land all the time, and they just call it eminent domain, and people are like, yeah, they seize our land, it's just a thing. So the thing is, there is a really big difference even in Africa. If I had been living there, right, the difference is, if I have a house, they didn't take anyone's house, they were taking farms. What farms were they taking? They were taking large-scale farms that people wanted because that's where the jobs were and that's where the money was, and they were held, in theory, by colonials who had come in and stolen them. Now, that does not mean that that's what happened. It does not make it a good idea, but it was a very isolated thing, and you would know ahead of time that you were in a risky position. Oh, I'm a colonial. I'm not part of the local environment. I didn't move in and buy this farm as an investment. It was something my family handed down over time. Very different thing than someone who went in and invested in a house or a shop or a restaurant or something in whatever country that was in Africa. None of those people, to the best of my knowledge, were ever a target for anything. And so it's taking an isolated foreign event and extrapolating it to a dramatically greater local event of which there's no precipitation is a very dangerous thing. Because if we were to do that, right, we would say, well, there's a war in Ukraine right now. Aren't you afraid that Australia is just going to bomb Nicaragua? No, I'm not afraid of that at all. Right? There's no reason for them to do that. There's no reason to think they would do that. There is no precedent for them to do that. And you say, but they could. Some person somewhere has randomly bombed somewhere else previously. Yes, bad things have happened at random, but both being afraid or reacting to, being afraid that bad things can happen, yeah, fine. But making decisions based on what we call what-if risk analysis, right? What if is always wrong. Risk is a percentage. If you say, but what if, it means you don't believe in math, right? So this is a type of what if. Here's a scenario that mathematically does not apply. There's no risk of it, no measurable risk of it. But what if it did happen? Well, yeah, if it did happen, but it's not going to, right? So that's the most important thing. And if it was to happen somewhere, this is not the place that it's likely to happen, right? This is not even on the radar of likely to happen places. US and Canada are way more likely. UK, way more likely. Places that actually have precedence for that. Not a strong precedence. Still not saying any of those places would happen. I'm just saying they would happen before it happened here. In digital format, what ideas do you have to give back to Nicaragua and help with poverty and suffering there? I originally went as a volunteer way up in Ciuna. Honestly, living here, promoting the country, creating jobs, anything you can do to bring in income, create jobs. I'm not a big believer in, and I don't mean this as a negative, but like in volunteering and that kind of stuff. Absolutely, it's better than nothing, but it doesn't tend to make long-term differences, not on a big scale. Like, I'm volunteering to like build a school. Yeah, it's probably not a school they wanted, or they would have built it. Things that make a difference is going into a community and finding a way to create legitimate jobs where you're like, oh, here's a way to actually create value in the community and make people work, and then pay them reasonable, like above average, and don't double it, but pay them 10% above what someone else would get, and create a snowball effect of, and they're doing well, and that'll help the next place do well, and we create a community and they feel good about themselves, and right, and you say, well, but then I'll make profit. Okay, so take your profit if you want to do good and not just do well. If you want to do well for yourself, keep the money. If you want to do good for the community, okay, so you came up with a way. Let's say you're generating $10,000 a year of profit out of a small business you started. Okay, take that $10,000 and build another business and create more jobs and keep doing that. And be like, okay, and eventually you're going to find one that doesn't make money, and you're going to put the money into it, and you're like, well, at least I made jobs. But you're going to create jobs, and those jobs are going to create more jobs, even if they don't work for you. They're going to, I hired 5 people, and I paid them fairly, and those 5 people went out and hired other people to do things for them. And by hired, it could be, they paid a grocer to bring them food. They paid a delivery boy to move things around. They paid a car mechanic to fix their car. And all those people's jobs were able to put food on the table because of that. And it's a snowball effect. So that is the thing that seems to make the best difference anywhere in the world, is functional, well-meaning capitalism, where you're still using the mechanisms that have to exist and that can run without you, right? Because if you're doing altruism where it's just, I'm just going to give away labor, I'm going to volunteer, I'm going to do, it tends to be very short-lived, it's not sustainable, and it often engenders corruption. So if you're doing it on a small scale, like I'm just going to go build some toilets for some people who need it, or I'm going to put in a well somewhere, great. Like but it's super isolated. If you're creating jobs, they could have put in their own well, and it would have been just a 1-month community effort, and they would have had a community with money that was able to make something the next month and the next month and the next month. And so creating jobs is that's the thing. In most communities, having the ability to pull themselves up and do things themselves is the key dividing factor. And they've done studies in Africa, and if you want to see a really amazing book, it's kind of hard to find these days, but Paul Thoreau, who wrote The Mosquito Coast, by the way, about eastern Nicaragua, but Paul Thoreau wrote the book Dark Star Safari because he was a volunteer in Malawi for a long time. And when he went back, he spent a bunch of time doing a trip across Africa, and he realized that so often the volunteer efforts were creating damage. And many of the problems they had were being generated by what we call the Star Trek effect, right? The prime directive. We're going to hold this community in a bubble and treat it artificially and not allow it to participate in a free and open economy in which it would struggle, but eventually through competition become competitive with everyone else and get through the pain points that everyone else already went through, right? One of the reasons that England or Germany or Italy has such a strong economy today is because they went through the pain of getting into that position organically. No one particularly punished them. No one gave them a handout to get ahead. They worked through it and came out on the other side with powerful economies. Nicaragua is totally prepared to do that, is able to do that, but needs to not be treated with kid gloves or artificially held back and not allowed to be traded with. Chris says, I looked in my fridge for Atonia, but all I could find was mango flor de caña. That is the worst, most disgusting flor de caña flavor. I bought that. Someone threw it out the other day. They're like, take that back. Sorry. My favorite is Naranja Seltzer, solo I think it's like cuando en promoción, 3 para 100. Those are my two least favorite. My favorite is the flor de caña, the grapefruit. Then the lime is pretty good. After that, you're just kind of lost. The worst is the pink one, the rosé. Everyone says it's the flavor of feet. T-Bone, what would be your top 3 cities for families with small children? They're just cities. Leon, obviously, because it's super safe. And I have children. And I chose Leon, so it's really hard to say something else. Honestly, Managua, probably, because it just has so much to offer, but not downtown, right? Like out in the suburbs. My third choice, Granada hits your radar because it's a decent-sized city, but still has a lot of expats. Slightly more dangerous, but not enough to be really worried. I lived there and was very unhappy with it as a family life, so I'm going to say that doesn't make my number 3. Messiah might be the number 3, but that's kind of cheating because it touches that part of Managua. It's kind of the Managua Messiah suburbs, the area between them is really the spot that I'm thinking that's so good. So that's cheating to call that the third one. I mean, my first choice city for myself is Matagalpa, and Matagalpa might be a really good choice for families. It's up in the mountains, a little bit cooler weather, beautiful city, a lot going on. The thing that may be a struggle there is finding foreign language schools, like English schools, international schools. I don't know what your options are, but maybe you're going to homeschool. We homeschool, so we don't care where we are, right? Even though there's great schools right down our street, we could walk to them here. But I think those are the biggest 3 to look at. Also decent is the mid-cities, so that's the triple city region in Carazo of Jinotepe, Diriamba, and San Marcos. Each one on its own is too small to pick out, but together it's a triple city metro that's not too far from Managua, not too far from a beach. Beautiful, beautiful countryside between them, cute little cities, nice restaurants, lots of universities there, so you've got a lot of university students in town. Same thing in Leon. Those are the 2 big university centers. And so you have a younger vibe. You have more going on. If you need to hire someone to tutor your kids, both of those, you'll be really easy. You can just pick up a college student who's looking for some side work. They tend to have schools and resources, but they're especially Jinotepe, you're getting out there. You'll be oh, barely any expats, but it's a really nice, safe, really beautiful college town, and so that would be really good too. So those are. Does that help? Hopefully. Do cruise ships still go to San Juan del Sur? Last I knew, they can, but I don't know anyone who's stopping there at the moment. But I think I looked it up and saw that a few are. It's definitely reduced, but I think the cruise ships are still going in. We have a brand new cruise ship port there, so hopefully they're using it. Hi, Jerry here, living the dream in Leon. Jerry, awesome. Where are you? Where in Leon are you? You could be, if you hurry up and come down, you could be on the show in 20 minutes. Barcelo, Montelamar. Oh, Montelamar is all-inclusive, Larry? I didn't know that. Cool. That's pretty small, I think, but good to know. Have you done a neighborhood walk of Via Castellon? Yes, I have. A couple, actually. If you search on that name or the episode called Pink House or whatever, Tour of a Pink House, that's all Castellon. I don't think Rancho Santana is all-inclusive. I was just looking at that with someone the other day, and it definitely had pay by meal, pay by room, pay by... you definitely wouldn't leave it. You would stay on property, but I don't think it's all-inclusive. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe it's both, right? Maybe you can be in an all-inclusive portion and a non-all-inclusive portion. The inner-city bus, have been told by lots, it's not safe and even the locals don't use it. No, that is not true. The locals do use it. That I know. As far as I know, it's perfectly safe. I've never heard of any problems with it. I will attempt to ask that question of someone in Managua right now, and get their opinion on that. But as all of my experience is when I'm in Managua and I'm with Managuans, that they just go and hop on the inner city bus and they'll be like, "No, I'm taking the bus. Why are you asking me if I know how to do this? Of course, this is what you do." They never even suggested that it was not the thing to do. Sorry for the typing pause. We will get an answer. T-Bone, we and our children are very social. It would be good to have English and Spanish-speaking friends. I will check out Managua and Ticuantepe with a C. Ticuantepe. We're big beach fans. That's, Ticuantepe will not be commuting distance to the beach. I mean, not that you can't get there. You can get to a beach from anywhere in Nicaragua, I guess, but it's definitely fairly far. The Hinotepe Didiamba area is much closer to a beach, but less English. You're going to get your most English in Granada and San Juan del Sur for sure. And then there is the beaches at Leon, right? Leon is only, so I'm in the barrio. I'm 12 minutes from the beach. Downtown is between 15 and 20 minutes from the beach, and there's local buses, so you could just take the local bus down to the beach quite easily. Larry, I was in my yard for half an hour getting my barbecue repaired. Did I miss a song and dance routine? You did a whole thing, and you missed it. TJ, what is the best way to get a credit or debit card to use in the internet from Nicaragua? Some website prices are cheaper with a card from there. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I've not done that. The bigger example, is Steam. So just for those who are buying, hey TJ, hope you like coffee. Yes, I do. I love coffee. Am I known for dance routines? I am actually known for dance routines. Thank you very much. I'm very well known for that. If you knew me in Nicaragua, you'd be like, oh yes, everyone talks about Scott dancing. So I don't know what it takes to get a credit or debit card. I don't think it's too hard, especially for the debit card. You can get a bank account here. But I don't know of anyone who's gone out to get a credit card. I think Banpro and BAC are relatively easy for that, but honestly, I'm not sure. But Steam, video game purchases on Steam are cheaper when you have your card from here. But if you go on GOG, grandoldgames.com, it's GOG.com, stands for Grand Old Games. They detect your IP address, and it's cheaper from here with a regular credit card, and it is very, very cheap. Like the amount that video games are cheaper from here, even when you're, some people will say, well, it's Latin America, everyone just steals them, they're free. Okay, I understand that that's what people say. But if you're going out and paying legitimately for all your video games like I do, which is probably foolish, but that's what I do, GOG makes it as much as 90% off all the time. And then when they have sales, it's off that. So the prices are just very cheap. Okay, so this is what she said. Sometimes there are thieves on the bus, and this is true anywhere. People who will pick your pockets, maybe grab stuff, but there's no one with weapons. Nothing, no weapons of any sort will be found on the bus. What they do is they secretly steal, like pick your pockets or go into your bags and try to grab things when the bus is full and you're being jostled around. So again, this would be a great example for where I was saying that Nicaraguans have a tendency to say picking your pockets as danger, or grabbing your camera is danger. Americans do not consider that danger. Foolish, right? Risky in a way, but it's not at all danger. You're not in physical danger. So that's really important. That is often what makes so many foreigners think Nicaragua is more dangerous than it is that the locals are constantly warning you about things that we wouldn't take warnings for. We wouldn't give warnings for. We know that walking around holding a GoPro, wherever you go, someone could grab it. Like, I know that. Like, seriously, I just taking my chances all the time. But I'm not scared. Like, I'm calculating how often is it likely to happen. If I lose a GoPro once a year, that is a perfectly acceptable amount of GoPro theft. I mean, I'm certainly going to be upset when it happens, and I'll be that much more careful for a while. But it is within my planned attrition of GoPros. And I had one stolen in 2021, not from my hand. Someone snuck in a window and grabbed it off a table. The window was wide open. It was very foolish on my part. Luckily, that's all they took. But that has happened. And never would I repeat it to someone as, this could be dangerous. Right. So I think that's really important. Have you seen the rendering of the new airport? Looks huge and modern compared to the old Managua airstrip. I haven't. Send me a link of that because I haven't seen anything. Do you notice an increase in Chinese or Russian tourists or presence? No. So basically it was 0 before and it remains 0 now. I've not seen anyone Chinese or Russian outside of going to like a Chinese restaurant or something. We don't see any of either. Russians really don't travel here. Like that's not a thing. Like once in a while you'll find like you'll meet a Russian, but it's like, each beach has like one, or every other beach has like one Russian family. They're not unheard of here, but they're not a major part of the population in any way. Chinese population doesn't tend to tour around the country. They tend to be in Managua almost exclusively, or there's a few isolated restaurants, but you do not see a Chinese presence anywhere whatsoever. The one thing that you do see is there's like the China Mall now, which is a new thing. So there's a building that is full of Chinese goods, and we all notice it because it's on a prominent road. But you don't see Chinese people. You just see that one business. And there are more Chinese in New York than all of Nicaragua. Well, yeah, for sure. Like by 1,000 times, I assume. There's no Chinatown or anything here. Nor the biggest thing is there is no person with all the 1.2 billion people in China, not a single one of them woke up this morning and said, you know what I should see? Nicaragua. It's just not a thing. Good answer, thanks. Not sure what I answered, but you're welcome. If I purchase a coffee farm generating 30,000 USD profit per year, what is the equivalent to in terms of buying power? Is it like making 100,000 in the United States? So if you cleared 30,000 a year in profit in Nicaragua, I'll tell you in just a second. There's a way to look that up to do it as a calculation. So we will see. I don't think it's 100,000, but it's good. Like you would not be unhappy, but I don't think it's 100,000. Although these numbers have changed a lot recently, so it is. Oh no, it might be 2.5. It's just over triple. Okay, so it's not 100,000, but it would be like making maybe 92,000, according to official. Whoever does this, like the World Bank tools for calculating that. But it's difficult it's not equivalent, right? So some things remain more expensive here and some things are cheaper in the US. So in some ways you'd be like, oh, but I still can't buy all these like cool things I wish I could have. But I have staff to cook for me, right? And in the US, you're like, you can't possibly have staff that cooks for you even at 100,000 a year, which you couldn't. But you could buy all kinds of cool equipment or cars and stuff. So it's still very imbalanced comparing the two. But the best comparison would be $93,000 a year equivalent. Oh no, I lost where I was. There it is. Homes for rent. I like living in Granada. It's beautiful and it feels more set up for foreigners than any city, really. I would like to live in Jinotepe, but it's difficult to find housing near the central square. Yeah, of course, because the central square is completely bounded by the universities. It's like 8 universities or something in town. So yeah, you can't get close to the central square. But I don't think you'd want to be, honestly. I mean, it's cute, right? I mean, I get why you want to be on the central square. Don't get me wrong, but I think you'd actually be like, oh, it's not. Other than the view, and unless you're sitting on the square, you're not going to have that view. What you want to be is south in town. If you want to be like in the mix, you want to find like an apartment or find a house like maybe 5 blocks south of the square, much closer to Alicia and stuff like that. Like just in the tight blocks, you're not going to have the same space, but that's where the cool stuff is. If I was going to be in Jinotepe, honestly, I would want to be just outside town, maybe to the north towards San Carlos. It's just beautiful. You have more air, it's trees, horse farms everywhere. Like it's such a beautiful area. I wouldn't mind having a 3-minute commute into Jinotepe for the extra space. I am the Jerry that spoke with you a bit at Desayunazo the other day. Oh, Jerry! Oh my gosh, yes. Very close to Ponte de la Villa. Awesome. Yes, so Jerry and his wife, I believe, were at Desayunazo, which is the big breakfast restaurant here in town. And when we stopped in for breakfast, They recognized me and said hello. That's awesome that you're on. We got to get together and have a beer. I'm having mine, but what's funny, Jerry? While we were there, I think I told you I had a lunch meeting with someone from the community. And it turns out the person that I was having lunch with was actually at Desionasa with us, but didn't want to say anything because his wife was texting me, she wasn't with him, to arrange where I was having lunch. And so, but he's like, yeah, I was at the counter getting coffee while you guys were there. And when I went to lunch with him, someone else from the show recognized me and said hello as I was heading into lunch. It was quite a busy day. Matthias says, Ticuantepe has nice green mountains during the rainy season. Very beautiful. Oh, yeah, that area is really nice. Do you know many people who live there half-time? I would like to create a schedule like that. Basically snowbirds. Yes, I know a lot of people who do that. I would say half of the expats who are like seriously here do it kind of half-time. And honestly, we think we may do that eventually as well, but not the half-time that you think between here and the U.S. We're Italian. We want to do potentially halftime here and halftime in northern Italy. But at the moment, we don't have a place in Italy right now. We used to rent and live in southern Italy. But my wife is Sicilian, but both of us prefer Piemonte. So and I love Rome. I would be perfectly happy in Rome. I don't need to be up in Piemonte, but I really like Piemonte. So we may end up very likely with a second home up there at some point. But Granada is higher on my list. No, Guatemala is higher on my list these days because it's so easy for us to run back and forth, and we get so many of the advantages that you do to being in Europe, but with just a few hours, several hours drive. Ticuantepe, and yeah, do you know many people have time? Is it worth opening a bank account in Nicaragua and then having to deal with to file the U.S. IRS foreign account? Foreign account declaration. Probably not. So even without the foreign account declaration, I'm not sure. Other than the getting video games cheaper thing, which is real, if that's worth it. Very few people get Nicaraguan bank accounts because what are you going to do with it? It doesn't help you in any way unless you need to prove you have a local bank account. I think having one, no big deal, but I can't imagine being worth it. In digital format, I've found several U.S. employers who will not support work in Nicaragua. I would rather not lie. Well, it's not about lying. It's about not telling them incorrect information, right? So U.S. IT employers, they want to know where you're resident. You're not a resident in Nicaragua. You're not a citizen in Nicaragua. You're not officially in Nicaragua. You're not working in Nicaragua. You're working in the United States. So you should have an address. So this is simple, right? Keep an address in the United States. Remain an American. Let the U.S. treat you as non-resident. You are a tourist in Nicaragua. So here's the real question, because they're lying, I guarantee. If you were going to go on vacation, if you worked for that company and you went on vacation to Nicaragua, would they fire you, or would they tell you you're not going to get paid during the week you're on vacation? Would they tell you that, okay, you can go on vacation, but you must not sign into work? No, of course not. They would absolutely let you. They do it every day. They do it for everybody. Every company does. Because you're just a tourist and you're on vacation. When you come to Nicaragua, you are a tourist on vacation. There is a thing that happens in the human mind when you go on vacation and you don't have an end date. You start to think of your vacation as becoming a residence. And so you say things like, I live in Nicaragua, and there is what humans expect, and there is legal. And you never say what humans expect to a business. You say legal, because that's what you can get in trouble for. And if you said you're going to be in Nicaragua, you're lying. So you don't want to do that, right? Where are you going to be? I'm an American. But I travel. I like to go on vacations. That's part of the job. That's why I want to work remote, because I like to travel. I like having freedom. I'm a digital nomad. You don't say I'm moving to Nicaragua, because you're not moving to Nicaragua. You are going out and being a digital nomad and exploring the world. And at some point, you will pass through Nicaragua. Maybe it's the first place. Maybe it's along the path. Whatever. And at any given moment, you may leave Nicaragua. Right? It's very important. It is not permanent. You're not making a commitment. You're not showing up in Nicaragua and getting a form and saying, I promise I will never leave Nicaragua. They do not make you do that, right? You are a tourist, and technically there is a limited amount of time before they will kick you out. So you are not working in Nicaragua. If they asked Nicaragua, does he work there? They'd say absolutely not. That is illegal. He does not work here. He works in the United States. Or they'd say we don't know where he works. He doesn't work here. You don't answer in any other context as to where you work being the place that you're on vacation. I'm about to go on vacation to Disney World. If someone said, where do you work? I would not say in Disney World, right? That doesn't make any sense. That is not where I work. No one takes that meaning to mean that. It's just a vacation. But will I do some work while I'm in Disney World? Yeah, I will certainly be doing some work in Disney World. Hopefully you guys will be getting some video from Disney World, right? So definitely I'll be working, but I'm not working from Disney World. And Disney will be like, he's not an employee of ours. What are you talking about? So it's all about keeping the context. We have a tendency to look at our location, to look at our plans, to look at our desires, and take residency in these things and do weird things with them in our minds. But if you stick to the facts and keep it absolutely technical, right? So first of all, your employer has no business knowing where you physically are. That is not a thing, because they're going to pay you in the U.S. They can only pay you in the U.S. You are working from the U.S. You're an American worker who is not resident in Nicaragua. At some point, you could become resident in Nicaragua, and then if someone asks you your residency, well, you're only resident in Nicaragua when you're talking to Nicaragua. To the United States, you're simply non-resident in the United States. That residency is a local thing, not a foreign thing. So there should not be any time that an American employer needs to know where you're going to be, unless you're working for something like a defense contractor where they have very specific rules that you're not allowed to be in certain places ever. And then those early questions, like, can I take a vacation there, are absolutely not. You're not allowed to set foot in that place, period. That's part of the job. Oh, okay, yeah, no, then in that case, you can't do that, right? It is a completely different thing. But if you're able to take vacations, if you're able to be a digital nomad, then your answer is, I'm an American, I work in America, and I'm a digital nomad, I work from home and move around all I want. The fact that I'm in Iowa today, New York tomorrow, Canada tomorrow, Nicaragua in a month, none of that matters to them because it's not their business. And you don't need to tell them when you're going. Don't bring it up because it has nothing to do with the job. And at the time you take the job, you won't be here. Do you know of any same person, do you know of any U.S. companies with a presence there? So if they had a presence here, you wouldn't be allowed to work for them, right? You may not work in Nicaragua. So this question solves the problem from the previous one, right? It is not legal for you to work for an American company in Nicaragua. You can't do that. So first of all, there are basically no American companies with a presence here. Yes, we're one, but we're extreme exception. And we cannot hire Americans, right? Legally, we cannot hire an American in Nicaragua, and practically, due to legalities, we can't hire an American in America. We can, but it's really complicated. It causes all kinds of problems. So that's different because this is where we're based. American companies rarely have presence in Nicaragua. That is the exception, not the rule. By far, but if they do have a presence here, assume that fact alone rules them out of your list, because that's where it's different. That if a U.S. company has a presence in Nicaragua, but you're working for them in the United States, and you come to Nicaragua, suddenly you become working for a Nicaraguan company in Nicaragua, and you're breaking the law. That's where you run into a problem. We have the same problem that we have, for example, employees in Mexico, but we're a U.S. company. When those Mexicans travel to the U.S., as they sometimes do for Thanksgiving or Christmas and stuff, technically we have a potential problem because now they're working for a U.S. company and they're in the U.S. Mostly the U.S. looks the other way. It's just a few days. Clearly they're just here to have turkey with their family and they're going to go right back. As long as they do go right back and they're not talking to clients that are local, nobody really cares, and it's kind of a don't ask, don't tell thing. No one actually wants to enact a huge ban on 3 days of travel work, but technically it runs into at least a gray area where they're not supposed to travel to the United States without having been fired first. And then we can rehire them when they return, like for real. So it's incredibly complicated. But so the rule is always never look for work here. You never want a company that is based here if you're an American. But working for, and I mean, I would say straight up, anyone who cares that you're going to be in Nicaragua, they're not IT. You can't care about that and be IT by definition, right? They're not. IT is a business function, and a business making a business decision could never care about that because it doesn't. If anything, they would want you to be in Nicaragua because it only has benefits to them and benefits to you. And so those aren't real IT employers. Those are MSPs, the common scam organizations that claim to do IT but don't have the first clue what it is. But I have a Perazampopo in the background of your house. Oh, you heard in the background of my house. Yeah. There's a lot of things out there. It is a random zoo pretty much out here because we're in a pretty wild area. Like my garden itself is pretty ridiculous, and we're surrounded by like open land, so all kinds of stuff. Those are mostly, so right behind me here, they live in like our gutters, not our gutters, our French drains. They live in the French drains right out there. They're very loud. The questions have dried up. I have not looked to see who's still on. I haven't looked at the actual live stream in a while. Hopefully it's still working. Oh my gosh, it just updated. There's tons of people. Well, awesome. Oh, cool. Yeah, we got a lot of people on. This is really good. And Theo says, theoretically, if I marry a first-generation American whose father was born in Nicaragua, okay, if I marry a first-generation American whose father was born in Nicaragua, is there any way for her to apply for citizenship based on her father's birth? I think the if I marry part doesn't matter, right? That's not a factor in this question. This question is, there's a girl who has a father who was born in Nicaragua, but she was not. Is there a way for her to apply for citizenship based on her father's birth, regardless of whether she marries you or not? Correct me if I'm missing something there, but I don't think that matters. My understanding, because obviously this doesn't apply to me. I have U.S. and Italian through similar situations, so I have no need for citizenship here. But I have heard from people who are in a similar boat as her, not as you, that because their parents were born in Nicaragua, that they were able to apply for citizenship based on that. So I through very anecdotal, offhand information, yes, I believe that is true. So, very cool. 2 hours in, we have a lot of people on. This is great. All right, we need more questions. It got dry, but I still have my Tonya. It's hard to believe that we go through 2 hours that quickly. Like it flies by. What's really amazing, because you guys can't see this, the average amount of time that people are on the show is way up compared to people are staying for like twice as long as they did before, which is really cool because we're only halfway through the amount of time that we ran the show before. And so that tends to make it go longer as well. So just very cool all around. It's a neat thing. So I'm guessing, Entheo, that she's just interested in citizenship, or are you interested in residency because... I see. Chris said, yeah, you took some time. Well, thank you. I'm enjoying the Tonya and the little breather. And ask your questions. I'm just going to open the door and let the dog out because she wants to go run around and be a maniac or something for a moment. But I will be back in just a moment. Oh, it's a map. I didn't mean to show a map. Wow, whatever. And we're back. By the way, for anyone who hasn't checked it out, probably a lot of you have seen this, but if you go to my video page, my YouTube page, and this is the first I've seen it myself. I changed the layout a little bit this past week, and now you're able to actually see the live stream pops up on the main page, and it's its own category. And then when we're done, it goes away and it goes back to the regular organization. And we altered the organization just a tiny bit as well to like move the shorts down, because who's looking for the shorts? If you want them, scroll down. But now there's more categories, and we're starting to do like we're organizing the threads a little bit more so that you can go see like videos having to do with finding a house or videos having to do with like barrio walks and have those organized. That'll take some time. And then we're also going to do highlights by year so that you can go see like the best of 2021, and we'll kind of cherry pick or hand pick, I guess is the term, a handful of 2021 videos that we think people will like more, and 2022 ones, and have different, so you can kind of catch up a little bit without having to go through every single video, although obviously better if you go through every single video. That would be if everybody on the live stream went and watched all of the old videos one right after another. That would be amazing. Which restaurants in Leon have parking? None. I honestly do not know of one in Leon. Not a one. Yeah, no, you got me. I cannot think of a parking lot in the city. Top 3 beach towns. They're so different. Obviously, San Juan del Sur for some things is number 1, and it's the biggest, most popular. Las Piñitas is the general top traditional Nicaraguan beach town. It is very, very popular, and it's kind of the up and coming one, and it's the nicest one near a city. Those two stand out. Probably Popoyo, the big surfing town. I really like Valero. It's really beautiful. I don't know. We don't have like big standout beaches. It's more like we just have a lot of really nice beaches. So you have just you're flush with choices. The thing I like about Las Piñitas, the thing that makes it stand out, is that it's close to a city. It's the only beach, along with Ponaloya, that is right a part of the city. So you get the fun of a beach, but also you get to, just drive into the city and go dancing, go to the grocery store and stuff like that normally you can't do on the beaches. So that's really important from a finding it unique and special kind of way. I don't think someone would want Nicaraguan citizenship. Residency, yes. Patricia, so the thing is, if you get it by naturalization in that way, a lot of people do want it because they don't have to give up their other citizenship. If you're doing the conversion where you are applying for other reasons, very few people want it. I do have friends who want it and have gone and gotten it. So it's not impossible. They also put in decades getting it. Very dedicated. It's not a casual thing, but it's mostly just for people who are really, really, really dedicated to being in country. So Entheo, thanks. I was thinking if she got citizenship and we married, then you would get a dual passport. Absolutely not. That is not at all what you asked, and is not in any way true. If she got citizenship, her dual passport is useless. There is no reason to want a Nicaraguan passport. Nicaraguan citizenship, and that's really what Patricia's saying. The passport is famously the weakest in the Western Hemisphere. Maybe Haiti's is worse. It is a worthless passport, and every Nicaraguan, no matter who you talk to, everyone will agree their passports are the worst. There is no value to them at all, except if you had no passport at all, right? They're worthless. So there is literally no situation where you would use your Nicaraguan passport instead of your American one, assuming you have an American one or a Canadian one. The places where you would think maybe is like, okay, I'm going to go to Iran, I'm going to go to North Korea, I'm going to go to Cuba. Those places may let you in a little bit easier on the on the Nicaraguan if you're going to like North Korea. However, all those places are going to check that you're American anyway, and they don't care which passport you're presenting. It wouldn't do anything. But very importantly, if you marry a Nicaraguan citizen, even if she was born in Nicaragua, had nothing but Nicaraguan citizenship, she was just 100% Nicaraguan, and you got married, in no way whatsoever does that give you a path to citizenship. What it gives you is residency. And that's it. Citizenship is an extreme measure that requires a huge amount of effort. Either a massive amount of money. I don't know anyone who's managed to do it by money, but I know it can be done. But it's not like an amount of money. It is a degree of benefit to the country via money, or a degree of benefit to the country via some other action, such as being a folk hero or something. So how many bags of coffee, 30 grams, how many trees? Oh, I don't have any idea. Why are you not on other social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, etc.? So I actually reactivated my TikTok yesterday and got thousands of views today, so that's good. Facebook actually banned me a number of years ago, like almost a decade ago. I have no idea why. I even asked them, and they say they often make mistakes, but they don't reconsider, and it's permanent, and that's that. And honestly, I absolutely abhor Facebook. So the moment it happened, my life got better. So life was good. There is no reason to be on Facebook, but I am on Instagram, I am on TikTok, I am on Nika Loro, I am on Nikagram, I am on independent forums, I'm on TikTok a little bit now, getting back to, I'm on Rumble, don't go there, don't even open Rumble, my gosh, the horrors. And I'm probably on something else, but those, it's really just Facebook that I completely avoid. Advice on remote IT jobs. So, I mean, any good serious IT shop is going to be like, great, digital nomad who wants to go to places that cost less, so they're a little bit cheaper than other people, and can do the job. If they're a real IT shop, or any real business, the only thing they care about is your ability to do the job. Your location would never come up. So just look for better jobs, I guess. I mean, that's harsh in a way, and I'm sorry there isn't a great answer. But as an IT employer, like, I can tell you, it would be unethical and a crime in the United States for me to do what they're saying. I can't legally care where you work as an IT employer, because it does not hinder your ability to do the job. And by law in the United States, we are a business-first country. Fiduciary responsibility says that if I was to consider anything else, I am violating the trust of the investors, because I am actively sabotaging the company for my emotional, personal vendettas against a people or location. That is illegal in the United States. It is unethical anywhere. And so any place that cares about that, those are things you know about them, right? That and it would be something you could tell to their customers. Did you know that this company that you're paying for IT is actively sabotaging themselves and their customers just to get lesser quality work at higher prices because they have a racial concern or a national concern about things that are of no business of theirs and has nothing to do with the job? That's not something that a client wants to know, that they're paying for unethical and foolish people to waste their money. But a lot of employers are blind in the United States. A lot of investors are blind in the United States, and they don't realize that they have people stealing their money to use to forward their own very much personal political or social goals. But as an employer, as an IT employer, I know there's no legitimate. We 100% hire in Latin America, but only because that's where we hire. We recently just hired in England, right? But we only advertise in Latin America. However, hiring in England was a complete waste. They couldn't cut it, and we immediately had to go back to hiring in South America where we can get talent. Certainly, we don't put in effort hiring in the U.S. and U.K. and places like that because getting the talent is very, very hard compared to other places. But yeah, the only thing I can say is you want a job in the U.S. That is fully work from home. And that's about it. And a place where your legal ability to work as an American matters, right? So that's the thing, is that most IT shops that they're willing to hire you in the US, you really have to think about that makes you much more expensive. So you either, and this is partially why you're running into places that have fiduciary responsibility issues, the reason that they want to hire an American in the first place, in most cases, unless they're like a government contractor, and only then like a military contractor, because we're a government contractor, we have no such obligations, right? I personally have worked for governments. I've worked for the highest levels of the U.S. government. I've worked for the highest levels of European governments. I've worked for the highest level of Caribbean and Central American governments, and at no point has any of them had any legitimate reason or any reason at all to complain about the fact of where I work ever. And I have worked for things far above military contractors, and currently work for things far above military contractors. And they know where I am. And at the highest levels, they would never think of questioning the location. So finding better places. But if you're looking for places in America, there are lots of places that want Americans. Your advantage is your accent. Your advantage is your legal ability to operate as an American. The advantage of being able to tell customers that you are an American, and that you are then less costly than someone who's actually in America and having to pay those prices. But you're still more costly than someone from another region, most likely. But you bring that American advantage. There's no simple answer, but that's about the best we got. Jorge, what's up? Eric says, is anything allowed to be driven on the roads? I assume he means, is anything allowed to be driven on the roads? No, not anything. And it varies by town. But so like if you're on a little beach town and you want to zip around on a 4x4, like a little quad thing, generally you're going to be allowed to. Not 100%. It's definitely not a licensed vehicle. Could get in trouble, but generally they're going to look the other way. Here in Leon, you want to drive around in a tuk-tuk, they actually may give you a hard time. Like it varies, but that's possible. I have seen them on the roads, but officially they're not allowed for commercial traffic. So if you look like you might be commercial, they may hassle you a little bit. But in general, it's you have a wide variety of things allowed on the road, more than most places. But you still have to have registered vehicles like anywhere else. You should check the ranking number for Nicaragua's number of countries without visa. Oh, yes, from Candy. Yeah, once you see all the places that you can't go with a Nicaraguan passport, you'd instantly be like, yeah, I might as well just leave it at home. Does me no good. The only thing is you would then be required to carry 2 all the time. This would be super annoying because by law, in every country I know, but certainly all the ones that you will apply to, you must exit the country on its passport. So as you leave Nicaragua, you have to carry your Nicaraguan passport. But as you enter anywhere else, you'd want to enter on your American passport, especially nearby places. Like you can't go into Costa Rica as a Nicaraguan without special visas. You can't go into Mexico without special visas. And you can't pass through the U.S. on a Nicaraguan. But as an American, you're not allowed to, right? You have to present your American. So if you're going basically anywhere, you're in a position where you have to carry both passports, but you're only using the Nicaraguan one for exiting and re-entering Nicaragua and the U.S. one for everywhere else you go. So literally, it would make every trip more annoying without benefit. And Theo, thanks for clarifying. Yes, I'm more interested in residency since I would be potentially buying a farm that turns a profit and I'd stay there long term. Honestly, residency doesn't matter for that. My general rule, and I have an upcoming video that probably won't come out till March. It's part of my getting a few extras done. But the rule of thumb is you never want residency. You don't not want residency, but you don't want residency. There is no advantage to residency. There's just nothing that matters. The only time that you care about residency is when the government comes to you and says, look, you've been not resident for a really long time. You appear to be staying here. If you continue to do that in the future, you need to file for residency. And you say, okay, now I have to go through the pain of getting residency. And you do. And it's not that big of a deal, but it's not quite as nice as not having residency. You don't actually want residency ever. It's just at some point you were forced into it. That is it. The only exception I have ever heard to this from anybody ever, and when I say this, everyone immediately jumps to, but there must be a bunch of other exceptions. There is not. I've said this a lot. I know of no other reason. If you want to be a driving tourist throughout the CA4 and you want to drive your own car, so you must want to buy a car, want to have that car in your name, want to be the driver, and want to travel throughout the CA4 using said vehicle under your own locomotion, under that incredibly specific niche of which I know no expats that want to do, except me, then you need residency. That is the only thing that I know of that residency gives you an advantage on. The one and only thing. It makes every single aspect of everything else just a little bit more annoying. So, you don't want residency. So, the easy way to say it is if the words I want begin a discussion on residency or citizenship, there's confusion. Those aren't things you want. There are things you get stuck with, not things you want. Jillian, hey Scott, any ideas on how to ship small amounts of this lovely coffee to Canada and Europe? Yes. The best thing to do, so it depends. Are you like hand roasting the coffee and you want to ship up something special, or you just want to get some awesome Nicaraguan coffee up to people and be like, check it out? If it's the first, then we'll have to work out a shipping thing. If it's the second, what you want to do is hook up with Elton from Immense Coffee up in Acatal on Instagram. I can hook you up with his info and have him deal with it. He will get you Nicaraguan coffee, I'm sure, no problem, wherever you want to send it. He does that all the time. And he doesn't just ship it. It's his coffee farm. And everything. So he has the whole supply chain. Mary says, a friend purchased some property and retained the caretaker who has been there for years. The previous owner never had a contract with the property caretaker. It is important to have a contract, yes? Yes, you should have a contract. I know that it's uncomfortable often going to someone who's been there for a long time and saying, look, we need a contract. Honestly, the way that we handle it is we have a lawyer for everything, because we do a lot of stuff, but we retain a lawyer, and the lawyer will have those conversations. The lawyer goes and handles the payment. The lawyer does all those different things, all the things you don't want to do, including saying to the, and we're not talking about firing a caretaker, we're not talking about reducing their pay, we're talking about making them be under contract, right? So while it's an uncomfortable conversation for a lot of us to have with someone, it is also not a big deal. It's not hurting their lives. No one's waking up in the morning and going, oh no, I'm under contract. You have the lawyer just go up and say, look, this is what Nicaraguan law says we have to do. We're going to do it by the book because we don't want any problems for you or anyone else. We don't want anyone being surprised later. We don't want anyone not getting treated fairly. And this is how we do it. This is how we do it. And then you're done. And your lawyer will just take care of it. And great. And now you have a contract to protect you. They have a contract to protect them in case you go crazy and are trying to do something super illegal. But mostly it protects you. And it lays out what you have to do, and you just do those things. So yes, I would recommend a contract. Could you get away without it? Do tons of people get away without it? Yes. Is it smart? I don't think so. I consider road trip throughout the CA4 a decent reason for residency. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm doing it, right? Well, that and they told me I had to. But no, and honestly, I waited until they told me I had to. And that's my reward for going through the long process of doing it. So my reward is I'm going to be able to drive up there all the time and take you guys along in my little GoPro. By the way, when I say that, this is the little GoPro you all live in when we go on our trips. I plan to do a ton of Honduras and a ton of El Salvador and a ton of Guatemala. And I have a really good access to Belize. I should have absolutely transparent access to Belize that most people do not. And that's going to give me that entire region like all the time. And I now have an office in Guatemala, and an office in Belize. So I have a lot of reason to be up there in addition to all this kind of stuff. My company actually just opened offices in both, so we're very excited about that. I've never actually been to Belize, so that will be cool. And it's very close to Valentina when she's back home, so hopefully we can get her on the show more. Such a problem. And but Guatemala, as you guys know, it is my second favorite place. It is so nice. I love Guatemala so much. Really looking forward to having any excuse to spend more time up there. So that'll be really cool. And my most likely thing is we're going to get a second vehicle so that one vehicle can stay here and deal with all the day-to-day stuff. And we'll have a second vehicle that's hopefully on the practical side for me to do long road trips, and I'm going to gear it up with cameras on the outside and do just a whole bunch of different stuff like that. And I think that's for people like me and for a lot of people, it's a really big benefit of living in this region and having access to the CA4 is that we have these very different regions with different food and different culture and music and lifestyle. I mean, like going into Guate or Shela, the day-to-day life up there, or down in Costa Rica too, go around San Jose, the day-to-day life in the big city is so different than life anywhere in Nicaragua. Just the way it feels, the way it looks, the things you do, the way you shop. It's such a nice bit of variety, and it gives you that European feel. Not that you're in Europe, but like in Europe when you're in like France, you're like, oh, I do this France thing every day. But when you go into Germany, it's like, whoa, this is like a completely different place, and it only took me an hour, right? Like, it's super cool to be able to do that stuff, and that is something that we have access to because of Guatemala, because of Honduras and that stuff. And so for me, that's a big deal. And yes, I'm going to bring the dogs to Guatemala. I do think they would like it. I don't know how much I'm going to bring them into the city. My plan eventually is to get a high-rise apartment right downtown somewhere around Zona 10. Because I just love that region, and I don't want to be one of those Kajala people. I'm just kidding. I do want to be one of those Kajala people. I just can't afford it. But I want to be in 10 or 14 and have a very inner city lifestyle, and so the dogs will like to be down here a bit more. It will get me a lot more subscribers. I'm sure of it. Of the little bit that I did in Guatemala, I put out. So here's what's funny. I did a few episodes in Atitlan, and because I was with Yvonne, and she really wanted to go to Atitlan. So we put in some time there, and they are super unpopular. Like, they're okay, but they got 400 views. And I'm like, but it's Atitlan. And I did cool walks. I thought I made some pretty decent episodes, and none of them were popular. And then I went to Guate, into Guatemala City, and I did random walk. I'm walking Parque de las Americas. And all I did was walk this park. And it's thousands of views. And it's like, oh, nobody shows Guatemala City. I'm the only one that's actually showing the city. And it just exploded how many people were watching. I was like, okay, that works. So yeah, I think Guatemala City. The place that I'm planning on going first-ish. So I have plans with friends to go to San Salvador, which is like a smaller Guatemala city. Very, very, very much looking forward to that. What I want to do, I don't have strict plans for it, but it is on my short-term list and I don't want to drive up to this. I want to take the bus. I want to document the Honduran bus, show what it's like getting from Leon up to there, and do a tour of San Pedro Sula, because nobody shows San Pedro Sula. Everyone is so terrified of it. It's considered such a scary place to be that I really want to get up there and explore and show the city, because they've completely revitalized, right, over the last 2 years, and it's looks like the kind of city that I really want to get to know, with a lot of very urban environments and cool coffee shops and beautiful modern apartments and stuff like that. And I have a couple of reasons for wanting to do that. One is I love that, right? It's my lifestyle. And if you watch my Cochabamba videos, I was having so much fun in Cochabamba, Bolivia, because it was this really modern city that I could just walk all over the city and explore every little nook and cranny and little coffee shop and little restaurant. And it was fantastic. Love that stuff. And those cities will give me that. But also because my daughters, who are currently 15 and 12, and nearly 15 and 13. And they are very city children. Both of them have no interest in driving. They are both looking for city life when they're older. Both of them grew up bouncing back and forth between Dallas and New York City. So they're used to massive cities with all the, you could just walk to things and public transportation and all that kind of stuff. That's their jam historically. And they miss that. And that's when we're here, they're constantly like, oh, we want to go to Managua. We want to go do these things in Managua. And it's like, oh, yeah, Managua's got, but it's still not what they're looking for. It's just closer to it. And they really like going to Costa Rica because San Jose is more of what they're looking for. But San Jose is kind of dangerous and very expensive. And they like it. But they're also, both of my kids are very cost conscious, and they want to be in the CA4. They want to be in this region. And now 33, TJ. So they're right now really strongly looking at Guatemala City as they think that they will probably move up there together. Now, of course, when my eldest was the age of my youngest now, she was very seriously looking at moving to southeastern Peru. So, we will see. These things change, obviously. In digital format, good night. Thanks for all the questions. That was really helpful. And this is the most people we've ever had. This is really great. I also want video questions, people. Don't forget, take video of yourself and send that in to me. That will be fantastic. Can I do next week's show in a tux and a top hat? No, it's warm here. I'm not doing that. Do we have a show next week? We do. Next week should be okay. Is next week's on Leap Day? Oh, cool. We're going to do a Leap Day show, and that'll be our last one before I go to Mexico. So only one more live before we take a few weeks off. But so my daughters currently, they really feel they've been looking at apartments in Guatemala City. And you know how teenagers are. It's like, oh, where could I live in the future? And when we lived in Texas, my eldest was very much like, I want to live in an area known as Austin Ranch. If anyone's bored and wants to look it up. Austin Ranch, 33 is the record, Milton. And Austin Ranch is this beautiful neighborhood north of Carrollton in like the Plano, Frisco, I think it's in Frisco, but I'm not sure, area. And it's just gorgeous. If I was going to buy new in Texas, that's probably where I would go. It's fantastic. And my eldest is like, we walked around, went and looked at apartments, and she's like, this is my dream. When I'm older, this is what I want. And now my kids don't want to move back to the United States, but she loves the look and feel of Austin Ranch. And Guatemala City gives a lot of that. She wants to be in a high-rise. She wants an ultra-modern apartment. Both girls want high-rise and ultra-modern apartment. They want swimming pool on the upper decks. They want like all those things. They don't need a lot of space. They're very frugal. They're like, no, we want a little place, just big enough for the two of us. They want to share an apartment. Like they're super practical, and they're both like, neither of us want to drive. So we want to be based in a city where there's public transportation and we can walk to everything. And it's like, it's such a cool thing that they want to do this together, and they could be in the big city but not be that far away, because Guatemala City for us feels like we're still connected. Yeah, it's far away, but it's like I can go up for the weekend far away, and I want to have my own place up there, or probably I'll end up buying a place and that's where they'll end up living. That's the more likely thing. But my daughters and I are very, very close, and we always have been. And so they don't want to move super far away from us, but they do want to go out on their own, which is pretty healthy. And but they really like Nicaragua, so they want to be a part of this region. They want to be connected to this place. They don't want to give up on the CA4, and so that is. We'll see where they end up, right? They could easily end up in Colombia. They could easily end up in Argentina. They could easily end up in Mexico. And it's also important to remember that we have a business, and our business has offices in Mexico and Belize and Guatemala and Nicaragua and Bolivia and Argentina. And by the time they're of those ages, probably in Colombia and a few other places. And we have traditionally been in Panama, and they've lived in Panama. And so they will have all of these locations that have a lot of makes sense for them because of the potential for being connected with work, with their family company. And so those places tend to make a lot of sense. And we could easily be in Peru. Like the portion of Peru that my daughter wanted to live in is only 1 to 2 hours outside of our largest engineering office. Like by far our biggest, the center of the company is right there. So while that's a country we don't operate in, the place that she wants to be sits right on the border with the city that our biggest ops center is, and her best friend's home city is that city. So it makes a lot more sense than it seems. It is not a random, far-off, distant place in the way that it sounds. And from here, we can fly down there in just a few hours. Like, it's really convenient going to and from Peru if we need to. So that is a bit of stuff. And Patricia says, buy the girls a condo in Ciudad Cajala. Yeah, I'll get right on that. For those who don't know, a studio apartment, last I checked, which was years ago, a studio apartment in Cajala sells for more than $1 million US. It is one of the most expensive places in the world. It is without a doubt the most expensive place in Latin America. And amazing. I have been. It is so worth going. If you're going to be in the area, you have to visit it. It is magical. Crazy, but magical. Like it is cool. I would, in some ways it's like I couldn't handle living there. It's so ridiculous. But in other ways it's so interesting because, and I don't know if he's on, hold on, I'm going to say it. Elton about the coffee. He knows about the live stream. I don't know if he's on. There, I'm going to see if we can actually get Elton from Immense Coffee to jump on and give you information about that. I forgot that he was aware of the live stream. Yeah, Cajala is like... So when I was younger, we used to always have this like dream like me and my buddies, not this before I knew my wife, always had this dream of like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to live in Disney World? Because I used to go to Disney World when I was in my early 20s. And it was magic, right? As back then, now I'm going in a few weeks, and I'm like almost dreading it. And it used to be that like, oh, Disney had like these amazing restaurants, and everything was so perfect. And wouldn't it be cool if there was some way to have an apartment inside of Disney World, so that you could walk out and be a part of it all the time? But it's all artificial and fake, and so no, it actually wouldn't be cool. It would look neat, but you don't actually have a little French bakery to go to and get breakfast. You don't actually have a little cafe to go and have coffee. Like, there's all these things that don't actually exist there. It just looks like they do. And so, no, it wouldn't be cool on any actual scale. You would feel like this weird tourist all the time. Cajala is not that extreme. It's still all artificial like Disney World, so it doesn't have organic anything, and it's like, okay, this is all artificially created. But it's artificially created to be a real living place that is absolutely perfect. So it's kind of like the best part of Disney World and the best part of just being in a regular city. There's a part of me that's like, man, I would love to live there. And a part of me is like, I don't know, it's just too artificial. I'm torn. But I have spent a bit of time there. And it's like, its nightlife is actually pretty cool. It really would be neat. And it's so safe. Like there's reasons why, dropping $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month for a small apartment isn't, the worst thing in the world. TJ says, I'm still torn between Nicaragua and the Philippines. Nicaragua is winning because of the ease of travel back to the U.S. Yeah, if you're going to travel back to the U.S., Nicaragua is so hard to beat. And I think Alan was looking last week and said that flights round trip to Miami from Managua were, it was like $170 round trip. So it was like $85 each direction, like so cheap on Spirit. It was pretty amazing. Larry says, Panama City has all those features plus a subway. It's very expensive, though. It's like Miami. So I used to live in Panama. I wouldn't say it's like Miami. Panama City is really nice. It is not comparable to Guatemala City at all. Guatemala City is the city itself is twice the size of Panama, the country, let alone Panama City. Panama City is amazing. It has all these beautiful high-rises, but many of them are empty. It doesn't have the streets full of the cute little shops and restaurants the way that Guatemala City does. That said, I do love Panama City. I loved living in Panama, but when I go to Guatemala, it is a different feel. It is such a different feel than Panama. But I'm really hoping I can get to Panama this year. One of my best friends lives in Panama City, and she would love to be on the show, and it would be so much fun to go down and visit again. It's been too long since I've been there. Tied your record of people live. Did we just hit it again? Very nice. Oh, my hat just came apart. What just happened? Oh, my hat has been rusting. Well, that's just great. Why is my hat rusting? Now it doesn't. Now it doesn't stay. That's wonderful. The metal clasp on the hat has given up the ghost, and it's not an old hat. I got it for my birthday, and for those who don't know, my birthday is Sunday, so I got it a year ago Sunday. And last year on my birthday, we had a private Cadejo concert at my place, and it was super cool. And like it became the thing. Like no one had done these private concerts with big bands like that. And my wife was like, "We're doing this," and like this big thing. And then it turns out for Saturday night, but it will go over midnight into my birthday, I'm at someone else's birthday party with the same band playing. So technically, I'm gonna see Cadejo playing on my birthday at a private party 2 years in a row. We are. Oh, I'm not even looking at how many people we have to see what the numbers are at. Where'd it go? It disappears so easily. There. Nah, we're still just at 32. I've seen some scary videos about people getting old and sick in the Philippines. I hate to tell you, Patricia, but people get old everywhere. I mean, even in Nicaragua, it's magical, but you still get old. But you get old with Tonya. That should be like the national slogan. Nicaragua, grow old with Tonya. And then like marimba music. That's a real thing. People like playing marimbas places. Like you never know if you're gonna get accordion, marimba, a trumpet, a mariachi band, cumbia, salsa. It's all over the place. But you're just walking down the street and you could be musically assaulted by just about anything. Boy, you guys are quiet. Come on, let's get some. We got so many people on. Let's get some stuff going. Trying to think of what we got to tackle. The problem with drinking beer while doing it is I keep wanting to burp. I had to eat my dinner very, very fast because they made it literally 5 minutes before. It's always, I tell them a day ahead. I'm going to do the live stream 6:30, and then I think she's talking about getting stranded after losing all their money. That I could see happening, right? You definitely. I mean, I don't want to pick on the Philippines. I'm sure it's a lovely place, but you do get a lot of horror stories from over there with like scams and just things going wrong that I don't feel like you really get much from like Central America in general. It's probably just from the volume of people that go there. There's so many more, but yeah, I don't know. Hey Scott, love your channel. This is Emily Everything. Awesome, I love the name. I'm looking into moving into Nicaragua. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Corn Islands. Thanks. So I've never actually been to the Corn Islands, but Yvonne, who has done some of the work on the channel with me, was there like 2-3 days ago. And she was there for several days. So things that she said, she does not like small corn because it is... okay, real quick, for those who don't know, Corn Islands, 2 Caribbean islands that are part of Nicaragua. They are basically directly east of Bluefields in the southeast. So they're not very far from Costa Rica, but they are Caribbean islands. They are the property of Nicaragua. They're right off San Andreas, Colombia. And so they're very small. They give you a full-on Caribbean island feeling while being in Nicaragua. So the thing about the Corn Islands is they're very small. So small corn is basically nothing but super high-cost American prices for Americans who are on vacation, which is cool, but not generally a place you want to move to. Big corn is much more Nicaraguan. Prices are more reasonable. It has the airport. It actually produces some of its own food. You don't have to take a ferry for absolutely everything. The Corn Islands are beautiful, but they're everything on the Caribbean. There are reasons why no one moves there. it's beautiful, but it is super remote. The resources, the things, the culture, all the things that you tend to think of as Nicaraguan. Hey, there's Elton. We got him on. All right. So if you're looking for information about coffee, Jillian, talk to Elton. He's their Immense Coffee Movement. He runs what must be the most famous coffee farm in Nicaragua. He owns the most famous coffee farm in Nicaragua and has an awesome YouTube channel and makes coffee here in the country and drinks coffee here in the country, but also has coffee available in North America from here. So his distribution network is probably what you want to leverage. So awesome. Elton, thanks for jumping in. One of these days, Elton is going to do an actual show with me, but we're trying not to do what we did with Jack Pittman, which both of us did with Jack Pittman, which is do like a live stream where we just kind of videoed each other. Like, that's cool and all, but I want to drive up to Acatal and actually hang out up there and do stuff. And we'll film together, but I can't do that until I'm back from Mexico and got a bunch of stuff ironed out. But that I'm really hoping to do. That'll be super fun. So back to Emily with the Corn Islands. So the Caribbean really lacks, Nicaraguan Caribbean, really lacks a lot of infrastructure. And it's extremely poor. And of course the Corn Islands are kind of their own thing, but they're attached to a very large amount of jungle. Right? So they're out in the water. And so a tiny island always has its challenges. And it can be amazingly relaxing, but you are talking about an incredibly small amount of sand sitting in the Caribbean with no resources. And so in many cases, it's going to be so beautiful. You're going to go out on vacation. You're going to be like, this is amazing. I want to live like this. And then reality sets in after you've been there for a few months and you realize there is only the restaurants that you know. There is only the the little shop that you know. There is nothing, and every little thing is either a overnight ferry to a little dinky little super poor town on the coast or a flight into Managua. And then you're going to be potentially incredibly sorry that that's where you're living. Now, do you want to go rent a place for a few months? Check it out. It's going to be very expensive. But like all the things we talk about in Nicaragua, the food, the culture, the cost of living, the access to things, the incredible internet, the great power, all those things out the window, right? You don't get any of that in the Corn Islands. And so I don't want to tell you not to go to the Corn Islands, right? Just be aware this is an absolutely itty bitty little place in the middle of nowhere, and moving out there would be extreme, right? And nothing like what you've seen. So let's be clear. The entire population, I had to look this up, the entire population of the Corn Islands, just real quickly, TJ asks, is Jack okay? He hasn't posted. Yes, I talked to him a couple days ago. He's fine. He's gotten really obsessed with a project on a video game thing that has just pulled him out of everything, and he's fine. But I was worried about the same thing because I have him on Telegram, and he wasn't responding to me for a while, so I was actually worried, but no, he's good. The Corn Islands together have a total population of 7,700 people. So if you were to move out there, you're one of those people, right? You're moving into an absolutely isolated community. And so you have to like those people on that island. You have to like the restaurants on that island. You have to like the food. You have to like the weather. You have to like every single thing because you cannot escape it. There is no alternative to what you discover on the island. And so now if you're a recluse and all you want to do is live on a little, thing deep in the jungle and no one can talk to you and hey, it doesn't matter, right? Then that's probably fine. The food will still cost more, but it's okay. But there are such extreme limitations that in an awful lot of situations, I think you'll find that you're just like, oh my gosh, 7,500 people that I cannot escape. It's nothing like going to, if you were to say, I'm going to move to San Juan del Sur. Well, first of all, that's 15,000 people all in one town. And if you leave town, you're immediately in other towns with a couple thousand people here and there. And if you get sick of all those people, then you can just go up to Rivas, where there's 150,000 people. Right? No big deal. You can always drive out. You can walk out. You can take the bus out. There's all these things. And even when you go home, you're dealing with this pretty big number of people, 15,000 just in the village. In the Corn Islands, one island, I don't know what the break is, but I think it's like 1,000 are on one island and like 6,500 are on the other. So assuming you pick the bigger of the two, it's still only 6,500. That's 1/3 what you would get in San Juan del Sur, and you don't get people just passing through all the time. They only come and go by the plane. So it's just so limiting to be on an island that small. It's like Gilligan's Island. I'm too old. Everyone's gonna be like, the what island? So I go out to the Corn Islands, check it out, spend a little bit of time, but look at it with a really critical eye of, would I want to be trapped? Would I want to be this isolated, this difficult to get places? And maybe it is. For 7,000 people, it is a place that they want to be. But of all the people that, in the last year, we assume roughly, based on very rough what we've seen, about 1,000 people have moved to Nicaragua or families have moved because of my show, or used my show and talked to us in some way. And not a single one of those people went to the Corn Islands or the Caribbean coast or that side of the country or anything. And so when you're thinking about the Corn Islands, you're kind of in a 1 in a million scenario to want to end up out there, if that really ends, which someone does, right? You could be that person. Just be aware that it's a super different experience. But if you're just going to go out and visit, absolutely. So Jillian, he's in Acatal, which is you would drive out to Esteli and keep going north way up. It's the last major thing before you hit Honduras for the crossing at Los Manos, the trucking crossing up in the north, heading towards Tegucigalpa. So he's a good hike up there. Looks to me like those Tonias have kicked in. In half an hour, you'll be out cold. Well, it's still the first Tonia, just to be clear. Not feeling it. Jack hasn't posted. Scott Nelton, 2 Nika YouTubers who do a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Haven't been here long. Want to stay. Amateur's coffee aficionado here with friends begging to taste. Oh, nice. Yeah, Nueva Segovia region. About 5-hour drive from Matagalpa. Imagine how long it is from here. Actually, I don't know. It's like 6 or 7 hours, I think. It's a good hike. That's why once I have the car and I can cross the border, then I can do it like, I'm going to go up to Tegucigalpa, then stopping into Nueva Segovia is easy, but on its own. The only thing is, I've got a buddy who goes up, you guys see him on the show sometimes, Big Ronnie, who performs, sometimes performs up there in Nueva Segovia, and I need to catch a ride with him, or drive him and go up to a concert or something and hang out. That would be a lot of fun, and spend more time up there, get to know the region a little bit. By the way, thank you everyone who's been buying me coffee on this show. I'm like, 6 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 1 hour ago. There's a number of coffees have come in. I'll be well caffeinated tomorrow. That's awesome. And we'll see if this show pulls in the whopping $3 that last week's did. It's funny because it's true. Has the craft beer movement made any progress in Nicaragua? Milton, seriously? You're not watching the show enough. Yes. So there's 2 major craft beer places. There's actually a few, but I don't know much about the one. I can't find any information about it, but I've seen some pictures of some places in the country showing the coffee from, it's like Dr. Falk or something like that. There's a place in San Juan del Sur, but personally I'm not a fan. It's a cute little place, but they don't sell it anywhere for a reason. Like it's like a novelty place on the beach for backpackers. Like, that's the problem with San Juan del Sur. A lot of the things are like, oh, this is good for a backpacker town for just tourists, but it's not good like, I'm going to do this every day because I live here. Not always. Sometimes they got great stuff. The sushi place is really good. Like, there's a few things that are really nice down there. I like going to San Juan del Sur for isolated things, but I don't stay for very long. But if you're here in Leon, for example, there is the craft brewery Cerro Negro. They make about 13 different beers. They're pretty good. They have a nice brewery, a brew pub of their own right downtown, a little bit east of the cathedral, called Palates and Beer, and you can go do 12 beer flights there, and that's really cool. My favorite craft beer in the country is Moro Potente, has been for a long time. A lot of you know my best friend is a beer aficionado who moved to Belgium so she could drink beer and invest in castles. Literally, that's what she did. And her favorite beer in the world is Moro Potente. And if you follow her on Untapped, she checks in at a different beer 3 to 4 times every single day. Like, the amount of beer that she's drinking on any given day is so absurd. But she's huge. So Moro Potente makes about 9 different beers, and they are all on tap at Desperados in Las Penitas. It's the only Moro Potente place that I know of in the country with more than 2 taps. We were talking about Cajun earlier. Cajun is a 2-tap Moro Potente place, which is pretty nice. Getting Moro Potente on tap at all is a big treat. It's the only one of the breweries that I know that sells the kegs. Everyone else is like craft beer in bottles because it's a bottle culture. I think we have an episode about how it's like that. And they sell bottles all over the country, but you have to get them like specialty, or like, it's like a big thing. Moro Potente will ship kegs if you have a real beer place. And but the biggest I've seen is 2 on tap. 99% of the places that sell Moro Potente only have it in bottles, and Desperados has 9 taps. So if you want to do flights of Moro Potente and try all their different stuff, Desperados is literally the only place I know to do it. But they have a lot of beer. And you noticed that Victoria was selling a dark brew when you were just there. Is it good? It is okay. It's the triple malt dark. The bottle is beautiful. I love what they did with the bottle. It's only okay. It's not a style that I'm really into. And I like Victoria. I drink Victoria over Tonya. I'm drinking Tonya because it's what we have pallets of in the house. I don't know why. We have like literally cases and cases of Tonya. I prefer, if I'm drinking this type, Tonya Light. It's just, these are very light Pilsners. I just prefer Tonya Light if I'm going to do that. But if I'm drinking like beer, I want Moro Potente and like a stout. So it depends what I'm drinking. But the triple malt Victoria Dark is just, it's okay. You have to be another time. Yeah, she's coming down here, Elton. She's not coming up there. Haha. We're hanging out down here. And let's see how is our live stream doing? We're down to 27. Oh, everybody's leaving. And our average view time keeps increasing, which is awesome. Which, of course, as we keep going, that's likely to go up a little bit. But the average view duration is actually probably the biggest number that they really care about, from a like how healthy is the show kind of thing. So that's pretty cool. It also gives me a chat rate. We're currently at a chat rate of 3. I have no idea what that means, but that's what our chat score is. So we do this every week, Elton. This is it's a fun place to hang out on a Thursday night. But it's our first time with beer. What you should do is ship me a bunch of coffee, and then I can drink immense coffee while I'm doing the show, and people will be like, "Ooh, where'd you get that coffee?" You should also make really cool mugs. Have you seen these? I don't know if you have Casa del Cafe up there in the north. I honestly don't know how far it goes, but they make beautiful thermoses that I never drink Casa del Cafe out of it. But you know what? They don't do refills of it, though. It's really dumb. TJ got here late. Did you talk about the AT&T downtime? We did, actually. You know, it's funny. AT&T was hacked. Claro was hacked down here and is still down. It's been down for a month. Their phone calls are still going through, but the systems are down. This is where the party is at. Yeah, you know, Elton, we should do a joint really cool swag, which I really got to get on. I got to talk to La Marcelita mañana about that because we got to get stuff before I head up to the States, which is very, very soon. How are the vets in your area? A good vet here gave me something for my dog, and he was sick for 3 days. Our vets down here are really good because they're my vets down here because I have my own vets. So, yeah, very good. Yeah, up in the mountains, there's good vets everywhere, but you have to really hunt around. You have to make sure you know who you're getting. So it can be a little bit tough at times, which is very unfortunate. I have the air conditioning on, but under the lights, it gets a little bit warm. That looks nice. Yes, it does. So these are ridiculously expensive. This is the secret money laundering of Nicaragua. Is the coffee thermoses, whatever these are called, are so expensive. It's like if you had these in your luggage, if you filled up your luggage with these from Casa del Cafe, you would violate the $10,000 value declaration rules. You could seriously ship money around just in those. I'm like the Joe Rogan of Nika podcast. These marathon streams are great. Thank you. Someone was telling me I need to do a 24-hour marathon, which is pretty silly. However, one, I think it would be fun. If I had like everything set up, and I would have to have staff who's like bringing me food and sitting in to talk when I like go to the bathroom and stuff. And yes, Jillian, the calls are working fine. It's that you can't sign up or make payments. Like the things like that are not working. It's their back end systems. They basically opened everything up so that it could stay online. Doing a 24-hour would be completely absurd. It doesn't make any sense. But I think doing an all day, like on a Saturday or something, and doing a like from 8 o'clock in the morning to like 10 or 11 at night, and do like a really super long day and do a marathon, because there is a couple things I'd really like to raise money for me, obviously, like not for charity. We don't do that stuff. But there is. I really want to get a drone, but I'm not allowed to have them here, so I'm not going to try to do that until I have an apartment somewhere or a way to easily store stuff outside the country, or talk Nicaragua into letting me have a drone. I'm working on it. It's hard. Anyway, but I really want to get a DJI Pocket 3, which is kind of a competitor to the GoPro, to film a little bit differently. And I think for some of the stuff I do, it will be better. For some stuff, it'll just be a point of interest to be different. But it does help me having different cameras. But just yesterday, they announced, so we're on a Fuji XS20, which is their new camera from a few months ago. And they just announced a new camera, completely different style, that has been, it's often considered the most anticipated camera release in camera history, like ever, for real. And it's looks absolutely beautiful, and I'd really like to get one. And it would actually be really good for doing some of this stuff and giving me a second camera so I can switch back and forth and do stuff. It can't run indefinitely the way that this one can, because this one, I've said this before, but it has active fans that I've added to the back of it. So it's just pulling air through, and I can hear the fan running to keep it cool, but that's what allows it to keep running like this. The other one we'd have to shut on and off, but I can flip back and forth between different things, so it would work fine. So I know you talked about this before. I'm with Verizon, but when I arrive in Nicaragua, I should get a Nika chip from one of the two providers. Yes, right now I would definitely get Tigo, because Claro is having problems, and just don't invite extra problems. But generally, Tigo and Claro are roughly equal. I use Tigo, but it's random. Right, I'm not like, yes, Tigo. I mean, right now I am, but in general, Claro seems fine too. I've had Claro for home service, like they were okay. They're pretty much the same service at the same price, by and large. But you can't call from one to another. You really don't make phone calls here, so it doesn't really matter. But everyone I know is on Tigo, so we all use Tigo. You just end up in one camp or the other. I know Tigo supports eSIMs. I assume Claro does. But Tigo we have tested. So if you have an iPhone 15 and have to be on eSIM, it's definitely an option that you can do without a problem. I assume no problem with Claro, but for all I know, that's the thing that's not working with Claro right now. I don't know what's working and not working with Claro. So you'd want to be a little bit cautious at least. So what's everybody doing this weekend? Everybody got plans? I have. While you're typing, I expect everyone right now to be typing up what you're doing this weekend, is tomorrow just normal work for the most part. Marcella is coming down to join for the weekend because we got a lot of stuff going on here. On Saturday, unfortunately, I'm missing a bunch of stuff I want to film, but I'm going to be hanging out on the beach with Cadejo. Got a private party all night, Saturday night into Sunday morning. And everyone's going. My wife's going, and Marcella's going, and tons of our friends. Like, it's gonna be a huge thing. So I'm gonna be gone all evening. Oh, my dad is leaving. Good night, Dad. And partying all night, and then at midnight it's my birthday. And honestly, I've kind of forgotten until we were doing this live broadcast that Sunday is my birthday. So I don't know what I'm doing for my birthday on Sunday. Which is a funny situation. But yeah, I honestly don't know if we're doing anything. My kids may be surprising me with something. So Samsung Android, like, you should be fine. Does it have a SIM card slot? As far as I know, everyone does except for iPhone. Only the newest iPhones. They don't have them anymore. Dinner out with friends Saturday, then packing. Nice. Up there in Matagalpa, so you can move down to beautiful sunny Leon. Oh, what is my video today? How many people, okay, hands up. How many people already watched today's video before this? Oh, thank you, T-Bone. So I think my video for today, because, honestly, I edit them so late at night that by the next day I don't remember what it was. Oh, gosh, I'm going to be 48. I'll type that so everybody doesn't ask again if they missed that. And see, I'm so old, my brain left the station. What was I saying? Samsung, Android, everyone buy iPhone. Nope, completely forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I got distracted, and here we are. Yeah, it's probably do something with the family. I expect that my kids are going to surprise me with something or want to do something for my birthday, so I'm kind of just hanging loose with that, I guess. But yeah, I didn't think about it at all. We're heading up to the U.S. and Mexico so soon that that's kind of taken all of the brain power. We've been scheduling hotels and flights and Disney tickets and trying to buy things and have it shipped, and just normal work has been busy, good but busy, and you put it all together and I'm just losing track of where I am. You haven't watched today's video yet. That's what I was talking about, today's video. Thank you, Patricia. Let me go look and see what it is. If I can find it easily somewhere. You'd think I'd be able to get to my own channel quickly. I think today's is the one where I watched Tony Travels. And, so when you do a YouTube show, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. That is, okay, so I can only imagine that is the thanks button. Can you confirm that? I have never seen that before, and I have no idea what that does, but that looks like it just gave me a gift through the YouTube system, which, thank you very much. That's amazing. Emily picked up an extra first aid shift this weekend. I'm assuming you're a first aid worker, EMT, researching more about where to live in Nicaragua, and a session with an EFT client. Cool. Well, you can spend the weekend watching my show. There's plenty of episodes. That'll keep you busy forever. But not so busy that I can find my own episodes. There we go. Go to main channel, content, videos. And today's is San Juan del Sur, the worst place in Nicaragua for digital nomads. And that was it's super chat. Oh, cool. I see there's a show your support button, engage. Oh, neat. Okay, wait, I'm going to click on a button. I don't know what this does. I apologize if this does something weird. Well, I don't know what that does. Never mind. So being a long-term YouTuber in a place like this, I put in a lot of time, not necessarily intentionally, figuring out how to live here, what's going on, comparing different places, not just for you guys, but for myself as well. And just you live in a place, you get to know a place. And then so many YouTubers pop through and do like a real quick passing through thing. And I know what some of them are doing. They're going on vidIQ or whatever and just saying, what's a headline that will get me some likes? And it'll say, Leon, the volcano boarding capital of the world, and they'll be like, okay, that's going to be my episode, and they'll do an episode on that. And they don't check to see if that's true. It is true in that particular case. Leon is the volcano boarding capital of the world. That is a thing that people come here to do, but they don't know that. They don't check on that. They don't verify that that's true, and they don't experience it and then make it. They just look for a headline, or they go to one place and say, oh, this is the perfect thing for this. And so it's not a bad show. And he goes to San Juan del Sur, and I know he was up here in Leon, and I know where he did. I want to find some of the people that were on his show because I know where they work. But he comes and does like this is Leon. I didn't know Leon would be like this. And it was just kind of him musing about Leon. It was a decent episode. And then he went to San Juan del Sur, and his episode in San Juan del Sur, which sounds like a headline pulled off of vidIQ's artificial intelligence, is why San Juan del Sur is the best digital nomad location in Nicaragua. And then his episode in no way explained why it was correct. And oh my gosh, thank you. That's it's my birthday, and this is new. We just added the capability to do whatever this is, the super chat. Like a couple days ago, I was doing one of those educational YouTube things. I don't do that very often, but YouTube offers these things. They're like, learn how to use your YouTube. And I was in there doing that, and while I did that, one of the things is like, are you enabling these things that are specifically, this is how live chat's supposed to work. And my niece is or was this massive TikToker, and she was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or whatever, like doing something like this, like huge business from doing this kinds of stuff, and all from live chats on TikTok. And I'm like, what is going on? And she's like, yes, it's a tip system. And it's like, she was showing me, and we buy the same studio lights as each other. And if you watch my other channel, my Take Flight with Scott, it's Emily who does that show with me. She went on to be TikToker famous. I don't know if she's really TikTok famous. Very isolated niche of TikTok that she has, but super popular there. And so they're like, you're supposed to have this turned on. You're supposed to. I'm like, okay, I don't know how this works, but very cool. And thank you very, very much. Thank you. That's awesome. Well, you guys are the best. I have the coolest community for sure. Like you guys really are awesome. So I was watching Tony in San Juan del Sur, and he's doing this thing. Thank you, Emily. This is so cool. So in his video, right, first of all, he's doing this like why it's the best place, but he doesn't explain why it's good. He just kind of tells about it, and he's like, look at all these backpackers. Like these are not digital nomads. And at no point does he explain why it's good for digital nomads, and at no point does he compare it to other places, all of which I think are better for digital nomads. So I made a video today, like responding to him, like, come on, like here are the things that digital nomads care about. And San Juan del Sur comes in at one of the worst places in the country for all these factors: the cost of living, the quality of the internet, the quality of the power, the being able to get a nice quiet place to work, the safety. Like, it's not bad. And if you really want to be on the beach and you really want to be around the party and you want to have this view and you want to be these things, yeah, it's the best place, despite the fact that it's not as good for digital nomading. It could be the right place for you to live. Like, it's a great place. I love San Juan del Sur. I don't like it like I like Leon, but I like it. But just doing this video where it's like, no, it's the digital nomad. No, what he means is it's the backpacker haven, and it's like clickbait. And this drives me crazy, going around town, and he went into his shop, and this was just accidental, but he's been here in Nicaragua long enough, right? Because he didn't just arrive here, and he's been to all these different places. And he goes into a shop and says, what are these? And she says, deditos, little fingers of cheese. And he goes, oh, Doritos? Like, obviously they're not Doritos. Like, I get that they use weird words here, but it's cheese fingers. We use this expression absolutely everywhere. And you can't have, like, been here very long without running into this. Every restaurant's menu is covered in dados and deditos, which is why I made a couple of those videos, because I was like, oh, people need this. And then he said, how much is it? And they said 40, which is 40 cord. And he goes, 40. That's like $1. Well, it's $1.08, right? Which, yes, it's like $1. But why was he trying to pay in US dollars? He's in Nicaragua. You don't use US dollars for small transactions. You can use it for paying rent. You can use it for paying for a hotel. Sometimes you can use it as a restaurant. Everyone will take it, but if you're going to use US dollars, you have to round up. You can't short people. This is Nicaragua, right? Things are super cheap and the margins don't exist. So people in little shops, like he's in a tiny little shop, this person's lucky to make $300 or $400 a month, and you're not going to take 10% or whatever off the price of an item because you're an American who doesn't feel like using local currency when you've been living. Like, it's just... It bothered me a little bit. And he said, oh, that's like $1, which he should have known it wasn't $1 because that's not what it's worth. And he even put it on the screen, 40 cord equals $1, which is not true. 37 cord equals $1. And then someone corrected me. No, you're way off. It's 36.3, which is wrong. It's currently floating in the U.S. at 36.89, which is the nearest number is 37, but there is an official bank number that does it, and the number is 37. Like, that is the actual number you get from the federal bank, the national bank. So 37 is the real number. And so he was trying to pay $1 for something that's $1.08. And so he asked her, and she goes, no, $2. And he's like, oh. So he paid her $2. Like, he wasn't trying to stiff her. He was just being weird. Like, using US dollars for itty-bitty transactions that work in pennies doesn't make any sense because there's no change here. There's no pennies, there's no nickels, there's no dimes, there's no quarters. There is $1, $5, $10, and $20. Maybe 50s. But, like, that's what you're working in. So you can't use US dollars for small things. It won't round correctly unless you just, okay, I'm going to overpay by a huge amount. So he overpaid by 92%, which is crazy. But the entire thing is crazy. They're changing it at the Mercado for 36.3 right now. In which direction? That matters. Because there's a difference between its exchange rate and what you get at the Mercado. Because at the Mercado, you get the resulting rate. But when you're looking at an exchange rate, it's what they're worth. You always have to pay an overhead. So in one direction, it's worth one thing. In another direction, it's worth another. So if you're giving them dollars, I expect you get 36.3. But if you give them Cordoba, they would not give you 36.3 because you could go to the federal bank and get more money. Jillian asks, what is the quality of the internet near Leon Beaches? Is it okay at work? It's really good. So most of the country is really, really good. San Juan del Sur is pretty good too. It's just not as good because it's so far away. So you just have more to go wrong. But anywhere near Leon, you can get Teco fiber, which is really amazing. That's what we're broadcasting on right now. Before anyone complains that I'm drinking water, not beer, this is from the beer company. That's who we get our water from. So you have awesome internet basically everywhere in the country. But down here is exceptionally good. Claro and Tigo are down here. They're okay. Teco is the best. But the thing that's really going to affect you, Jillian, is wherever you're staying, right? So I know some places like the Simple, El Simple, and Desperados and Playa Roca, they all have Teco at the hotels. So those are really good. But you could easily end up somewhere else, and it could be really bad. Oh my gosh, Generic Expats is here! What's going on? This is Eric from Generic Expats, who someday is going to finally get our video out where we did an interview at Desperados, which I just mentioned. That was awesome. Yes, I do chug the water. I'm like, I go really long periods without drinking, and then I put down a liter like really quickly. There we go. So Eric is in Panama right now. We just talked. I assume you didn't fly on yet. Now, where are you staying in Panama? And we should figure out how to do a live show like this. So Elton is on right now too, or he was just on. So Eric from Generic Expats also did interviews with Elton and with Scott Moore, that a lot of you know, who's up in Shela, Guatemala now. Comes in, don't be mean. You keep saying that. We'll see. I know how it is. I have videos that are backlogged. Doing the daily, I get something out every day, but I have backlogs that are so ridiculously backlogged. Like, you guys have no idea. Some of the stuff is just sitting there. It takes so long to get a video out, depending on how busy I get. I stay up super late at night making sure the dailies make it out. And right now I'm backlogged because I don't want to release some Nicarumbas without thumbnails. And Valentina has been stuck on flights and all kinds of stuff. It is not going to be until next week that she's into a coffee shop and figuring out what to do in Buenos Aires. So we're giving her some time, and then hopefully some backlog will catch up. I've got 2 Nicarumbas done. And I'm almost done with a everyday vlogger, and hopefully some drive warps to hold you guys through while I'm in Mexico, and my footage is going to be shorter. And then hopefully pretty soon we're getting some VR footage. So yeah. Enthio, what's the water quality in Leon and most major towns? Does it have strong chlorine taste? It certainly does not have a strong chlorine taste. We do not use a lot of chlorine. Is it safe to drink? It is safe to drink. In almost all towns, you can drink the water. The thing that a lot of it doesn't taste great, and there are water supply issues, especially down here where it's hot and old colonial towns, but this can apply anywhere. I don't think in Matagalpa like it happens too often, but down here, water can be shut off for parts of the day. It's not generally like huge, like it's normally like 4 hours. That's super annoying. And drinking water, if you don't have any, you'll be sad. So there's a lot of reasons why we tend in Nicaragua to use drinking water. In the colonial cities, like Leon and Granada, there is a possibility for ancient pipes, both in the buildings and in the city. So we often, if you're just drinking like while you're visiting, fine. The water is safe. People drink it. People in Managua drink the water every day. People cook with it. We live in the city. Well, now we're on well, but we just lived in the city. And when we lived in the city, we'd be brushing our teeth. We'd be cooking with it. We wouldn't get like a big glass of it and drink it, but we were certainly ingesting it all day, every day. Every time you get in the shower, you're ingesting it. Like, so it's not like you're worried about getting it in you. If you're drinking the water over a lifetime, if you're always drinking it, and you live in the colonial cities, there are old pipes, and there is a possibility that you could get exposed to heavy metals over time. The amount is very minor, but it could be a problem. So locals, when they can, do drink bottled water, but it tastes better. Like, no one makes the tap water taste great. That's not necessarily a thing. And you could get it tested, right? If you're in any given spot, and you're like, you're going to live there, and you're like, I really don't want to use bottled water. I'd like to be able to use tap. Excellent. Get it tested. If it does have heavy metals, get a filter. Otherwise, it's safe to drink. When I lived in Granada, we started on bottled, and one day it was like, okay, we ran out of bottles. We didn't know what to do. And I said, okay. And I drank a liter all at once of tap water to see if it made me sick before the family would have to drink it. They were still on bottled. And it didn't do anything. I don't know anyone who's ever gotten sick from the water here. It really is basically everywhere in the country. It's safe. If it's not, they will tell you in that very specific spot that there's something wrong. But no, it doesn't taste like chlorine. It's safe. It's fine. You're curious about the bathrooms. Are you able to flush, or is there a wastebasket for number 2? There's always a wastebasket. I don't know anywhere in Central America where there is not. Panama, sometimes you can flush, but a lot of times, any place that has a beach, you generally can't. Costa Rica, definitely not. Even in San Jose, in the heart of rich neighborhoods in the city, still can't flush. Can't flush in Guatemala, Can't flush in Honduras. Can't flush in El Salvador. Can't flush in Nicaragua. I don't think you can flush in Belize. It's just not a normal thing. Same in the Mediterranean, Spain, Italy, Greece, all of them. It's non-flushable. So yeah, you get used to it. That's why earlier in the conversation, a lot of us were talking about the bidets. I love bidets even when you can flush things, but when you can't, they're so much more important. So at Las Bonitas, you can get the same internet speeds available in Leon. Absolutely, yeah. It's fiber, right? So it doesn't care if you're at the beach or not. And my house is going in at the beach, and every single place that I frequent on the beach is on Teco fiber, and absolutely fantastic. Generic says, let's do live together sometime after you arrive in Brachacho in Colombia. Nice, yeah, definitely. Do you know when you're gonna get down there? My teenage girl. She's also the head of my company, but she is arriving in Bogota within the hour. Oh no, we lost the camera. Oh no, we overheated. How long did we go before the camera had a problem? Let's check it out. What's our runtime right now? I'm still here. You guys can still hear me. You just can't see me. Give me a minute. We're going to figure out what's going on. Wait, did we lose the live stream? I have so many windows. There it is. There it is. No, that's still going fine. We're going to put that on for the moment. And find, this is the problem. I have way too many windows open, so I can't find what I need when I need it. There we go. All right, that's a little bit. Yeah, now YouTube's like, oh, your bit stream has dropped. Your bit rate has dropped a lot. Like, what's going on? All right, cool. I'm still there. On mine, it's still showing me talking. It must be queued up. Yeah, good. You can hear me. Okay. That's frustrating. All right, let me catch up on what I was saying. Do the bathrooms smell bad because of this? So no, generally they do not. Like, it's not the problem that you imagine it is. It's gross and weird, and we all hate it. And people who live here hate it, right? So that's just, it is what it is. But it's, it isn't a big deal. You get used to it really quickly. And as a world traveler, like, almost nowhere I've ever lived can you flush the toilet paper. Because I lived in Spain, I lived in Italy, I lived in Greece. We could flush in this big city in Ukraine, right? I lived in Kiev. You could flush there, but you have to in a big city like that. And I lived in the countryside in Romania, and to the best of my knowledge, we could flush there. That was, way out in the country in Transylvania. But when I lived in Panama, when we are yeah, I know, Jillian, it's the camera cut out. And I'm waiting to see if it just needs to cool down or what happened. Because it's really not designed to run that long. We're pushing 3.5 hours. So it does work pretty hard during that time. And of course, I forgot to turn it down to 1080p again, which causes it to work much harder. Okay, so that's consistent. Both times it did this, that's what I forgot to do. It was running at 4K, which it shouldn't, it doesn't need to for doing the show. Okay, I'm gonna walk around behind the microphone. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. Hopefully you can still hear me. And see, it doesn't feel too hot. But it does not want to turn on. That's not good. Well, we're going to swap out batteries and see what happens. Everybody talk amongst yourselves. All right, I'm gonna real quickly alter the settings. I'm still here, don't worry. Don't worry. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, you know what's funny is on my monitor of the live stream, the camera hasn't cut out yet. That's how much lag has been built into that. That's crazy. You guys have been talking about it. So whatever is happening here, I'm 5 minutes lagging behind you guys. Wow. Okay, so TJ says you can't flush toilet paper. Why? So believe it or not, TJ, in much of the world, a huge, like the average parts of the world, you can't flush toilet paper. Or you can, but they don't want you to, right? So what does it mean you can't flush toilet paper? Well, of course you can flush it, but you're not supposed to because the systems aren't built for it. They don't build septic systems and sewage systems with the intent of handling toilet paper. And it makes it much cheaper to build, and then they just put it into landfills, and that works fine. And huge amounts of the world do that. And the thing is that if you live in the US or Canada, you're used to a general landmass and where people live that is so built up that you're able to basically have really amazing sewage systems all the time. Plus, it's a really rich country, so they can afford to do more for septic systems. So that's like a thing. If you live in much of the world, especially in like the Mediterranean, it's little tiny village communities along that are very old in many cases on sandy beaches and often like in islands and stuff. And so, you know, it's amazing having lived in Europe, having lived in the Caribbean and living in Latin America. One of the things that you notice is there's a real difference to like the landscape compared to the US. The US is actually really amazing in that it has a giant, solid landscape. I don't know how to describe this. And it just lets you do things. It's like there's unlimited land beneath you. And when you're other places, it's like there's often a lot less. And so, for example, on the beaches here, so here in the city, it's because the city is ancient. If you go out to the beaches, it's because they have nowhere to put septic. Everything that goes into the ground has to be pumped back out and taken out by truck. Like, it's nuts. So they don't want to have toilet paper in there because it's really hard to deal with. And if you're like here in the barrio, they don't build the private septic systems with the intent of taking toilet paper. So it's the whole swaths of the world are not designed to be able to handle it. Now, big cities like Barcelona, yeah, sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. It'll depend on the building. It'll depend on where you are in the town. Obviously, if you're in Madrid, generally you can because they have big, huge city septic systems. But like I lived south of Granada, and you definitely couldn't. So it all depends. Don't worry. Be happy now. Invest in a bidet. Yes, Rob Stonator, that is exactly the answer. Invest in a bidet. It will make your life so much better. As a Zoom professor, you can so relate. Yes. It's rough sometimes. But I'm just noticing there's a thing on the live stream. I've never seen this thing before. It says ads automator and it's off. But what the heck is an ads automator? That's a whole thing I've never heard of. Oh. Interesting. Apparently, that's got to be new. I don't know. There's a thing that automates ads. Oh, and I can tell it when I'm saying something really interesting or important, and it won't break it up with an ad. How weird the whole system is. They keep, every time I because we only do this once a week, and I'm not doing other live streams other days, although it would be fantastic if we could find a way that this paid enough money that this is what I was able to do all day, every day. That's what I would do all day, every day. But then I wouldn't get out and do stuff in Nicaragua to, like, get exposure to things, to do other things, so that would be... It can't be the only thing. But this is a lot of fun. I really love doing these. But the ad automator thing is like every week there's all these new controls, and I'm like, I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I just want it to like work, which mostly it does, but until the camera shuts off. Yeah. So for a lot of people, when you move anywhere outside the U.S. for real, but especially to like Nicaragua, it's like this big shock. What do you mean you can't flush toilet paper? And then people are like, well, I flush it. Well, yes, it's going to go down if you flush a few times. That's not the thing we're saying. It's that everyone asks you not to. And some people say, well, it's just a holdover from another era, and actually you can flush it. And maybe you can. How do you know? I don't know. Because it's the problems are that it's backing up systems that they're going to have to pump out more often, or it's going into a city system and causing problems somewhere that you can't see, and then you don't know. People who visit will be like, well, I visited and I flushed and I didn't have a problem. And you're like, well, that's not where the problem would be. You don't know if you had a problem. The problem is in 6 months, do they have to pump something out that they shouldn't have had to have pumped out for a couple of years? And I don't know what the answer is. Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know how you find out, right? Like you're kind of stuck. But it is pretty easy to be like, well, the one thing I know is that the people who live here, if they could flush it, they certainly would want to, because everybody hates it. Everyone is aware it sucks. Nobody likes it. Yeah, it's just, it's a rough thing. But seriously, you get used to it. And the nice thing is you get used to it here. And then when you travel, you don't think anything about it. When I wasn't used to it and I would travel to like Southern Europe, it would be like, I'm really uncomfortable learning to do this. And I'm really, and a couple tricks, right? So realistically, people do flush a little bit of toilet paper, right? They just try to minimize it, get it absolutely tiny, and throw some away and flush a little bit when it's really obvious that you should, right? Like there's some tricks. And one of the other things that happens though, because you don't flush anything in theory, is that you have, and this is funny because coming from the United States, it was like the old men's secret, right? Everyone I know over a certain age, men would be like, you know what the secret to happy life is? Baby wipes, right? And it's one of those things that like everybody says, but no one says in public. And this started probably 20 years ago, 15 years ago, that men of a certain age would pass on this information to each other. And they'd be like, you know what, just carry some baby wipes with you. Life is better. And in the United States, or other places where you flush, you have to get special flushable bathroom wipes, and otherwise they will clog things like terribly. And even the flushable ones cause big problems. So some cities are like, I know that they call them flushable. That doesn't make them flushable. That's just a name they put on there. And maybe they're better than the non-flushable ones, but seriously, we can't handle this. It's causing major, and I've seen like TV shows where they talk about the huge problems that they have now in some of these big cities because of all these wipes that are being flushed that they're not built for. They're barely able to handle the toilet paper before. But here, because everything goes into those waste paper baskets, every house has wipes. And it's just a thing. Everyone uses wipes. So the idea that flushing toilet paper is so like this big topic also coincides with everyone is very open about the fact that you don't need to use toilet paper. Use baby wipes, and you don't have to have the flushable ones because we can't flush them anyway. They're all going into the wastebasket. And in fact, in many ways, it has improved many things compared to being in somewhere else. So it's not as bad in all cases as it seems. But it is awful. We hate it. But the amount that you get used to it is really extreme. And then you're like, okay, yeah, no, it's just a thing. It's just, life works this way. And then when we travel up to Guatemala or whatever, you think nothing of it. Absolutely nothing. So it is what it is. I went to university here in Canada for water and waste management treatment. Rob Sinator, perfect. I fully understand the complications toilet paper can bring. I was waiting for you to be like, I could fix this. No, he's like, I totally get it. Nope, that's how it is. And Theo, if I come to Nicaragua, I'm living on a farm in the mountains with an imported combustion toilet, propane fired and turns into ash in minutes. Yeah, everyone says that they're like, when you build your own place, I'm going to solve this problem because it's so... And then the reality is, once you come and you've been here for a few months, you forget it's a thing. Like, seriously, at first I was making a lot of videos about this because people are always like shocked, like, that's a thing. And the hot water thing. What do you mean there's no hot water? What do you mean you electrify your shower? Are you insane? Yeah, yes. But it's worth it for the hot water. And then after a while, it really seriously, you're just like, who cares? The flushing thing is not a thing. Like, it doesn't matter. Would I invest in a bidet because I want a bidet? Yes, I would. But it's because I want a bidet. And would I invest because I just don't want to do the flushing thing, or I want to be able to do the flushing thing? No, I would not invest in something for that. It really doesn't matter that much. So that's kind of the where it kind of falls in. And I think most people are like that. Like, you just get used to it, and then you're like, well, I don't know why people worry. And then you have to remember, oh no, it was a terrible thing. I left a comment or question on yesterday's video, but I figure I might as well ask here. Shopping on Amazon isn't an option without the use of specific services, but what about Chinese companies like AliExpress or Temu? Okay, I don't know Temu. How does the average Nicaraguan get Chinese products to sell? Okay, so to sell, they're not going through, I assume, AliExpress or Temu. They're going through Alibaba, right? They're doing shipments on a big boat in crates or in containers, and doing it that way. That's how that stuff is handled. And so I don't know about AliExpress, but Alibaba will ship things to a shipping yard and put it onto a shipping container and come over, and it'll come over at the port of Corinto and get delivered to you by truck. That's how that stuff is handled. So I think that small shops are often going to just larger shops and getting it, but the larger shops, that's what they're doing to bring it in for sure. It's all coming in at the port of Corinto. And if you did the same thing, so the difference is Amazon is a consumer service, so they're not going to put things in a container for you. But if you're dealing with an Alibaba or similar, they are. So it's different in that way. How many countries have I visited? I'd have to check, but I think the number is 37. I can roughly do it for you. U.S., Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, Bolivia, England, Ireland, Northern Ireland, that counts as its own place, as does Gibraltar, Portugal, Spain, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Serbia, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, Greece, Turkey, Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Kosovo. I think that's the list. And Morocco. Probably the list. If that's not it, it's really close. And I've lived in Panama, Nicaragua, U.S., Spain, Italy, Greece, Romania, Ukraine. And I've worked in Canada, worked in Northern Ireland, worked in England. I think those are the only countries that I've worked in but not lived in. Seems like there's a big industry in Costa Rica importing American goods for grocery stores. I'm curious if it's too early to set up an import to Nicaragua for popular American goods for expats. So the thing we're going to say to every person who comes up with any business idea, all of them have been thought of, tried, and failed. All of them, you're never going to come up with a business idea that it's everything sounds, when you don't live here, it's like, this is going to be the thing. We already have Superporta. It doesn't make very much money because no one cares. There aren't that many expats. There are a tiny fraction of the number of expats that there used to be. And those expats that there used to be weren't enough to drive a large import business. We already have Walmart. We already have Costco. It's just called Price Mart here. We already have Superporta that brings in specialty stuff. We already have La Colonia that has lots of American stuff. We already have La Union that has a lot of American stuff. But Americans don't want American stuff here because American stuff is low quality and very high price. Very, very high price. So there's a very few little things that we get, but we can get them. And the only things that we can't get are super specialty that no one wants. It's like, I have a Fujifilm camera. I would love to be able to buy a Fujifilm camera, which is Japanese, not American anyway. But I would love to be able to get these here. I am the only Fujifilm user in the country that lives here, right? So you couldn't open a store for it because unless you're selling it to me, that would be it. So you said it seems like it would be a good business at the right timing. Well, I think it's. I guess I'm confused as to what you think you would be importing. So in Costa Rica, they have an easy ability to get products in from the United States. They're U.S. aligned, so it's very easy to ship into there. And they and the grocery stores are generally the ones bringing that in. Right, so the grocery stores here, there's only 2 grocery stores here. Walmart and its rebranded places. So Poly, Maxi Poly, Walmart, La Union, those are all Walmart, and La Colonia, which is huge. Both of them already own their own American supply chains. They don't work with third parties. They bring everything in directly on their own cargo ships. They literally bring their entire own cargo ships in. So I think you would find that there's nothing for you to bring in. We're not missing anything that is wanted in the market. We want things, but we're not missing ones that people would buy. And the people who would do it, they have the supply chain already. So if you were to prove that, like, for example, it's very hard to get Peter Pan honey roasted peanut butter here. And I would love it and I would definitely buy it from you. Right? But I'm the only one and my kids. Because they already have Peter Pan. And if you sold it to me and had any amount of business, someone would tell La Colonia, hey, the Peter Pan honey roasted is selling so popular that Enthio has a little shop. And instantly La Colonia would just pick up their pad of paper and take their pencil and check the box that says also include honey roasted when they do their giant ConAgra ad order, and they would just get crates and crates and crates of it at half the price that you would on their own private ships, and then you'd be out of business. So so Costa Rica is easier to import from the U.S., and so it is completely different that importing here is a ton harder, but more importantly is that all that stuff is already here. Like it's not that we're missing a supply chain. It's a more difficult supply chain, but unless you're bringing in your own ships, you're not going to solve that problem. It's just that, if people want to buy it, it's already here. So the bigger problem is finding that people want to buy it. That's where you really, it feels from abroad like there's this huge market of expats. There is not. Expats are so few and far between. And from abroad, it feels like expats are just flooding into Nicaragua. They are not. There are so few expats in the country and so few moving in. And it feels like we're at this huge boom of expats. No, we're only just starting to recover, and we are nowhere close to getting back to where we were in 2017 and 2016. And so you're in a trough of expats living here. You're in a moment when there's too much supply as it is, and everyone who's doing that stuff is losing money and pulling back because there's no market for it. So it's I know from abroad that Nicaragua feels totally different than it really is here. And then you would also have challenges like if you brought American products in, where are you going to sell them? A shop, of course, not a problem. But where would that shop be? In Managua, where all the other shops are already? How would you even get attention? Are you going to put it out in one of the small towns? Then where are you going to find the expats to get the volume that you need? It's super challenging. There's reasons why. Because keep in mind, there are thousands upon thousands. And this is important, right? Every idea that everybody ever comes up with, importing coffee plantations, having a farm, running a restaurant, running a bar, selling stuff from the U.S., every single expat. Remember, 2 things. People coming to Nicaragua are addicted to starting businesses. Like, it is such an addiction, even though it makes no sense. It's the last place you would start a business. There is no way, if you wanted to make money, that if you're an American coming to Nicaragua, that you would do a business in Nicaragua. Ever. The business would always be in America, right? Elton's different because Elton took over an existing family farm of his own, right? He's not an American coming to Nicaragua. He's in Nicaragua taking back a family thing. Like it's a totally different vision, and he's able to do it because he's also leveraging business in the United States to do it. He's doing a very special thing. And so if you have a feeling like you want to have a business in Nicaragua, stop. At that moment, everything is wrong with what you're thinking. Period. That is, if the goal is to run a business to make money, it's going to fail, because that is not how you approach Nicaragua. You just can't. What you need to do is say, I want a business to make money. Okay, great. First thing, what is the first step? Don't do it in Nicaragua. Right? Live in Nicaragua. Don't try to start a business here. Are you allowed to? Absolutely. Are you allowed to invest? Absolutely. Are you allowed to do it for getting an investment residency? Absolutely. Are you allowed to do it just because it would be fun? Absolutely. All those things are fine. It's when you say, but I'd like to make a small amount of money. Whoop! Stop. What you need to say is, I just want to lose a small amount of money, right? Because having a business in Nicaragua will involve losing money. So, are you cool with losing a small amount of money to have a business that you think will be fun in Nicaragua? If so, great. Then yes, we need people to start businesses here. And there's just all kinds of that'd be great. But if you're doing it because you think it's going to offset your cost, if you think it's going to make you money, if it's going to be your business instead of some other thing, no. The more you do in Nicaragua, the more you have to have a job in the United States to cover your losses. The more you need to invest in businesses in the United States to cover your losses. You don't invest in Nicaragua to make money. Somebody does make money, they're really, really lucky. They are the exception, not the rule. And that's even true in the United States. You can't the average American business is going to fail, but the average American business is 100 times, easily 100 times more likely to make money than a business in Nicaragua. So there isn't a good opportunity in Nicaragua. There isn't I'm going to get in, they need this thing, that none of that exists. And I know it is so tempting. Every single expat, something about Nicaragua makes it feel like this is going to be this wonderful opportunity. You're going to be able to start a business. You're going to find a niche that everyone's missed, and it's going to be really easy. It's going to be because I'm American. I have access to something. It's going to be great. There are thousands of people who live here who all think the same thing, and they're all thinking of the exact same business ideas, and all of them think they're the only one who thought of it. All of these have been run through by someone, and then there's no real viability. If someone were to order stuff like TVs, computer monitors, and such from Alibaba in bulk, would that get taxed heavily as well? Well, it would be imported, so yeah, it would be absolutely heavily taxed. You'd be looking at probably 30 to 80% tax on that stuff, maybe 100%, but that's normal. You'd have heavy taxes coming into the U.S. as well. Janet says, so what is Superporta? Also something funny, I'm listening on my phone when I have time and letting this one run from the beginning, and they're not at the same spot by a couple of minutes. And they're not. Oh, you have one on your phone. Yes, mine, my monitor one is off by many minutes from everyone else's too. It's really weird. I have no idea why it's like that. Superporta is the American import shop in Managua. It's next to the Cafe Molino. I forget what plaza it's in, but you look it up on Facebook or whatever. Superporta is really well known, and that's where everyone goes for all the specialty high-end foods and American and British type stuff. They have a pretty good selection. Everything's quite expensive because it's 100% premium expat imports. No Nicaraguans go in there because it's only the foods that we are missing, kind of thing. Trying to see if I can find their Instagram real quickly. There they are. You know what? Honestly, Betsy follows them, so apparently Nicaraguans go there. But here you go. This is that's them. And they don't just have American stuff, but they have a lot of goofy American stuff, like Arizona iced tea, Michelob Ultra. That's where a lot of those things are coming from. But they're also the ones that sell even Nicaraguan products, the really high end pepper sauces and stuff. That's where people are buying them. So it's when you have that hankering for a food that you can't get anywhere else, that's where you get it. That's where you get it. Roland's basil pesto. Nice. I'm just now I'm looking at their stuff. Some of this, and some of it, I think that they sell to La Colonia. Oh, they sell those really high-end tonics, like tonic water. Some things overlap. They do sell some normal stuff as well. It is a supermarket. But the imported beers, the imported sodas, all the stuff that you're like, how did someone get that? It's always Super Porta. And that's the thing. It's always Super Porta because the market for American goods is so small that literally one big shop handles everything that the mainstream grocery stores do not. Because the mainstream grocery stores handle quite a lot. Because it's Walmart. Walmart owns the biggest supply chain, and Costco. We're getting Kirkland products. We're getting America's Choice or whatever. All that stuff we get here on the local corner. So it really is, I think, surprising how little we actually don't get from the U.S. It's mostly in the super variety, like. Our normal stores don't have Dr. Pepper. You got to go to Managua for that. But we have lots of things that aren't in the U.S. too. So it's kind of all over. But it's really important. I know why it's tempting to look for business ideas, to want to have a business. I love having businesses. I'm a business person. Everything I do is business, but I also know very, very well that every single thing that I do in Nicaragua is going to be a loss, and none of it is done for the purpose of being profitable. That's just not realistic. And I think it surprises people a lot that they're just like, but why do you have a business if it's not going to be profitable? Why does everybody have businesses? Well, most people get trapped. They come in and they do a business because someone has convinced them that it's going to make money and this is how they're going to live. And then they get here and then they realize that they're losing money, and a lot of it. But they've bought a business, and what are they going to do? They're trapped. And people constantly come down and they're like, well, what about this? They're obviously making tons of money. I'm like, are you kidding? Those people came to me and begged me to buy them out because they're losing so much money. Right. Well, what about these people? Obviously, and like you find one place that's like they're putting food on the table. I'm like, well, how are they making money? I'm like, well, very obviously, the owners who are foreign are manually working outrageous amounts of hours, and they're getting paid as workers, basically. They're not investing in and having it actually be profitable. If they were to work remote jobs, they would probably make quite a bit more money, and they can't expand because they have to be there working. Their model doesn't let them hire employees, and so those are real problems. Mark says, curious, do they have auctions in Nicaragua for, say, toys, electronics, and furniture, or is that just a North America thing? I don't even know what you mean by auctions. I'm going to say no. I don't think we do. I'm not aware of any auction in the country of any sort. I'm sure something exists, but I'm not aware of anything. You could tell I never go to Managua. Yeah, if you're not part of the Managua shopping crew, you don't go. But it's super expensive. So we never go to Super Porta. We went when we first lived here, 2 or 3 times. I know a few things that are there. Like I've only been there once. Dominica's gone. My wife has gone a handful of times, but we never really go because it's the premium stuff for both of the dentists at my dentist office and their their whatever they call it, the surgeon. It's a good office. Yeah, that's actually the person when I said that someone follows the Super Porta, so it's Nicaraguans as well. That is my dentist who I saw follows them. She's on the channel a bit as well, TJ, because she's if you watch my Nika Roomba channel, she's on there a number of times. And she's been on the vlog a few times, but that was before I knew her. She's a salsa dancer at some of our salsa events. Oh no, she was at one of the parties we showed recently too. For anyone who saw the one where she was dancing on the floor, she was laying on the floor and everyone was doing like a conga line over top of her. That was my dentist. Yeah, I don't know anything about the auctions, unless you mean like eBay. We definitely don't have anything like that either. A lot of people sell things on like Facebook Marketplace, but that would be the closest thing, and those are definitely not auctions. So, oh yeah, but Janet, yeah, we never go there because we go to Costco, we go to PriceSmart and get stuff there, and some of the big shops in Managua and in the market, but in the Mercado, but we don't use Super Porto. We used it in the first few months which I think everyone does pretty much. Obviously not you, but everyone else. They kind of go through this phase of, oh my gosh, I'm in Nicaragua. I need some really specific brand of something, and then after a little bit you get over that stuff and you stop going there because you're like, okay, I'm done paying $15 for a jar of peanut butter that I can get regular Peter Pan at La Colonia. I don't need Peter Pan special crunchy roasted this or that. You just kind of adjust. So it's I think it's more for people transitioning into being part of the culture. I've noticed plenty on Facebook Marketplace. Someone could always start a Facebook group for auctions, though. I know a lot of people do those groups in Canada, US. Oh, I have no idea. I'm not on Facebook, as someone mentioned, so there could be things that, like Facebook mechanisms that I know nothing about. So, got me there. That's one of my things that I stay away from. Keeps me sane. People wonder how I work as much as I do. Not having Facebook is part of it, for sure. I don't have. That's one extra thing that's very non-productive in most cases. How much is an annual PriceSmart membership? Oh, that's a good question. I paid that recently, and I really don't know. Which is a stupid thing to say. I paid that recently, and I don't know, but I really did and didn't pay any attention. They have a bunch of different levels. Oh, here we go. So the entry level is $40. That's diamond, and the platinum is $80. And then they have business memberships, and those you have to go in the store and find out. So they're different. The difference is with the $80 platinum, annual 2% reward on eligible PriceSmart purchases. They also market the business one is how you get products for resale. For those who don't know, PriceSmart is the big, so they're like Costco, but they are really heavily used as a business supplier in Nicaragua. And so the majority of people who go there to shop are not individuals. They are companies from around the country. And so let's just say you're in Esteli and you're going to run a restaurant or any number of things. It could be a gym, and you go, okay, now I've got a business. Oh, I need food for the restaurant or supplies for the restaurant, or I need exercise equipment for my gym. You go to PriceSmart, this giant warehouse of stuff, you get a business membership card, and then you get resale stuff, so like you don't pay the taxes or whatever, so you're allowed to resell it. Obviously, you can pay for things full price with a regular membership and then resell it, but you're going to be double paying the taxes and stuff. So with the business membership, you get, same as in the US, right? You get like a wholesale membership. So they do offer that, and that is so many people shop there for that reason. Scott, what is the scuttlebutt on the American Nicaraguan school? And a good school or overrated? Just curious. Honestly, I don't know that one in particular. What is getting organic food like? No pesticides, grass-fed beef? Well, all the beef is grass-fed. Remember the cows, watch my videos. They're like, the cows are on the side of the road. Like, they're literally everywhere. There's no big farms doing anything else. Cows graze open throughout the country. So, well, that's really expensive given the wages in Nicaragua. Yes, but their products are also inappropriate for Nicaraguans who are at those wages. So it's not really relevant. Nicaraguans who can afford to shop at PriceSmart, that's a cheap price because the products there are really good prices, but a single purchase at PriceSmart could be pushing 6 to 12 months of Nicaraguan salary, right? So you have to think of it in a Nicaraguan also doesn't shop at La Colonia. Nicaraguans at below minimum middle class are not going to La Colonia. They're not going to La Union. They're not going to PriceSmart. They're not going to Superporta. They're not going to these places at all, right? They're not getting memberships for like the whole thing's nonsensical. When you're at an income where going to PriceSmart makes sense, you can get bulk and you want these specialty items, and you want to get like high quality stuff or whatever, then you're going to save. So whatever the membership is actually irrelevant because you will save that amount of money on your first shopping cart full of stuff. So it's actually, so for a Nicaraguan who needs that stuff, it's impossible not to pay it because it's cheaper than if they didn't pay it, if that makes sense. So it sounds like a bunch of money, but given what they sell, it makes sense. Organic food does exist, but we don't tend to label it as that. I know a big organic farm is being built near here, walking distance. I walked past it on a recent episode, but you couldn't see it, so I didn't mention it. But I saw the like bulldozers out there preparing it, and it's labeled as a organic farm. We don't tend to talk about organic here because most things are. There are pesticides used. It's not zero, but it's not like the U.S. There's no GMO. That's illegal. There's all animals are just grazed outside. It really is a different place. It's people don't worry about, like, nobody cares, right? So nobody is asking, no one's paying extra for specialty foods like that. But every chicken is free range, every cattle is grass fed, and so forth. So that's just a bit different. So the American Nicaraguan School, I'm still, I gotta look that up. My kids homeschool, so there's a lot of this, the other schools, I only know them if like I know someone who goes there. Can you buy a turkey for Thanksgiving? There are freaking turkeys everywhere. This is Central America. They're you see them walking down the street. You can definitely get a turkey if that's what you want. Where is the American Nicaragua School? Okay, so that's Managua. Yeah, they're in a nice area of Managua. I would assume it's a good school. Unfortunately, I don't have any insider knowledge. If you buy a membership at PriceSmart, can you send someone to shop for you? I don't know what the official rule is, but certainly I do not have my own membership. I use my roommates, and they've never asked me a question. So yeah, I think so. I think you're fine. Really not a big deal there at all. The cows could be eating piles of trash on the side of the road. The cows are eating piles of trash on the side of the road, I think is what you meant to say. Yeah, grass and more fed. For sure. Mostly I think they eat the grass. I don't think they're not like goats. We do have goats everywhere. Maybe that's why everybody throws the trash out, is that they think they're feeding the goats. We don't have that many goats, though. Maybe that's the answer that Nicaragua's been looking for, is they need a lot more goats. I think that's a general answer to lots of places in the world. I think the world would be a happier place if there were just more goats. And more goat cheese and really nice crackers to put it on. Just saying. If anyone wants to bring me goat cheese. I really like goat cheese with like berries in it. That's one thing I miss. So we get goat cheese here. I don't want to say that we don't get goat cheese, but I grew up in Western New York where they make a lot of really high-end, amazing goat cheese, and I kind of miss that. Literally was browsing Encuentro 24, I'm so sorry, and saw someone trying to sell an owl. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, I have a couple owls in my yard here, so I think you can get turkey. Yeah, you can definitely get turkey. The funny one, I got a video of this. It's in one of my shorts. I was following a truck through the city. It was like a box truck, and Superporta has frozen turkey for sale. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised you can get that. Well, Patricia, you should hop on Encuentro 24 because it's going to go fast. Duolingo approved. So frozen turkeys, but you can get fresh turkeys in the rest of the country. You just have to find a farm and ask, really, because it's just like chicken, right? They're just, you walk through a neighborhood, you see turkeys running around in a fence. because people raise them here for food the same as they do chickens. In this region, turkeys are native, right? We think of it as a colder weather thing, but they're native to Central America. So we get a lot of them. Oh, so this box truck, I was following this box truck through the city. I was driving, or maybe I was riding in the car. The box truck was in front of us, and the back is open as it always is. Lots of wood hanging out because it was just like delivering lumber. There was a couple of guys, probably 3 guys, standing in there. And then there was a dog, and the dog was kind of restless, as it would be in a moving truck, but it's going really slow through the city. And so you're like, okay. And then you're like, what is that thing in the corner? And you notice there's something like spinning around and jumping around, like being really frantic. It was a raccoon. It was one of their pet raccoons riding in the truck with them and their dog as they drive through the city. Like, yeah, raccoons, owls. Now, to be fair, I grew up on a farm, and we had loads of owls, but none of them were pets. But we also had raccoons, and they were pets. So it's not as weird as it seems, or I'm weirder than you thought. We only ever had 3. It wasn't like we were a raccoon farm or anything, but we did have 3 raccoons, and they were adorable. If my dad was still on, I know he's got pictures of them. I don't think I have any, because I was little when we got them, but we had these raccoons, and they were adorable. And when we sold the farm, which is... So we got the farm when I was born, 1976, which anyone can figure out because of our discussion earlier about my birthday this weekend and being 48. In 1976, my parents bought the farm, and we moved there when I was 100 days old, so just over 3 months. And we got the raccoons probably when I was, I want to say 5, so around 1981. So in 1981, we had pet raccoons. And they had a nest in the barn. Like, they had a spot that we made for them pretty close to the door. So it was really close to where we kept our cats. And when we sold the farm, we were cleaning it out to sell. And I want to say that was like 4 years ago. It seems like we just did it, but it must have been a few years ago. So somewhere around 2019, we sold the farm. And the raccoon space was still there. It had never been changed in almost 40 years. Maybe that was 39 years. We have raccoons test positive for rabies every year where I live. Well, you should stop testing raccoons then. We do not. There's not a lot of rabies there, and I bet the ones with rabies are not the pets. Lots of things that are wild get rabies, but these were very friendly raccoons that were our pets. Speaking of which, are there any laws about people having certain types of... That's like, doctor, my chest hurts when I push right here. Well, stop pushing there. Speaking of which, are there any laws about people having certain types of pets in Nicaragua? Absolutely, there are limits to what you can have in Nicaragua. It is not a complete free-for-all, but it is relatively loose. So, and there are some things that are very unfortunate and you should not be having as pets. Lots of people have birds as pets. That is not good. We have a bird as a pet, but it's only because it's a rescue. It was 27 years old and losing its home and needed a place to go. But I would never... Birds do not make good pets. They need to fly and be free. Like, it's awful. And raccoons actually make good pets. They're very friendly and intelligent and fun and affectionate. So they are popular here. And you'll see people with raccoons on leashes walking them around. Lots of snakes and stuff like that. We have a lot of friendly snakes, or safe snakes. We have you can have foxes are here. They're local. A rabid coyote, really? You can have there's a thing related to raccoons here. You can definitely have those. Monkeys. Do not have monkeys as pets. Can you? Yes. Spider monkeys, howler monkeys. People do it. It's horrible. You should not have pet monkeys. They're not good for that. You can have dogs. You may be able to have like jaguars and stuff. They are native here. Sloth. I don't think you're like a sloth. I think is a good example of one that I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to have, even though it's native. A raccoon and corgis can get along for sure, but you gotta be careful, right? Because raccoons can be pretty vicious. So you don't want to. you want to test that very carefully. But they're also just freaking adorable. And we really don't have rabies here. Do we have Guatimundi here? I don't know that we do. Sloths are endangered, right? That is why. Yeah, Kawadi, you'd be able to have those. I don't think there would be any problem with that. But yeah, sloths. But like my taxi driver has seen a sloth on the road, right? So I've never seen one. I don't know very many people that have seen them. They are, yeah, monkeys. It's terrible for the monkeys, but it's also terrible for the people who have monkeys, right? Like everybody loses when you have a pet monkey. Yeah. We have porcupines. As far as I know, you could have those as a pet. You might get in trouble for that. I know the porcupines that I've seen here. We talked about this. I have a sighting of one that we've tried to report. It's the farthest we've ever seen their range. We have skunks for sure. You could have those. They make good pets. Yeah, and a lot of exotics are probably allowed. Although in general, one thing that is pretty big as a general thing in Nicaragua is you're allowed to have a lot of things. You are not allowed to import very many things as a general rule, and that includes lumber, that includes food, that includes animals, because Nicaragua is very protective of the natural ecosystem. And there are a lot of invasive species that have gotten into like Costa Rica and Panama, for example. And Nicaragua tries to maintain that it is a gap and doesn't let things through. That's very important here. So a ton of things get stopped at the border. So if it's here and you can get access to it, chances are you can have it as a pet. If it's not already available here, there's very little chance you can bring it in. I do kind of want a Coatimundi. They're really cute. Here, Rob Stinator was talking to a guy on Facebook who just moved to Nicaragua to run a hotel, and he already has a monkey and other pets. Of course. I mean, maybe it's a rescue monkey. We don't know. Because they do need rescued. But it is not a good scene. Generally, when you take a pet monkey, you're paying someone to kill another monkey. So it is absolutely abhorrent for anyone to pay for a pet monkey. If someone has one that's being abandoned and it needs to be rescued, absolutely. But it is absolutely awful to go out and get a pet monkey. Did someone move to Nicaragua to run a hotel? Or he moved to Nicaragua and decided to run a hotel? Because it's like, I'm going to live in Nicaragua and I feel like running a hotel? Okay. But being like, here's a hotel that needs to be run, I'm going to move to Nicaragua, is like, what? What are you thinking? There's got to be a better system. That's definitely rabies in Nicaragua. It's just not a big problem, a rabid coyote bit 2 people in Rhode Island? I mean, if I was in Rhode Island, I'd bite people too, but still, coyotes in Rhode Island and rabid ones, U.S. is falling apart. There definitely is rabies in Nicaragua, yeah, for sure, but it is extremely rare. Did you see the hostel for sale, $35,000 with a 10-year lease? Someone said that they updated it because they had seen the video and it exposed how bad of a deal it was, and so they changed some things. But it's still claiming that it's a sale instead of, because it's not a hostel for sale. It's just a business name that you're not allowed to use. So, I don't know. Those people are desperate, apparently, to unload their disaster. I wouldn't want one, but raccoons do sound. Raccoons are good. No one gets hurt in making a raccoon a pet. And I think most of the raccoons would be like, solid food supply, always safe. I could do this. He moved for the purpose of the hotel. I know, bad idea. He's paying a lot for the rent, too. Yeah. I was bit by a dog there. I'm glad rabies isn't big there. It's David. Are you the dog rabies guy? No, just kidding. How you doing, David? Yeah, so rabies, one of the reasons that rabies isn't a big thing here is because they go door to door and vaccinate all the animals, and they grab the street animals and vaccinate those. So it's like a really big thing that they go. The degree of coverage of rabies shots here is so extreme, which is why the stories online that I couldn't get rabies stuff, they are so anal about rabies here. When the hotel fails, maybe he'll give you his monkey. Yeah, I don't want a monkey. Yeah, no, generally getting bit by a dog here, not normally something you have to worry about. It is good to see a doctor, just, be safe. But yeah, the street dogs, we have no stories of even the street dogs having rabies or anything like that. It's just not a major thing. So mostly that's good. And I've been there. I've had them come door to door and talk to us about the pets, and they really do a great job of staying on top of that and making sure that everything, people and animals are getting the vaccinations that they need, because they know a lot of people can't afford to go to the vet, or won't take their animals to a vet, or can't get away from work to travel to a vet, and doing something for rabies, which, you're not very likely to get. It's not like you're sick, it's just preventative. Well, it's really hard to justify preventative. So they go door to door and they just deliver it, just like they do with the mosquito stuff. They know the mosquitoes are a problem, so they go door to door and they take care of the mosquito situation in your home. They poison water, they clean out standing water, they do all these different things to take care of it. It really is, it's amazing how thorough all those things are. It's quite impressive. And you see them gather out on the street. It'll be like the meeting of all the people. You'll see them in the mornings, and they'll just have a horde of workers, maybe 20 people, and they'll meet in a park, and trucks pull up and all these people unload, and they're all taking public transportation and stuff. So they gather, and they're all in matching outfits, and then you see someone go around and they do all this stuff to assign the work for the day. And then everyone just all of a sudden breaks, and they all go down different streets, and they go door to door and do all this stuff to give out vaccines and make sure that everybody everywhere is getting all the different things that they need and whatever. And it's really interesting and impressive how it works. So that is a neat thing here. It's definitely something that we found to be pretty cool. Oh, our viewership is dropping. Maybe because we're coming up on 4.5 hours. We're definitely going a long way on this, but it's great having everyone here. I mean, this is a lot of people for a long time, and our average time just keeps climbing, which is really cool. So I don't really want to disappear and leave with so many people, but it's also getting late. What do you guys think? Give me some feedback. And I looked away from the chat. Oh, no, I can't find it again. Why is it so hard? There we go. 111, raccoons, hotel, bad idea, bit by a dog, hotel fails. Good, but the police kept pulling me over for who knows why. Next time, maybe I'll hire a driver. Well, the police are supposed to, so how often are the police pulling you over? You should be getting pulled over if you're out driving on a normal day. Assume you're going to get pulled over about once per day. You're supposed to be pulled over without reason. If there's a reason, they should also pull you over, of course. But it's not. This is not the U.S. The police stops are random, and they're supposed to pull over every third car, every 10th car, every 20th car, whatever. And so people often say, "Well, I was pulled over for no reason." Well, the reason is you're driving. That's you're supposed to. If I'm driving to Managua. And it's a busy day, getting pulled over 5 times is notable, but not surprising, because the distance is a little bit far. You're passing through a couple different jurisdictions, and there's so many police stops that, going through 10 of them and getting pulled over by a third or half is not too surprising. And it's just part of driving here. Everyone knows they're going to get pulled over all the time. It's really not bad. You just have your document. You're supposed to have your documents ready, license, insurance, And registration, you have them ready. You roll down the window, and it's not like the U.S. There is no what seems to be the problem, officer. It's totally, hey, how you doing? Just show them the stuff. They look at your stuff. They hand it back. No big deal. I've been through 100 police stops here and never once had a problem. It's always fast and easy. I have had them find that I've had lights out and stuff. Never gave me a problem. Just, hey, make sure I don't see you again without that light fixed. Hey, cool, thanks. And immediately got it done. A big thing with being pulled over is, Rob Snyder, don't necessarily think of being pulled over as a bad thing. Right, it's a normal, everyday check-in. It's a completely friendly thing. Just be nice, and they should be nice back usually. Yeah, pull over, have your stuff ready, be ready. How are you doing? Be casual, be friendly, and never problems. Never. I know every time I talk to someone who has a problem, they were scared going into it, and they're like, and then the police react to that, and then you end up with then you tend to have problems. But movie time, Mark, movie time. I see. That did take you a bit too. Company said, wait, AT&T outage caused by software update. Company says, yeah, right. Right, as if AT&T ever updates their stuff. My wife's number one rule about going to Nicaragua is that we do what we can to help save turtles. Yes. So definitely, David, in general, I recommend that people have a driver because the police interactions are difficult. And look, I'm not saying that the police are perfect, because they're not. If you are here, this is my belief. This is. I'm trying to hypothesize because I talk to a lot of people and what seems to be going on and what seems to be happening under the hood. And I think when you come through and they know that you live here, which they don't know that I live here, right? But when I'm going through a police stop, it is really obvious that I live here because I know exactly what to do. I'm friendly. Some of them recognize me when I'm out here. If I'm in Leon, of course they know who I am. But if I'm out in Managua, they have no idea. And, and if I the place I'm most likely to get stopped is Via de Carmen, and which I get stopped all the time. But you're super friendly and stuff. And if you have that reaction, I think they're like, okay, yeah, normal, do the thing. And if you panic and think, it's like an American stop, and you interface with them like you would at an American stop, it immediately gives them this person doesn't know Nicaragua. So I'm not saying that they're all going to take advantage of the opportunity, but that's an opportunity to be like, well, they're going to guess that you don't know how things work. They're going to guess that you don't have a lawyer. They're going to guess that you don't know their boss. And that shouldn't be how it is, right? But it's the same as America. If you don't speak really clear English, you get pulled over by the cops. I have friends who are very clearly not originally from the U.S. They get pulled over and shaken down all the time, right? They have to prepay. They have all kinds of. They have like an official system for it. Like, it's crazy. And so the same thing. If it happens in the U.S., it will definitely happen here. There's so much less communications. It is nothing like it used to be. But if you're not here full time, if you're not here enough to be comfortable with the driving, hiring a driver is so easy and generally solves these problems. Because, with me, with you, it's probably like, oh, they're going to try to keep my license. It's like this big thing, probably, right? I'm just guessing, but that's probably really impactful for you. Well, if they try to keep my license, I just go, okay, and we can talk about this with a judge tomorrow. And they go, I'm sorry, you can keep the license, right? Like, you want to play this game? We can play this game, right? If I really believe that I didn't do something wrong and a cop tries to take my license, absolutely send it to Managua. I want to talk to your bosses in Managua about why you're taking my license. Let's have that conversation, right? That's a very different reaction. And I can have that, but I also don't have to have that, because if they tried that, I would also just go, oh, hold on, my lawyer wants to talk to you, right? And that's also a very different conversation. When they're like, do you realize this is a person who lives here? And do you realize they know what the driving laws are? And do you realize they have a lawyer on retainer? And do you realize it will be their lawyer showing up to have a discussion with the police in Managua tomorrow, right? And then the cops go, I'm not sure that he was having a driving infraction. Well, just give him a warning this time, right? It's going to be a very different. Now, if I really did it, and I have been pulled over, and I really did do the thing, I was speeding. But yeah, I got a ticket. But you know what? They didn't take my license. But but being able to have that reaction of protecting yourself is important. And I hate that that's the answer, right? That's really crappy that that's the answer. But it is the answer, I think, at this time. That if you live here full time and you become adjusted, one, the chances that they are going to treat you on any kind of with any kind of regularity, right? I have not been shaken down by the police a single time in the 3 years that I've been here. Will it happen? Probably, right? 9 years ago, it did happen. I wasn't driving though, so you can count it or not. But I was in the car, and I'm the one who paid him off. But the number of times that I'm pulled over, like I said, I've been pulled over 5 times on a single day. I have definitely been pulled over and had my car taken apart, right? I had I'm sorry, we have to open your trunk. We have to go through everything because it was a drug stop. It wasn't just the casual stop. It was the full drug stop, which you get at times. We've been through, I've never gotten this one, but Paul often drives through and gets the 100% breathalyzer test every single car, right? So that's, if you think the sometimes you get pulled over, every 10th car thing is a lot, some of the beaches will do 100% stops. It's just they have a whole line of cops. They're like, just everyone pull over. Every single person has to breathalyze before they can go on. And they have a paddy wagon ready, and they have places to take your cars because they're taking every 10th car away. Right? Like, it's nuts. But sometimes they do that. And having been through all of those, I've never been shaken down once. One time I was with a driver and the cops mentioned that they were kind of interested in breakfast. And he basically gave them a dirty look and was like, no. And then we left. But that was the extent of it. Like, that is the closest we came. And they were only looking for about $3, right? And he said no. And that was that. They didn't press the point. And, even when I lived in the United States, I used to work in restaurants. Cops asked for an awful lot more than that every day when working in businesses in the U.S. So, that is a normal thing. You want extra cops driving around your place? You could be providing food to us. Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. So, yeah, but I think David, if you were to live here full time, which I assume you don't, based on the way you phrased what you said about coming back, that pretty quickly you adapt. Both you adapt in a way that makes them go, this is not a visitor, and you have resources so that if they don't treat you appropriately, you are very prepared in how to react to that. And so, yeah, it's kind of a bad answer, but it's also it isn't that bad when you live here. Like, it just ends up being different. Yeah, and that's what they're looking for. In most cases, what they're looking for is a very small amount. The other thing is, we also always know to carry small amounts of Cordoba, because if that's what you have, it generally changes the amount to a much lower amount. I've never had to do this, but if you did, you want to pay in Cordoba. You want it to be small amounts that you can get to. You want to do everything you can to appear not like a tourist, and that does help in each stage of the process. TJ asks, how much does a lawyer cost? Extremely little compared to anything else. My recommendation, living anywhere where you're moving past tourists. So I lived in a lot of countries where I was never becoming anything more than a short-term resident. Like, I knew I was just renting a place and renting a car, and there was no further investment. Or it was my first time, and maybe there was going to be a further investment, but it would be coming back to do that. Like I did in Nicaragua. The first time I lived in Nicaragua, I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't have a business. I didn't have anything like that. Then we had a business here. Then we got a lawyer. It grew over time. When we came back and we're like, okay, we want to own a house. We want to, and we actually didn't come back thinking we were going to get a business. We came back. We own a business. I've owned a business for 25 years, right? Not only is that's coming up, my birthday this weekend, but this week is the 25th anniversary of my company, right? I started my company when I was 22. And so having a business and multiple businesses that do a bunch of things and are in a lot of countries, we're used to. So it's not like, we're going to Nicaragua. Oh, you know what we could do? Start a business. Like, one, we always have we could start a business in the back of our minds because we do. But we also don't get like super excited by the we could do it in Nicaragua thing, right? But I understand why people get that way. But we've operated in so many countries for so long that that feeling just doesn't. You're not worried about it in that way. And so when we came here, we were trying to buy a house, and so we just retained some lawyers and did it that way. And then because of the way things that we just kind of fell into having a business, so we ended up in that mode. And but I think once you're in that, I'm going to buy a house, or I'm going to just live here long term, and I'm going to have paperwork to do, and I need things. Honestly, I think one of the first things you should do for almost all people is find a lawyer that you really feel comfortable with and retain them, right? Have them on retainer, have them on speed dial, and because as a foreigner, especially one that is investing, doing anything, they're going to be invaluable to you. Whether it's, the police just pulled me over, I don't know what to do, right? You've got a lawyer, they know you. It's so much different than, I got to find a lawyer now, right? You don't want to be, and you don't want to get a lawyer because you're like, I got a speeding ticket, can you help me? Like, this is like a terrible relationship. But if you have a lawyer, like, look, I don't know what I'm going to use you for, but I need a lawyer because being a foreigner guarantees that you're an immigrant, right? So you have all the immigrant stuff. Imagine being an immigrant in America and not having a lawyer. You'd be like, are you seriously? You need a lawyer, right? Like, as an American living in America, I need a lawyer. I have two, right? So having, I don't have to call them all the time, but when I need them, it's really important, right? It might just be like, I got to check on this paperwork. I need to file this thing. I need someone with power of attorney. I've got a guy, right? But when you're a foreigner, as you're the immigrant, you definitely need it for residency and all those things. If you're going to do business, if you're going to have a house, any of that stuff, you need it. But also, almost certainly, either you are or will appear as someone with a very high degree of affluence. As a expat living in a country, especially if you're from someplace like the U.S., or England or something very rich, and especially if you're in a much poorer country like Nicaragua, then even if you're not rich, you're going to come across as rich. You are going to appear and feel like someone who is very affluent. And that is going to change the way the world reacts to you. And it needs to change the way you react to the world. And this is something that will help people when they're in Nicaragua or anywhere, anyone in the expat modality. But you have to shift. If you're, if you're worth $20 million and you live in the United States, you're already used to this. But if you were only worth $500,000 and you live in the U.S., you're like, well, I have a small house, I own a nice car, I have a few dollars in the bank, and then you move to Nicaragua and you're like, I'm poor. Like in the U.S., you are poor-ish. Like you're doing okay, but you don't have loads of money. And you come to Nicaragua, and suddenly it may be the first time that you're experiencing being outrageously affluent as a ratio to society. You're in a different category of people. You go to a restaurant, and you're the VIP. And maybe they don't treat you differently, but they think of you differently. Like you're in a different category. You're not the person who's like, well, I guess I can afford to go this one time. No, they're so excited that someone has money to be able to go out to eat. And it's going to change what circles you can run in. It's going to change your social status. It's going to do a bunch of things. And being a person who's in that mode, if you're in the United States and you had that kind of money, you would need a lawyer. Not for any one specific thing. You need one. If you think about rich people, you obviously think they have a lawyer, right? Now, you don't need a consigliere, but you need to have a lawyer you can call when you have something happen. It's just the nature of things. And as an immigrant, you have immigration issues. As an affluent person, you have affluence issues. And if you oh shoot, there's a third really important thing, and then I forgot what it was. But it has to do with because you're a foreigner, even if you're an immigrant and you knew everything locally, you still have gaps, but you don't. But the thing, and one of the things that I have found with a lawyer so much is that I will need something and I'll be like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know who I talk to. But they're like, oh my gosh, I overstayed my visa. Am I in big, huge trouble? What do I do? Right? I don't know who to call. And I don't know who to call that won't get me into trouble. So you call your lawyer. I overstayed my visa. What do I do? Okay. I'm going to call immigration. I'm going to explain the situation. I'm going to find out when they want you to come. And then, okay, immigration says be there in 3 hours. Bring $100. Right? Okay, where do I go? What do I do? What's the thing? And your lawyer can take you through basics of life, more or less. But in you don't want to be. So first of all, there's a lot of things that as an immigrant, you can't talk to other people. So I was just talking to someone and they're like, yeah, I'm living in Grenada. I've been here 90 days. I have to cross the border now. I'm like, why do you think you have to cross the border now? Well, I asked other expats and they told me I did. I'm like, they don't know. This is just a random bunch of tourists down there, right? Like this, you're not talking to people who actually live here. You're not talking about people. You're talking about people who they're on vacation. They didn't do any research. They didn't check anything. It's 180 days. He's like, what? I don't have to go across the border? I'm like, no, of course not. Literally, my video that morning was the 180-day video one. So you got to be really careful because all the expats, they don't have any experience here either. So they're going to give you bad advice, or not on purpose, but they just don't have the resources to tell you little things like, oh, your taxi is going to take you to the wrong place because Migracion just moved recently and none of the taxis keep up to date. And people refer to the place that they used to go to as Migracion, even though Migracion is not there. Seriously? That's a thing? Yeah, that's a thing. Migracion is about to move again in a few weeks. And guess what? The taxis still take you to the place before the place they're at now. Do you think they're ever going to take you to the right place? No, not likely. You have to know where to go or you're screwed. Now, of course, if you're in Leon, I can tell you. But if you're anywhere else, you need either taxis or a lawyer who's going to give you accurate, up-to-date information based on what's actually going on. Some of you may know there was recently a thing like a year ago where the government passed a law that they're going to restrict or tax really heavily high-end cameras, including GoPros, because they're used on Netflix shoots. So they qualified as cinema gear. And they're like, oh, we're going to do this huge tax on it. And a whole bunch of my gear fell under this new rule because I use kind of nice gear. So I called my lawyer, right? Okay, what do I do? And she's like, honestly, this is a new law that came out a few hours ago. I'm reading the same thing you are. I don't know. But the border is what matters. So she called the border and said, okay, here's the situation. Here's what he's brought in. What does he do now? And the border was like, no. You're allowed to have stuff in Nicaragua. You're not allowed to bring stuff to Nicaragua. So that it's already here, no problem. Just tell him not to leave with it. And then it's fine. He can stay as long as he wants. No issues. So we had okay, I just can't cross the border with it. That's another thing we got to tackle. How do we deal with that? But we don't have to deal with that right this moment. I was like worried that they were going to come and tax me or confiscate it or something because you see me on the street with it. Oh, did you have a license for that? What are you talking about? Right? But then a few hours later, the higher-up government called the border and issued a new executive order that completely illegitimatized that law and said, no, absolutely not. You are not taxing camera equipment coming in. You are not restricting camera gear coming in. That is not happening. It is non-discussable. You are never allowed to enforce this law. It is done now. And they sent that directly. The first one was just like a law. Like, here's the law. You're going to have to figure out how to enforce it. It doesn't go into effect today. The second one was, in effect, immediately executive order. They called the border. Do not enforce this law. Do not enforce any previous laws that may seem like this law. And it was very clear. All cameras, 100% allowed, 100% of the time, zero tax, period. Do not take this as any kind of latitude that you can discuss maybe restricting something. No, not happening. And then it explained why. Like, the Department of Tourism has informed us that the border was planning to restrict tourists who want to take pictures of our beautiful country, and we're going to make it harder for people to share images of Nicaragua with the world. This goes against the good of our country. Will not happen. Right? It was the most amazing turnaround of they issued a really stupid law and somebody got a hold of someone and it got fixed instantly. It was this really amazing thing. No, you cannot bring drones in. Absolutely 100% no drones. But the camera on the drone can be brought in. So if you bring a drone to the border, you can rip the camera off and bring that in, but you can't bring the drone in. But the cameras are absolutely allowed. And the drone thing is absolute. There is no exception to the drone rule. There is, but you have to be like a giant corporation with huge teams of lawyers. I only know of one company that's pulled it off in all these years. And trust me, I know I like to toot my own horn on this. We're the biggest show in Nicaragua that does this kind of stuff. We're the biggest promotional thing for the country. And if there was a person who was going to get a pass for a drone, it would be me. Like, it is what it is, right? And I have been told not a chance in hell. So there we go. I was told I probably could get permission to bring it in, but I wouldn't have a system for the police not to shoot it down. So it was kind of like can't bring it in. So how much does a lawyer cost? All of that was, you should have one all the time. It's not going to be a lot. You probably want to have someone on retainer for like $100. And then you'll pay for things like when we get like documents done, like big things, often that's going to cost like $100. But most of the time you would just have someone on retainer for $100. If they're going to make a call or something, it's going to cost you very little. Might be like $10 kind of thing. Like, oh, we got $100 on retainer. I had to call someone about this thing, or I had to check on this thing for you. You just had a question. That was $10. If you're here, you live here all the time, you're really doing big things, you may want to have someone that you pay all the time, and they're like your lawyer, so you can just ask questions anytime. Just like an IT professional, right? I work in IT. You know, some people pay us by the hour, by the project, but generally that's foolish. But if you're a little tiny thing, you're like, look, I just need this laptop set up. Yeah, don't get a monthly contract. But if you're a business of any size, you have constant questions. They may be small, they may be infrequent, but they're just always coming up. And you need to have someone who knows your account, who knows your details, who knows you, and knows what they're doing, and can answer things really quickly. And that's where having, salaried IT as an outside thing, you can't afford, you can't get a qualified IT person under $150,000 a year. You just can't. Anyone who's under $150,000 a year, they're not working at a reasonable IT price. So small companies don't need a full-time IT person. The average small company only needs a few hours here and there, right? So hundreds of companies can share a single IT person. But you can't get someone who isn't qualified, or the advice they're giving you is no good, right? Like, well, my car doesn't need to be fixed very often. Does that mean I can just hire some high school kid who's never worked on a car to be my mechanic? No, you still need a fully qualified mechanic regardless of how often you need them to work. You just need a little slice of a very good mechanic, not a full-time bad mechanic. So same kind of thing. You just want a little slice of a lawyer, but all the time you want someone you can just call up and have a conversation and just keep a retainer and let them bill you. That's probably the way to go. How much does prices for cat and dog food? Honestly, I don't know. We buy giant bags at PriceSmart, and it's the only thing we do. So that is my knowledge of that. I have no idea. Yeah. It is getting pretty late. It is 11:14 here. What time is it for everybody? What am I in the middle of doing? There we go. Oh, you guys got quiet on me. There we go. Some. Same. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Sometimes these typos, I'm just like, I don't know where you're going. You still have 30 people. I know. That's why I'm like, I don't know if we can end, but it's 11:15. I've got to do my Duolingo yet. I got to hang out with my kids. I got to edit the video for tomorrow. I've got a lot to do yet tonight. I do have a video ready to go for tomorrow that I could shift Saturdays to tomorrow and do that. But man, 30 people. That's crazy. It's awesome. This is amazing that we have so many people on. Like, this is really cool. And thank you so much to everyone for all the birthday gifts, both on YouTube and on Buy Me a Coffee. That's something. This has been really cool. This is our fourth really big. This is our fifth really big live event. We've got a few. What do you guys think of our my logos? I don't know if you figured out that each week I'm doing a different group of animals doing a different activity. This week is hedgehogs roasting s'mores. Last week it was like geese planning a bank heist or something. I don't know what it was, but that is what I've been doing. So you can identify the different weeks by the animals that are in them. In theory, that is what I was playing around with. I don't know what else to put, right? Like, because you have to have it done ahead of time. Like, I could have my picture on it, probably should, but I'm always doing stuff last minute. It is such a scramble to get to do the live show. But now I have the studio mostly set up. It's not too bad. And now with the double lights, it looks so much better. Like, that's working. Do you watch other YouTubers? I absolutely do. Not as much as you might think, because I just don't have a lot of time. But I've got, I don't know, 20 or 30 that I watch. So, like, they were on here. Like, I watch Elton. I watch Generic Expats. I watch, I did a response to Scott Moore recently. Obviously, I watch him. I did a response to Tony Travels. I don't necessarily watch some of them all the time. But, wait. It's very unique to you and your show. Haha, sets it apart from the rest. Wait, what does? My long rambling live shows, or what? I'm not sure what it is in that case. I used to watch a lot of travel YouTubers. Now I tend to find a lot of travel shows really annoying. So I watch a few, but I used to watch like Kara and Nate. I loved that show when they were young and bright-eyed and like seeing the world for the first time and doing their 100 countries in 3 years or whatever thing that they kind of just fell into. It was like, whoa, this is really cool. And then they got like really weird and entitled, and it just got awful. The pictures for the thumbnails. Oh yes, thank you. No, cool. I like it. And like Hey Nadine, I still like her stuff, but now I watch her stuff and like her information's wrong, and I'm like, seriously, like I feel like people are just phoning it in, says the guy who's doing 4.5 hours live to get a live stream and gets the thing out every day at the last second. But I feel like so many shows are like, I'm not bothering to travel anymore, I'm not living abroad, I'm just sitting in my Canadian apartment. It's always in Canada, right? Or in Tennessee. And I'm trying to think of travel stuff, so I'm just Googling a few things and grabbing information from a top 10 list I saw somewhere else and repeating things without checking them. And so that's why I was upset about the travel visa thing the other day, because a really big travel YouTuber gave totally false information because they were giving marketing. They were repeating marketing copy for Costa Rica, which, okay, it's great, promote Costa Rica and all, but be honest about it. Don't take a thing that was negative about them and try to act like everyone else is worse when they were just catching up to it. It was really inappropriate, the way that they did it. And I know they were just being lazy and had no idea and doesn't actually travel, but it is what it is, man. It's always Canada. I do watch your poodle shorts, of course. Those are YouTube shorts. She doesn't wear poodle shorts, but a poodle skirt would be appropriate, but not so far in the videos. I'm getting punchy. It's getting late. So I tend to watch mostly like vlog and camera YouTubers these days. That tends to be what I enjoy, because it's much more of a soft opinion. Like, I'm using this lens. It works really well. Look at these results I'm getting. And I enjoy that. And sometimes they're trying equipment that I don't have, and it helps me decide. That's how I was watching tons and tons and tons and figured out that the XS20 was the right camera for me, and it worked, right? I put in years of research before I bought a camera, and when I bought it, it's amazing. It is absolutely the right camera. I am very confident that the right choice was made. I have managed to reduce buyer's remorse by a lot because of the kind of research that I do now, partially just by living in Nicaragua and it's so hard to shop. Has made that a natural thing, but yeah, I do watch a bit of YouTube, but not as much as I used to. Back in like well, way back, I used to watch a ton of like Rick Steves before I was a big European traveler. That's how I got a lot of my travel information. I've always liked travel shows. I like being able to interact with people who do a lot of travel stuff and that kind of thing. Like, it's been really good. Half of my feed lately is all about the economic state of Canada and the U.S. and all the many reasons to move abroad. I hate those travel videos where they're basically reading an article. Yeah, I hate the ones where they're reading an article. And I hate the ones where they're passing through. So you can pass through and do an amazing job. And then, you can pass through and be doing like this ton of research. So Generic Expats, he's doing this really hardcore. It kind of feels like he's passing through, but he's put in. So for those who don't know, his show is about. He's doing this like survey of Latin America, specifically around expat and retirees, and so he's building this travelogue of going to all the countries. But he put in years of living in Latin America, and then when he goes to a new place, it's like, well, this place is new, but he has all this experience in the. It'd be like, well, I'm researching the states, but I lived in several of them for a long time. But I didn't live in all of them because you can't. You can't live in all 50 states for a long time. You can't live in all 17 Latin American countries for very long. You gotta travel around a little bit, right? So like, if I'm gonna do stuff about Honduras, it's gonna be not as deeply researched as my stuff in Nicaragua, obviously, but I'm gonna have this deep Nicaraguan context to compare it against. There's a whole bunch of things I don't have to be like, what's Gallo Pinto? What do you mean they speak Spanish, right? And I've spent time in Honduras, but like, I can get into Honduras much more quickly because I'm coming with a bunch of background, and that's how Generic Eric is because he has that really strong background, and he's putting in a lot of time in each country, right? So he's building that up. But you get a lot of these people who pass through, and they're like, well, I'm going to be in this country for 2 weeks. And in that 2 weeks of doing tourist stuff, not living stuff, but tourist stuff. Like, I went and saw this touristy place, and then I went over to this touristy place. And then they're making videos where they're like not giving their experience, but they're like trying to give travel information. Oh, here's what I learned about this country. Like, you didn't learn anything about the country. All the information is wrong. That's why I did the video today, right? Everything was wrong. He didn't repeat the things that were said on the street wrong. Didn't give the rates correctly. Oh, we just lost a bunch of viewers. Must be getting late. Like, everything was off. And it's like, this is really bad travel information. If someone was watching this would be really bad. That if they were trying to learn from this, it would be all, oh, and now we're back. It just said we dropped to 8 people and then instantly back to 27. So I don't know how those numbers work. And the information is just so terrible. But people don't know if they're not here. They can't tell which people are like well-traveled, or it's just someone who has no idea about travel and just passing through and is just like, I read this on someone's blog, so I'm repeating it, or my AI told me that this was what the information is, and I'm not verifying it because the AI doesn't know it can't travel. And so I hate those. The ones that are good is like Karen Nate in the early days. They knew they were idiots and had zero travel experience. I mean, these people didn't have the casual knowledge of the world that any fourth grader should have, right? And they were just traveling the world. They had an expensive camera. They were rich, entitled Tennesseans, but they mostly got past that by being like, we don't know anything, let's have fun. And their travel was like, we're discovering new places. And so it was enjoyable because you were discovering the world with them. And even though they should have known, it was painful to some degree. And my wife and I would watch it and would be like, oh my gosh, they're going to so many places we've never been, and yet by the time they're leaving, they don't know half of what we knew before they got there. Like, it's crazy how little they knew and still know about places. But at least there was this excitement of, hey, T-Bone, have a good night. Thanks for joining us. This excitement of exploring places. And if you can find people who are doing that, or people who actually take the time, like Generic, who learn a place and is really bringing you information that's super valuable, yes, that's great. Or but there's so many in between. Or as Patricia is saying, now it's a whole bunch of AI-generated crap that no one's checking, and it's read by an AI voice. There's not even a person. It's just automated and just going for the keywords. Make sure you thumb those down and tell YouTube, I'm not interested, over and over and over again. Those are so bad. Rosnader, yeah, that was weird. Wait, which thing was weird? I was watching videos. TJ says, I was watching videos on the price Filipino maids, and there's so many that straight rip off other YouTubers word for word. There's so much info on the Philippines, it's overwhelming, but not so much when looking at Nicaragua. Oh no, that's definitely true. Well, so my story is, I told this on one of the other live streams. Before I came to Nicaragua, well, after I'd lived in Nicaragua, and my company was operating here, but we were trying to convince lots of the rest of our company to move to Nicaragua, right? We're like, we're moving headquarters there. We don't know when, but you should go ahead of us, right? You should be there. It's going to be great. It's this wonderful opportunity. You're going to love it. And people are like, I don't know anything about Nicaragua, right? Like it was a constant, I don't know anything about Nicaragua. And so I kept trying to find good shows, something like Rick Steves. I didn't expect Rick Steves, but something more akin to Rick Steves. And the drop in viewers, but it was because of the advertisement. Interesting. Oh, I never thought about that. And that's weird that it shows that as a drop, and then it comes back when the ad's done. Weird. Okay, that's really weird. So I wasn't expecting something like Rick Steves, but I was expecting to find a bunch of stuff about Nicaragua, and all you find is automated crap, like Patricia's saying. It wasn't AI back then, but it was stuff like that. Like, here's my top 10 things to do in Nicaragua, just read from Lonely Planet, which hasn't been updated in 20 years. And that's true. Lonely Planet is all wrong on Nicaragua. They haven't sent anyone here in like 7 years. It's worthless. Never buy travel books. I say that. I plan on writing a travel book. We'll see. And so I kept doing all this research, and everything was terrible. It was all, you could definitely find shots of Granada. You could definitely find shots of San Juan del Sur. You could once in a while find a little bit of Leon. My hotel was on there a few times back before I owned it. And this weird stuff like that would keep happening. And that was it. It was just this really repetitive, almost worthless. And I found this one channel called The Trans Travelers. And it was a couple of they're trans, and they were young, and they were here on like a work study or a volunteer thing or whatever, and they were here for a while, and they were traveling around the country. It was their first time like really traveling, and so they were doing like this really deep dive. They did a great job of presenting and filming and editing, and it wasn't like Rick Steves, but it was good. It was better than my show, and low bar, and it was really impressive. And they went to Matagalpa, they went to Leon, they went to Granada, they had like all these different places. They had really good, so I could show people, here's the city that our office is in. Back then our corporate offices were all in Matagalpa. And we'd be like, here's where we are, here's where they're walking, and here's where they and people would watch it and be like, I had no idea. This is Nicaragua. This is fantastic. Yeah, I totally will consider moving there. It was a really powerful tool for us, but then they went off the air. They pulled all their videos. They're gone. And so there's no record of them now. And their account still exists, but it has no videos. I'm sure they were being harassed and had to do it, which is incredibly sad on a personal level for them. It's awful. But it's also awful that this trove of really good content for Nicaragua vanished. And then there's still things out there like House Hunters International, which I've watched. And we were joking about it because I was at dinner recently at one of the House Hunter International houses, and everyone who was there knew the people and knew the film crew, and like the whole thing's fake, obviously. And you watch it now and you go back and you're like, none of this makes sense. Like clearly the House Hunters International did no research. All this makes no sense. The people don't live there. The whole thing was fake, right? And there are so many creepy old American men in the Philippines. It's gross. Yeah, I think the statistic from Congress is 1 out of 3 Americans traveling to the Philippines is there for sex trafficking. 1 out of 3. Yeah. Try that in Nicaragua. There's reasons why there's not a lot of it here. I mean, like, if you're coming down hoping to meet someone, like, that's fine. But the very questionable things that they try to do in the Philippines and often get away with, not that no one gets away with illegal things here, but we have seen Americans who everyone knew were super creepy. And When you get busted here, SWAT teams go over, even if you have a compound, even if you think you're very, very private. SWAT teams will swarm your house. They take domestic violence and things of that nature unbelievably seriously here, and they then give you a very long time to think about your very awful extradition to the U.S., which you'll be very old for by the time the U.S. gets to. But the U.S. now doesn't honor double indemnity for punishments abroad for sex trafficking. So those people who get caught in the Philippines, if they get caught, the Philippines gets them, then America gets them. In Nicaragua, you're going to get caught. Nicaragua will get you. If they ever let you go back home, they're handing you over to the U.S. authorities. So it's... One of my online friends moved there and married a Filipino woman. He's struggling worse than the locals now, though, it seems. Yeah, that's... So Mark says, so funny, I bought the Lonely Planet for Nicaragua. Yeah, unfortunately. I've used it too, back when I was like, oh, Lonely Planet's got to be great, right? Turns out everyone here, it's like a big running joke. Everyone knows when the one guy from Lonely Planet came here, went down the beach, wrote a bunch of information that was not too bad at the time, but was rapidly out of date. And now half the recommendations in Lonely Planet are for places that have been out of business for a really long time. So we have friends who were actually part of the discussion about the fake house hunters thing, who own the places that are mentioned in Lonely Planet, and they have not been in business since years before I came here. So they've been out of business for, no one on the beach remembers anything but a story of them once being open. But on Lonely Planet, their current Lonely Planet is like, go here, this is the place, everyone eats here, as if they're open. So it's absolutely crazy in that way, the amount of stuff. And they'll be like, this is the most popular thing in the country. And it was at the time. And now it's empty and desperately trying to keep its doors open. Like, just the degree of things that change. We're really lucky. We're in Lonely Planet, so we're one of the places that benefits from old information because we're still around, and tons of the other places didn't exist back then. And so it's really common to be like, but the most popular places on the beach aren't listed, because they don't update. Like, the average hotel will change hands 2 or 3 times in the time since they last updated the Lonely Planet. So the amount, like, people won't even remember the landmarks anymore that are in it. It's pretty bad. So yeah, I am doing a little bit of file management in the background. Oh my gosh, it's after 11:30, but we're over the 5-hour mark. And we still have 25 people. This is crazy. 5 hours and 3 minutes. Wow. I feel like each time we do this, it gets a bit longer. It was like 3 hours. And then, the first one was like 2.5. Then it was like 3. Then it was like 3.25. Then it was 4.25. Now we're over 5. But it's fun hanging out. Like, once we bother to set this up and get online and get the conversation going, it's like, well, I want to kind of, hang and do it. Oh, yes, we were. Oh, good. Yeah, there aren't that many places that have hung out that long. We're one of the old ones now. It's weird. But, I mean, it was well known. It is funny when I look at YouTube a lot of times, because I try to watch YouTube of things going on in the area. If I'm not mistaken, marriage in the Philippines is forever, no divorces. Oh, I have no idea. That's worrisome in a lot of ways. Oh, okay. So the funny thing is, for anyone who hasn't paid attention, marriage in Nicaragua mostly doesn't exist. So it's obviously it does exist, but a whole bunch of Spanish words that you learn, like esposo and esposa, does not imply that you are married in the English meaning of marriage, the English language meaning of marriage. And so when you take Spanish classes, they teach you that husband and wife is esposo and esposa, and certainly you can use those terms here. However, the terms are lots of marriage scams, though. I wouldn't say there's lots of marriage scams. There are marriage scams. Like they exist. I don't think outside of San Juan del Sur and maybe Granada that they're common. In Granada, I used to hear about them. It's only in the tourist places, and it's like the Philippines, right? There's like a very obvious group of people who are coming and hoping to meet people, and they really kind of become obvious targets. If that's what you're doing, like that's okay. Like you're here, you want to meet someone, and you're honestly coming down to get married or whatever. You're hoping to really find a life partner. Wonderful. And but I would recommend staying out of enclaves, right? Because if you're in an enclave, it's not like if you're living in an enclave that you're somehow attractive to a Nicaraguan woman in this case, but or it could be a man, right? It goes both ways. They're not going to want to come hang out in the enclave, right? Oh, look at this incredibly not Nicaraguan lifestyle of people who aren't in America but are like, it's a weird thing. Like, I understand why Americans or Canadians want to live in an enclave. Oh, I want the cost and the beauty and the all this stuff of Nicaragua. But I want to speak English and watch American TV shows and whatever and not give up everything. I just want this in-between thing. Well, it totally makes sense. But from a Nicaraguan perspective, those enclaves are like like for Americans, they're like the best of both worlds. But for Nicaraguans, they're generally the worst of both worlds. Well, I'm still stuck in Nicaragua. I'm not getting any of the jobs and resources of America, but it's super high cost and I don't speak the language. It's like really annoying. So for them, they're awful. So the only time you're going to get singles who are going somewhere around a whole bunch of tourists is because they're looking to pick off the tourists, right? And maybe it's because they're just really hoping to move to the United States. You get that, but it could also be, someone's trying to run a scam or whatever, right? And not that no honest people do that, but let's be real, it doesn't make a lot of sense. From a trying to find a good, healthy life partner perspective. That's like from the Nicaraguan perspective, that would be the worst way to find somebody. It just doesn't add up. So that's not what they do. If you're coming down and you want to honestly date someone for an actual relationship, then getting away from the enclaves, getting away from Granada, getting away from tourist centers is going to help a lot. And you go to any small town, go to any city that isn't a tourist center, and quite frankly, if you're from somewhere else, you have a bit of interest that is very, very high compared to, say, the same in the United States. If a Nicaraguan goes to the United States and goes to a singles bar, and they're like, "Hey, I'm from Central America," everyone's just like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, there's people from all over everywhere, and we don't think much of it. Like, that's cool, but it's not like exotic. But in Nicaragua, if you're especially in a small town and you're from like the United States, you're kind of a novelty because why are you here? Why are you in this small town? Why are you away from a tourist center? You're not here for work, obviously, because that's why most people do it to the United States. That's why we find people from everywhere is because they're just going where the jobs are. But here, it's like, what made you choose this? So even all other things out of the picture, you are interesting because you have to have a story that no one has heard, because most of the places you go will not, it's not like there was another American or another Canadian who was there recently and also had a story like this. No, you're it, right? Like, this is the story right here. Why? Tell us what's going on. Regale us with your adventures. And simply by having that slight bit of novelty means that people of the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever floats your boat, are going to be much more likely to approach you and talk to you. And for me, if I go out to a bar, that a girl can feel very comfortable just coming up to me and being like, "So where are you from?" Right? And feeling like that can just be a conversation is very comfortable. Whereas if I was Nicaraguan, of course, it'd be an easier language thing or whatever. There'd be a cultural affinity, but there isn't this novelty effect. Whereas I stand out in it's a thing that makes you very approachable. That by being somewhere that people just feel like they can be like, "Hey, you're obviously a novelty. You're obviously got a story. Obviously, I'm curious. I can just have a conversation. I don't have to have any pretense. I don't have to do anything. Like, you can just do that." And the same thing, like when I went to the pub in England, in a very small town 20 years ago, just by being in a pub, random people at the bar would be like, "Oh, I can tell from your accent you're not British. Why are you in this pub in this little village in the middle of nowhere?" Oh, and then we just start talking, right? And it was just striking up those conversations. That social lubricant of just there's a reason to just have a conversation happens, and so that's a much better process. David says, my girlfriend lives in Mata Are. We had a whole discussion in last week's episode, last week's live stream about Mata Are. Give us, David, your impression of the quality of life in Mata Are for a family who is going to work in Managua, but commute in from Mata Are. Because I go to Mata Are all the time, but I don't stop in Mata Are. I'm going on to Ciudad Sandino. That's where I hang out quite often. But I know Mata Are really well, but I only know it from the road and passing through and not as a place to live. So, but people were interested if that was a good community, and so you're a reference. You're the one we have. What was I going to say? Mary, don't worry about that one. Well, I think divorce favors the Nicaraguan when dividing possessions, right? I don't know that that's true. So, from a legal perspective, I don't believe that's true. I think the thing that you'll find is that it's probably that you divide possessions. And very rarely does the Nicaraguan bring a lot initially, and the American or Canadian probably does, and it feels like they're losing a lot when they give it up. It's also a lot more likely that if something untoward is going to happen, it's going to be in the Nicaraguan's favor. So, I mean, maybe you can look at it that way, but I think that the way that the law is written is that it's just half and half. Or I think the thing you may be thinking of is that it is in the woman's favor, not in the Nicaraguan's favor, but by and large, it's got to be 90%. It is men who come down and marry Nicaraguans, not women who come down and marry Nicaraguans. It certainly both happen. I do know women who've come down and married Nicaraguans, but it is certainly the less common of the two. It is very poor. Yeah, it has a really nice cemetery. Please describe what an enclave is like there. Also, is crime less in an enclave? What cities in Nicaragua are enclaves? Another question is, this is Gigi, is there any negativity towards Americans in Nicaragua? So I'll start at the end. In general, there is no negativity towards Americans. Generally, you will find, you can sometimes sense it as negativity because they may target you. You may get gringo priced. People will yell to you, but it's not in a negative way. They're just hoping to get to know you or to do business with you, or that you will give them money, which is not negativity. It's just it doesn't feel great that they're begging you for money or whatever. But in general, Americans get treated incredibly well in Nicaragua. Nicaraguans are just friendly in general. The region is very friendly. Most places are. It's not an unusual thing. But the incredible negativity towards America. One of the things that's great about Nicaragua is there's a culture of they don't mistake the people for the country, and so racism is incredibly low here. And yes, Janet is the exception, not the one I was thinking of though. That's funny. I was thinking of Nicole. It didn't even occur to me that Janet on the stream is an American who came down and married a Nicaraguan. It's a different thing. So you don't have this tendency towards where are you from and that makes me like or dislike you kind of thing. There is you're a foreigner, so you're interesting, or you're different, or you're novel. But that's about it. I would say, if anything, you were treated better because you're an American. Not necessarily because you're a foreigner, because you're interesting. What an enclave is like there. So I don't know that it's much different than anywhere else other than it's just a small population. Enclaves are just small areas where you have large numbers of expats that have either officially or semi-officially sectioned themselves off from Nicaraguan society, sometimes just by building in really remote areas, so that they have a continuance of American or Canadian, primarily, cultures with minimal influence from Nicaragua, right? Is crime less in an enclave? Maybe, but enclaves are highly targeted. Crime basically doesn't exist in the country. That's totally not true. But violent crime is super rare, and regular crime is kind of just normal. So it's a very low crime. So you're not really worried about finding lower crime areas. Enclaves probably have lower crime, but they are more targeted because they're an entire zone. Anytime you set yourself apart, and especially if you set yourself apart as a rich area, that makes you a target. In Nicaragua, that's a real minor target, but it's still a thing. In Panama, that's how you get in danger. What cities in Nicaragua are enclaves? No city itself is an enclave. Large portions of San Juan del Sur are enclaves. A lot of small areas up and down the coast have enclaves, and Grenada has a semi-enclave community. Those are the big ones. But mostly, outside of San Juan del Sur, mostly what you get is either the Grenada thing where it's like, this isn't actually an enclave, but it's a semi-enclave where there's a really large interconnected community that keeps to itself and functions like an enclave, or you're in going along the town and you find a beach area where someone has put up walls and actually built gated communities where it's all Americans, all Canadians, and they'll have like their own restaurants and shops and everything inside, so they never have to intermingle with the outside world. Those are the two main things. Yeah, that's about it. I have some things I have to do, so we're at 5.25 hours. We're over that. We still have 26 people on. We're not going to lose our viewership tonight, but I have to go and do some work, and I have to spend some time with the kids. I have a busy night, so I'm really sorry to drop with so many people on live. This is so amazing, but we got to call it a night at this point. Thank you so much, everyone, for the birthday wishes, all the gifts. Thank you so much. And especially for everyone hanging out and doing the show tonight for so long, and our average view duration is like double anyone else that we have done. This has been really, really great. You guys all have a good night too. Thank you, Rob Sinator. Thank you, everyone. Go watch the show from 4 o'clock this afternoon. Don't let that one die on the vine. No thumbnails right now. I'm just so busy. Episodes coming out tomorrow, of course. I don't know what else I really have to say at the end of the show. Thanks again. I will see everyone tomorrow.